What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, December 5th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, the Cowboys joyride comes to a screeching halt. We will recap the Cowboys and Lions on Thursday Night Football, plus the latest with the Texas Longhorns. We'll get the Bucky's thoughts, the Buck's thoughts on Texas's decision to keep Ohio State and Michigan on the schedule for the next couple of years. And we'll also preview the college football weekend conference championship Saturday coming up tomorrow. Is there anything that can happen to get the Longhorns into the field of 12? We will talk about it. We'll get the Bucks Gold Star locks of the weekend. We've got the latest from the college football coaching carousel, some Texas women's hoops and volleyball to get into. And I got to show Buck a couple of videos that I took the other day. I don't want to tease anything more than that because I want this to come as a surprise to you. But something that I got to witness in person that, it's greatness. I got to witness greatness in person, and I'm excited.
Filmed it? You filmed it?
And I filmed it. Yep.
Creeper.
I went full millennial. Oh, creeper.
Yeah, that's creepy. But that's all right. We'll see. I'll be the judge if you're creepy or not.
Sounds like you're assuming that I was like filming little kids.
No. You don't have to film little kids. You could be in women's bathrooms, or you could be at games, or you can be underneath the stands or doing something. I'll be the judge of how creepy you are.
All right. Filming in the women's bathroom is greatness to you. That's interesting. Interesting pivot. So we'll get to that. We're obviously going to have some fun as well. It's a jam-packed Friday show. Appreciate y'all starting your weekends off with us. Good to see you, my man. Happy Friday.
Good to see you too, man. It's going to be a beautiful, be a nice day today, but we're going to get a fantastic weekend. You know, I gave you that little bit of rain. Yeah, I told you have a little rain on Thursday. It wasn't bad. A little drizzly. Tomorrow is going to be, 74, 75 degrees. Today will be a nice day, but leading into next week, we'll be in the 70s next week with lots of sun.
Oh,
but we needed to get that rain, and at some time today, maybe we'll get a little bit this morning, but it doesn't look great right now because it's going to be dry after this. So all these people with all your allergies and stuff blowing around, here they come. It's December, so I get a week of feeling like I've got the flu, but I'll never have the flu.
No.
But it feels like, sort of like the weather, feels like the flu, but it's not really the flu. It's some kind of mold or ragweed or pine tar or whatever the hell it is in this state that comes through. I only get it for a week, but I feel so lousy. I could feel it kind of coming on, but for me, it doesn't last long. But for the allergy sufferers out there, I feel for you this time of the year. It's just got to be awful because of the way the winds blow and the rains come in, then it gets dry, and then it's cold. Like this morning, and then it's going to be in the 70s, almost like I like it.
Almost. 70s in December isn't good enough for you?
No, should be in the 80s, 84, 85 degrees.
Oh, my God. I know you played golf the other day in like 50s. How was that?
It actually got to be 61, 62 degrees. No wind. It was warm enough. Long pants. Of course, I was the only one in long pants. All the cheaters were in shorts, so. But there's no wind. It was beautiful.
There we go.
And out there at Lake Cliff, there's no trees, brother. Nothing hides out there. The winds are blowing. That's the place where I went down to put my tee in the ground when it was windy, and I almost got blown over, and gas running over. Like, you okay? Do we have to put the tee in the ground for you now?
Did that happen again?
No, I'm fine. No. Hey, I'm 156 pounds of solid rock right now, so I don't get blown down that often anymore. But that can happen. If you get a good breeze, for me, the way I bend over and the way the Aggie did my knee the other day, man.
Well, you're also approaching 156 years old, so anything is possible.
I'm a young man. I'm a young man at 70, going on 71. I need to get out of the 70s and get closer to 71 now. But yeah, I'm a young dude.
70 going on 170, I think.
Yeah, I see the urologist today. It's all good.
Whoa, it's all good. You're excited about that?
I see the PA, physician's assistant, and it's a
Oh,
she.
oh,
It's a
well,
she.
you said assistant, so of course I assumed it was a she.
Yeah. Oh,
Wow.
how can you assume that? Why would you assume it's a she? Because it's not the real doctor?
Yeah, I just,
No.
that's the way I've been programmed to think. I don't know.
She and I have met on 2 occasions when I couldn't get to my guy, and so she has never given me the Charlie Strong treatment. I'm wondering if I get that today after my last couple of episodes of, UTI deal.
Oh, you got Charlena Strong making an entrance
I
in
don't know.
you?
I hope not. We haven't met like that yet, but it seems like every time I meet one of these people or get a urologist, that's almost like commonplace. Hey, before we leave, before I leave, you gotta what? You gotta do what? You gotta get out of here?
You're
No.
you're hoping with the lady doc, maybe she could, grab the front instead of going in the back,
Oh,
you know?
no.
Give me that
No.
side. Aren't you supposed to look at that side anyways? Let's check that out instead of,
I
creeping up
don't
my
know
back door.
I have no clue what's gonna go on. She's got
Mm,
all my details, and hey, she's a professional. People are pros.
of course. She knows what she's doing.
Yeah, I've had that done once by a female. When I first came to Texas, I got a test and I ended up with a female who told me, "Hey, it's gonna make you seem like you want to urinate a little bit." And I'm like, "If you don't get some Vaseline on those gloves, it's gonna be more than that, lady."
Yeah, no, but that wasn't a doctor. That was someone you found on Craigslist, right?
I think it was, or Fear, or whatever those things are that you join.
Yeah, you met, somebody at a Motel 6 around town and got that one
Said
done,
they
I
were a
think.
proctologist. Here we go. Urologist, proctologist. I'm just looking forward for her telling me everything's all clear and I can go on and try to live a normal life for the next month. Because I go month to month now.
Well,
You know,
hopefully the news.
people
Go
stretch
ahead.
things out, not me. I go month to month now with things that can happen to you after 70. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much. We appreciate what you do during the holidays and any other time of the year. And to you and your families, do be safe out there.
You're talking about a proctologist and getting stretched, and I'm not quite sure what's going on today at this appointment, but
Yeah, it'll be new.
yeah. Well, I'm saying a prayer for you. Good luck
Thank you very much.
today. All right. Well, a
Boy, I
lot of
got to go do the high school game down in Texas State with Lake Travis. So if my voice seems a little high over the streaming tonight, you know why.
oh, night game tonight.
Night game, brother.
All right. So Godspeed and best of luck to Lake Travis and all of the area schools that are still alive in the Texas high school playoffs.
I think there's not Westlake. They're no longer in, but
Nice dig there.
Dripping Springs and Vandergrift, I think, is tonight too.
I think that's this afternoon in San
This
Antonio.
At the Alamo Dome, an afternoon tilt on a Friday?
Yeah, which is really annoying because I wanted to go to that game. I figured it'd be somewhere in Austin because, it's 2 Austin area schools, and
Sure.
instead they're putting it down at the Dome, and I don't think I'm going to go to that game now. But, yeah, they play Dripping Springs and Vandergrift this afternoon.
Wow. It's
So
a pretty good game.
will be a pretty good game. Best of luck to whatever team you root for. I have no biases here. So hope your team wins, I guess. My favorite NFL team did not win last night. Oh, it's tomorrow. Sorry about that. Tomorrow afternoon in San Antonio for Drip and Vandergrift. That makes a little more sense. I still will not be going. That's too far away. My favorite NFL team did not win last night, Buck. The Dallas Cowboys, who were riding that 3-game win streak with back-to-back victories over the 2 teams that played in the Super Bowl last year. Their joyride came to a screeching halt in the Motor City last night. 44-30, the final score. The Lions get a huge win for them. It kind of felt like a must-win game for both teams to keep their playoff hopes alive, right? The Lions had been reeling, kind of falling back to the pack. The Cowboys had been surging, kind of joining the pack. And, the Lions took care of business on their home field. Their offense was unstoppable, especially in the second half. And the Cowboys still have a chance, but, boy, that was a major blow to their playoff.
Yeah, they don't need to be chancy anymore. They need to lose a bunch of games so they keep their draft status. Don't mess around. and try to be heroes for nothing.
Well, the Cowboys.
Well, they may not be able to help themselves with the teams they play.
I was going to say their schedule down the stretch is not very difficult. I mean, they've got 4 games left, and 3 of them are against teams with horrible records, including your Minnesota Vikings. That's next Sunday night. I wouldn't hate that game getting flexed out of prime time, but it is the Cowboys, so it probably won't be. But yeah, it's Vikings, Chargers, Commanders, Giants. Again, the Chargers are pretty good, but those other 3 teams are playing for absolutely nothing right now. So I don't think the Cowboys are going to intentionally mail it in. They're probably going to finish right around 500 and probably just miss the postseason, which that's the worst case scenario, I think.
Yeah.
Like, you either want to be good enough to make the playoffs or you want to be bad enough to get a super high draft pick to help your team. And Dallas is going to do none of those things.
Yeah, their deal is to just save some money for Pickens because they're going to bring him back, even though he's got hands, and he and Wingo have the same type of hands. I mean, they want to blame probably Dak for last night, but balls are ricocheting off of guys. I mean, these are NFL players. These aren't college or high school guys. These balls hitting these guys in the chest and bouncing off and going into the other guy. I mean, that's just sad looking, you know?
Yeah, Dak Prescott had 2 picks last night. Both of those interceptions were in his receiver's hands.
I mean, really? I mean, what's he going to do? They're going to blame Dak and say he sucks. I'm like, how does he suck? They can't catch. I mean, he's throwing to receivers like Fluoride or Flo Joe or whoever the hell that is. I mean, those are his receivers when he's not throwing to the other 2 guys, and it's crazy. Their hands are like stone.
Yeah. Hey, I will give Ryan Flanoy, or Flo Joe, as you like to call him, credit. He was awesome last night.
How many catches? Did he end up with about 4 or 5 catches?
He ended up with 9 for 115.
That dude?
Yes. It was a game of his career. Why
don't you go play catchy catch with the rest of those clowns?
Right. Yeah. George Pickens, who had been playing incredibly well, he had a rough night. He had drops. He had a fumble that thankfully was recovered by Dallas, but he was half-assing a couple of routes too. I mean, they were calling him out on the telecast a couple of times. It was not a great performance for George Pickens. And then CeeDee Lamb was off to a great start, but he got hurt early in the second half with a concussion. So obviously see his status moving forward. But, once he left the game, really needed George Pickens to step up, and that didn't quite happen.
Yeah, I don't know, as a receiver, when you just don't have when you just don't have it, you still have to catch the ball. Sorry. You know what I mean? You may run some terrible routes, you may loaf every once in a while, but when the ball hits you in the hands, you got to catch the ball. It's just And they're like not difficult catches. I'm like, wait a minute, that's not a tough catch.
Yep. Yeah. And I think Jonathan Mingo played a couple of snaps.
Oh, boy.
I think on the final drive, it was 44-30 in the last couple of minutes. The game was over at this point. But, the Cowboys traded for Jonathan Mingo a couple of years ago, thinking they'd get something out of him. He barely plays, and he had one hit him right in the hands that fell to the ground too. So there were a lot of drops. There were a lot of fumbles. And, Dak Prescott did not get much help. His offensive line was horrible. It was a big storyline going into the game.
Yeah, they pressured the crap out of him.
Yeah, like the Lions' pass rush had been non-existent for the last 3 or 4 weeks. That was like a huge problem with Detroit and why they've struggled to win some games. And then Dak Prescott got sacked 5 times. He got hit what felt like 55 times.
Oh, yeah.
And, the Cowboys were without Tyler Guyton at left tackle, and it was a rough go for a lot of Dallas. But
look for them to take an offensive lineman again.
That's usually what they do. They really need a linebacker more than anything else.
Yeah, because they don't have anybody who can cover anybody for sure.
They don't have anybody who can cover. They don't have anybody who can run fit. I mean, Kenneth Murray, and I'm comfortable saying this because this guy went to Oklahoma, he is the worst starter in the NFL. Regardless of team, regardless of position, regardless of anything, that guy is the worst starting football player in the league. And
would that be number 54?
59.
59, okay.
59. I mean, the Cowboys have a few linebackers who just aren't good. DeMarvion Overshown's by far and away the best one that they have, and you can tell he's still trying to find his sea legs a little bit coming off the injury, but he's out there at least making a few plays. But Kenneth Murray, Maris Leofau, who plays some, but really it's Murray who gets the most of the starters reps at that other linebacker spot. That guy, that David Montgomery 35-yard touchdown run, Kenneth Murray literally just runs himself out of the play. That's supposed to be his guy. Montgomery's running right at him, and instead Murray goes a complete opposite direction. I don't know what the hell he's doing when he's out there.
Forget about those guys covering. They're like,
yeah, my God. That was it. Like the Lions just, it's not like Jared Goff was completing a bunch of impressive passes. It was just easy throws over the middle of the field, and he's like getting the ball in his playmakers' hands, and they're just running away from the Cowboys.
Yeah, that group, when they're good, boy, if they had their tight end, they would still be just fine.
Yeah. I still think the Lions are good. Again, I know they've fallen on hard times, but I still think that is a playoff team and a team who can make a little bit of noise should they get there.
If they can rush the passer and stop there, I mean, if they can just rush the passer like everybody expects that they will, and they haven't, and all of a sudden last night they came alive because it was the Cowboys' offensive line, then you're right, they can survive it.
Yeah, that offense is very good. I mean, we spent the first couple of minutes talking about the Cowboys' offense. When you score 30 points in the NFL, you shouldn't lose very often.
No.
And the Cowboys lost by 2 scores because their defense just couldn't get any stops in the second half. I mean, the Cowboys, the game was 27-9, right? It was 20-9 at halftime. Cowboys got the ball first. Dak throws an interception off his receiver's hands on the first play of the third quarter, and then the Lions quickly turn that into 7 points. So it's 27-9. I think most people are thinking, this game is over. You can probably go to bed right now.
Yeah.
But the Cowboys made a pretty nice comeback. At one point, it was 30-27, but they couldn't get stops. Like the Lions had 3 fourth-quarter drives, 6-minute drive that ended in a field goal, 2.5-minute drive that ended in a touchdown, 1 minute and 23-second drive that ended in a touchdown. So when the Cowboys offense started getting it in gear a little bit and giving them a chance, the defense just could not get off the field.
No.
And that's the big issue. And Cowboys defense had been playing a lot better since they traded for Quinnen Williams at the deadline. But, I mean, that secondary couldn't cover anybody. The linebackers couldn't cover anybody. And, boy, Jahmyr Gibbs, how about that guy, huh?
Yeah, that's why I was telling you before the show that Sark knows what a good running back looks like. So when he starts carting guys in behind Trey Wisner, I'm like, dude, you and your group, your staff, your offensive line coach has been with you for a while. You know what a really good running back looks like. Quit throwing out these guys out here and pretending like, oh, we like them a lot, they're going to be okay. No, they're not. It's not even near the class that you're used to seeing.
Right. Yeah, you got to go try to find a future.
He had Bijan Robinson. He had that guy. He had Gibbs. He knows what a good running back looks like. And when he talks about when he starts sending these other guys out, Cedric Baxter's of the world, you're just like, come on, coach, really?
Well, that's all he had this year. I mean, now the goal for Steve Sarkisian is to go find the next Bijan or Jahmyr Gibbs. Texas didn't have that this season. And look, that falls on Sark. He's the guy who puts the roster together. But, that's obviously a big priority for Texas is to find somebody who resembles Jahmyr Gibbs if you can.
Wow.
That's tough to do considering that guy just.
Yeah, I mean, no, you're not. Those aren't going to be recruits. They don't just show. They show up like every 20 years. Guys like that, they really do.
I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs just tied Barry Sanders' long-standing record of most touchdowns before the age of 24 in NFL history.
That guy separates quicker than anybody in the league. He's from a player that's close to him. The separation gets going, and it doesn't take him much to get to accelerate either. I mean, when he accelerates, he's already like 5 yards past you. When he just starts to gear up, you're never going to catch him.
He is an elite running back, but he's also an elite receiver. Like,
yes, for sure.
He would be maybe a number 1, but if not that, like one of the best number 2 receivers in football if they just converted him to a wideout.
I think he has those type of hands too.
He's got great hands. He runs great routes. Obviously, he makes people miss after the catch. Like, he is a very unique skill set. And look, the Lions spent a first-round pick on him, so people thought they were crazy because it's a running back. How can you take one this high? Well, when he basically is 2 players in one, it makes the pick look pretty damn good. And I don't think anyone's doubting it at this point.
Yeah, and my biggest wrong of all time still, besides the wide receiver at Tampa Bay that went to A&M, is David Montgomery. Because every year I go, is that guy still playing in the league? I mean, he's so good. I can't give him his due. He guy is really good.
How old do you think David Montgomery is?
I got to believe he's been in the league for 6 years, 7 years.
All right. Yeah. I figured you were going to say like 35 or 36 or something. I mean,
About 6 years, I think.
He's 28, drafted in 2019, third round pick by the Bears. But yeah, he continues to get it done. I mean, that's a great 1-2 punch. Like, his life is obviously made a lot easier by Jahmyr Gibbs, and vice versa. Montgomery's a nice spell. It's a good thunder and lightning.
If Trey Wisener reminds me of somebody, it would be him. If Trey got just a little heavier, with a little bit more power, that kind of speed, he's not going to just outrun you like Gibbs. Just going to outrun you, but he's going to fly through arm tackles too. This dude does it all. He just doesn't have a burner speed, but he's got enough speed.
David Montgomery is 230 pounds.
Yeah, okay, well, he's a big dude.
Trey Wisener is not even 200, so you say a little bigger. Trey Wisener would have to get a lot bigger to start looking like Montgomery out there.
Yeah, he can't carry. Even though he wouldn't be able to carry that kind of weight.
No. I mean, love Trey Wisener, but yeah, Montgomery's really good. Had 2 great seasons at Iowa State, and has been a solid NFL player. So. Hell, I'll take a David Montgomery type here next year.
Wow.
Jahmyr Gibbs would be better. Of course, you'd love a first rounder, but Montgomery was 2-time All Big 12 at Iowa State and ended up being a 3rd round pick. So you find a guy like that this offseason. I think
for sure.
A good thing for Texas. But yeah, here's your Thursday night football game. God, the officiating was atrocious in that football game too. Both ways. There was the controversial safety, no safety, which seemed like they got right. They didn't show us a certain angle during the first round of replay, so everybody freaked out. And I thought, oh my God, the Cowboys kind of caught a break here, although maybe a safety would have been better because the Lions ended up getting great field position after the punts. So it might not have been that bad if it was a safety, but it was obviously overturned. Then there was an offsides on the Cowboys that wasn't called, and then late in the game,
there was the offside. The offsides one, I couldn't get. I said, no, they kept saying, no, the guy snapped it before. I'm like, no, that guy's offsides.
Yeah, I thought he was offsides too. I mean, there's, Herb Street on the broadcast was like, maybe he wasn't. I don't know. And then obviously late in the game, very controversial. I don't even want to say controversial. Very awful offensive pass interference call on Jake Ferguson as the Cowboys are driving to try to make it a 3-point game. That was on a 3rd down in the red zone. And Dallas ended up having to settle for a field goal. I don't know if it would have mattered because the Cowboys couldn't get a stop on defense. But
they kicked a lot of field goals last night.
Right. They did settle for some field goals, especially early on. I wish Shoddy was a little bit more aggressive, right? He had more faith in his defense than I did, I guess.
Yeah, he was trying to play a defensive game a little bit last night. I'm like, no, this offense is too good for your guys, dude. You need to score some points here.
You needed touchdowns. You didn't need points. Yeah. You needed touchdowns. And hindsight's obviously 2020, but I didn't feel like a game at any point where 3 was going to be enough. No. And tough one for Dallas. So the Cowboys fall to 6-6-1 on the year. They're 2-5 on the road. That's what's done them in. Again, I know the Lions are a pretty good football team. And we know they were the 1 seed in the NFC last year. So losing at Detroit, not a horrible, horrible loss. But the Cowboys have just really, really struggled outside of Arlington this year. And, we're talking about them making a miracle push to the playoffs. Probably not going to happen. They need Philly to just completely choke to have any chance to get in. But the Cowboys' easy schedule, and they do have 2 road games left. It's at Washington and at the Giants. But considering the way this team has played on the road this year, they might not win those.
Ooh.
I know. So there you go. There's life as a Cowboys fan right there. You get some hope. You get some confidence. 3-game win streak.
Just get a good draft pick. Just get yourself another good offensive lineman and quit messing around with trying to get to the playoffs.
Well, they got 2 draft picks, but neither of them will be that good because, the other one's Green Bay, and they're awesome. So, yeah, you're maybe rooting against the Cowboys for your draft pick, and you're definitely rooting against the Packers for
for sure
their draft pick. But linebacker is the number 1 need for Dallas, but they do have 2 firsts, and odds are you're probably right. One of those will be spent on an offensive line.
No, it will be. One of those first-round picks will be spent on some kid from Bama or Georgia.
Can they just take like all defense, please?
No, they won't do that.
No, they won't do that.
And then they're going to find a way to pay Pickens because they're going to pay him. But that's going to be, that's going to be stretched out till August.
Maybe negotiate with him today because he sucked last night.
Yeah, today would be the best day to negotiate with him. You're right.
The last month, George Pickens' value has just shot up, but last night, straight down the
Man,
roller coaster.
I can't believe some of the routes that he ran. He wasn't interested at all.
No, and Dak's like yelling at him like, dude, like, what are we doing? This is a huge game. We need you to care. Can you care, please? And that's the knock on George Pickens, right? I mean, look, he's having a hell of a year. Even with last night's game, he's been great. It was a great trade by Jerry Jones to this point. But the knock on Pickens has never been about ability. It's been about up here.
Yes.
And last night we saw some of the up here not be there. So that's the risk. He's a wide receiver, man. He's a great wide receiver. That's how it goes with them.
But he's a receiver.
Yep. That's those guys are divas, and Pickens is no exception.
No doubt, man.
All right. So we'll take your thoughts. The Cowboys lose to the Lions 44-30, the final score. I think the Cowboys have an 8 or 9% chance to still make the playoffs. But again, they got to win out, and they need a lot of help around the league. So odds are very, very slim.
All right. I need to ask you a question
before
we move on. I wasn't with you yesterday. Anything happened in recruiting that surprise, not surprise for the Horns over the course of signing day on Wednesday? Anything that any drama?
Trying to think. They got a flip Tuesday night that we talked about on Wednesday.
Yeah.
They did lose a couple of defensive line commits on Wednesday.
Ooh.
One of them was expected, Rodney Cleveland flipping to North Carolina. That the writing had been on the wall for that one for honestly a couple of weeks. The other one, Corey Wells, last minute flipping to Auburn, a little less known. Auburn came in with the big money NIL deal, and Texas wasn't willing to match. So that happened. So that was a little bit disappointing. So, I mean, I guess that no major fireworks, especially in Texas's favor on Wednesday or on Thursday. The early signing period ends tonight, so maybe we'll get something today. Obviously, there will be a few recruits who don't sign in the early window and will wait till February, but it's a few nowadays. I mean, the early signing period is just kind of taken over. So, no, not really. I mean, there's one 5-star receiver, Chris Henry Jr., the number one receiver in this class, who had been committed to Ohio State since like the summer of 23.
Wow.
And once Brian Hartline took the head coaching job at South Florida, he opened up his commitment, and Texas was trying to get in the mix. The Longhorns came in with a big NIL deal, and it doesn't feel like Texas is going to get it. It feels like Oregon and Ohio State are the two teams in this one right now.
Texas in the Big Ten, huh?
Distant number 3rd. Yeah. I mean, he, again, was committed to Ohio State forever. He's got family from Ohio. He has a great relationship with Dan Lanning, and, Oregon has a ton of NIL money that they've been willing to throw around. So Texas does too, but those other schools have had longer standing relationships with him.
Sure. Okay.
I don't think the Horns are going to get it. So, Steve Sarkisian and Brandon Harris both kind of hinted to Texas not being done. Really, they explicitly said that Texas might not be done. So maybe there's something coming down to Pike today. Josiah Villamel, a 3-star defensive back, is a guy who has not committed yet. At least I don't think he has committed yet. That's a guy that Texas is kind of in the mix for, but yeah, nothing too over the top, I don't think. So now we kind of wait and see what the portal will hold.
Sure.
For Texas. The portal doesn't open up until January 2nd, but teams are hard at work.
Oh, they are hard at work now, brother.
Yeah,
the kids that are going home, even if they're in bowl games or before they come back for bowl practices or championship play, they are on the phone with them.
Oh, the tampering period is well underway.
Oh my God.
Well, am I allowed to say that? Is that?
No, you can say it because that's what it is.
Tampering's illegal, so maybe I shouldn't say that. But no, everyone's doing it, kids. So you should too. Everyone's doing it. We're tampering out there.
They're just making phone calls, wishing them a happy holiday.
Right. And look, contract negotiations are going on right now. Yes, we're still talking about college football. Yes, I said contract negotiations. They're going on with guys currently on the Texas roster. Obviously, exit interviews are happening this month for Texas as well.
Sure.
So, we're all going to be focused on, okay, who's Texas bringing in? Who's Texas bringing in? Texas is going to lose some guys too. And obviously some guys to the NFL, but also some other guys who have been maybe key pieces or at least depth guys on this roster the last couple of seasons. So, yeah, there's no unlimited monies to go around.
No.
All that stuff is going on too. So, plenty of rumors out there, and we will see what happens. So, we can get into that a little bit more from the week for Texas. Steve Sarkisian did talk a little bit about Texas's transfer portal strategy, and he mentioned a couple of positions that the Longhorns could be going after. So we could get to that in a moment. But before we shift gears and talk about the Longhorns, Buck, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks at Sue Patrick have an incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and more. They have tons of Texas-themed gifts and items there, books, everything that you'd like to have for the holidays or get out for the holidays, and a wide variety of men's and women's clothing for sure. All those wonderful polos that they have, hats, they've got them all, long sleeve, short sleeve, in all sizes. They offer free shipping on online orders, $59 or more, free curbside pickup, and plenty of parking space at 5222 Burnett Road. Spaces galore there. So if you're looking to do some of your holiday shopping, do it at Sue Patrick's for sure. Jelly cats are available for you. I think Jay said the big cloud is still hanging out there with the little feet. Love the little, it's gone. Gone? I can't hear. Oh, there you go.
Jay texted me yesterday. The $1,000 cloud has sold.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my poor little granddaughter.
Oh, you weren't going to spend that much on her. You don't love her that much.
I love her so much. Oh, my goodness. Oh, now I'll have to get her a little Polaroid camera or something. That's too bad. But they got plenty of parking space there. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com, folks.
I have to get her some laundry detergent instead.
Yeah, I can get her some Tyler Perry.
Oh, my God. Start me
Perry
on.
Ellis detergent or something.
Perry Ellis. Shout out to Sue Patrick. Shout out to CentexTickets.com. Also, a shout out to the Texas women's basketball team.
Yeah.
We're going to intertwine this with a Sue Patrick and Centex Tickets read. The Texas women's team ran away from 11th ranked North Carolina at
It was
Moody
tight
Center
early. I was watching the game.
Yeah, fun game. Yeah, Texas was actually down by, I think, 5 after the first quarter. But from that moment on, they turned it on. The Longhorns outscored UNC 23-10 in the second to take an 8-point lead into halftime. And at one point, they led by as many as 24 in the second half. So it really wasn't very close down the stretch. The number 2 Longhorns stay unblemished. Big win in the SEC ACC Challenge, again, over an 11th ranked UNC team. So shout out to Texas women's basketball, and shout out to Texas volleyball. NCAA tournament play begins tonight at Gregory Gym. Texas taking on FAMU, Buck.
There you go. The band coming?
I don't think the band's coming for volleyball.
No.
I wouldn't hate it, and the folks in attendance wouldn't hate it.
Yeah.
But, hey, we bring that up to say if you want to attend any Texas volleyball tournament game, remember the first couple of rounds are here in Austin. If you want to go to any Texas women's or men's basketball game, go support the women. They're better. Centex Tickets has you covered. Any sporting event, any concert, comedy shows, any live event coming anywhere in the country, Centex Tickets has you covered. Don't forget the promo code Centex10. You type that in at checkout, you're going to get 10% off from Centex Tickets, Buck.
Love it, folks. Our good friends over at the League Kitchen and Tavern with their 4 great locations, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Cave, and Avery Ranch. Lonnie's famous eggnog, along with Lonnie's famous fried chicken and the Nashville spicy chicken. How about the eggnog? I bet you he spices that thing up all right for you. Wow. And also the great chef specials there. Steakhouse Burger is their special burger of the month. Chef's specials are shrimp cocktail, steakhouse wedge salad. How's that? And a classic sundae. I'll be over there to give myself a classic sundae this weekend. Wife's out of town, so time to ice cream it up while she's out of town for sure. Austin owned and operated since 2011. Love the folks over at the League Kitchen and Tavern. Once again, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Cave, and Avery Ranch.
Shrimp cocktail. I like how you said that right there.
Yeah.
Emphasis on the tail. That's good stuff. And hey, talking about the holidays with that eggnog, how about Humbug holiday lighting?
There you go.
Get those lights up, but Don't do it yourself. Do it with Humbug Holiday Lighting. Let them take care of everything for you. Don't get on a ladder. Don't deal with having to store those lights in your attic every year. Let the pros at Humbug handle everything from start to finish. They specialize in custom design, installation, maintenance, takedown, and storage. They literally handle everything so you can enjoy a stress-free holiday season. They're the best at what they do. Professional installation, full season maintenance, off-season storage. They've got everything. If you just want a pretty basic design, they could do it. If you want to be like a movie on the Hallmark Channel that the Buck watches, they could do it as well. It's 100% turnkey. Again, they handle everything, so you get all of the magic without any of the hassle, and they've got their client happiness promise as well. If you're not happy, they will make it right. Right now, they're offering 20% off installations for TSU listeners. All you have to do is go to humbuglights.com and enter the promo code TSU20, or you could shoot them a text at 512-222-1820. Mention that promo code, and you will get 20% off from our friends at Humbug Holiday Lighting.
See, CB's got his gift card from Jay over at Super. He's ready. Hey, CB, whatever you find in the magazine, believe me, they'll have it to you in a hurry. It'll get there unless the PPs are out. The porch pirates are out, BK, in my neighborhood. A deal went around that porch pirating is at its best right now. So if you guys have UPS truck deliveries and you don't have something to put it in and lock it up, which you can't, it's hard to lock it up for them to lock it up. But the porch pirates, if you leave stuff by the gate, these ass clowns are out there stealing stuff already, these thieves.
The PPs are back.
Yeah, they're back.
Yeah, 'tis the season, right? Everybody's shopping right now. You got the Black Friday, Cyber Monday, into the holidays. Yeah.
And it's tough because I feel bad for I shouldn't feel bad for the Amazon folks, but sometimes they'll try to want to put it on the other side of the fence. You got a dog and if you lay stuff on the other side of my fence, my dog will tear that crap apart. So we got a box to put in. I'm not telling you my secrets, you PPs. I know what you're doing. Yeah. You're listening. You're thinking, yeah, Buck's telling us all the secrets on how to put your stuff there. We'll figure that out.
What's your address too?
I'm not giving that out either. No.
Yeah, you're telling people how to steal your package. You don't want to do that. Protect your package, kids.
Yeah, I always want to tell guys, hey, when I see the Amazon guy, I always say, hey, leave it at the bottom gate. Throw it over. Maybe the dog won't. What if there's breakables in there? I'm like, well, you can't come on this property because this dog will go berserk. Yeah. And if you leave it there and if he kind of sees you messing around when you drop it over, he's then going to get curious and want to tear that thing apart. But if it's just there, he won't come over unless it's food. You know what I'm saying? If you just slide it over on the other side, But this dude sees everything. He sees every car that comes up the damn street. Stupid dog.
That's good. You got a guard dog. Isn't that what you want?
I guess.
Yeah, it's intimidating. He's going to scare
I want that dog to take names of these porch pirates. That's what I want. Get their names for me. Yeah, bark out their names.
Dog's going to start having a conversation. Hello. Before you steal my owner's package, please leave your name and phone number.
Yeah, leave your name and number. I get my dude will get to you later.
Yeah, sure he will.
So please be careful out there. I know you people, this is tough. You get all these gifts that you spend your 2 minutes on Amazon trying to get to, and then they mail it off to you. But these guys and gals, whoever they are out, and they're out. Hey, they are out all over the place here.
Yep. That's what they do, man. And hey, they don't have to shop for the holidays. They just walk around and steal stuff. It's good business if you can get it.
I suggest don't put any money in a card and send it off. I'm the rightful dope of that. Always putting money in a card to send it like to my grandkids. No, we haven't received it yet. No, it's now 2 months. We haven't received. No, we didn't get it yet.
Oh, no, they got it. They just want you to send another.
No way. No, my daughter would not do that to me.
Come on. That's smart kidding right there.
I have it to the point now that for my grandkids, if they want anything from me, they have to send me a handwritten letter. You ought to see that stuff where they're not taught how to write. It is like, wow.
Hey, Grandpa, can you send me $500, please? That's all it takes, and you send the money?
No. They've got to give me a little story that's going on in their lives, or or what happened at school. And they're doing a really good job of it. But man, I feel my daughter says, Dad, they don't do that in school. They're not writing out anything. Now, if you like for them to hit you on your email, they'll talk to you all day long on the email like they do on their little phones. I'm like, my God.
Is that a thing? Like kids aren't learning handwriting anymore?
No, they don't learn how to. No, they don't
What?
punctuation, handwriting, capitalization and stuff. They don't know any of that. They just get on the computer and start punching stuff out.
Just have AI do it for them, I guess, huh?
Yeah, or talk and say what they want, and somebody else will type it out for them.
You got to be.
But mine's they've done a good job. You know, you got a little. Don't you have a little niece soon, eventually, that you're going to want for old Uncle BK? You're going to want somebody to type something out. They're going to be typing that up, but you're used to that yourself.
And the only thing I'm teaching that kid how to do is how to drink. Everything else, my sister and brother-in-law have that taken care of.
Yeah, they got to do the rest of it.
Yeah. That's on them, the handwriting stuff. But I'll take the fun stuff, you know.
Oh yeah, of course. That's what uncles always do.
Yeah, the funkle or the drunkle, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
that's what I'll be.
The guy.
Oh my God! All right, we'll take your thoughts on anything we're talking about. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. You know, Steve Sarkisian had a press conference on National Signing Day a couple of days ago, and we'll play some sound from it. But he did mention a couple of portal needs that Texas has, which surprised me a little bit. I kind of felt like, you know, when Sark was asked, hey, what areas do you think you need to address in the transfer portal? I figured he would just kind of say like, we're coming up with a plan. We'll figure it out. And by the time the portal opens on January 2nd, we'll know what we want to do. But instead, I mean, Sark mentioned a few positions. He said offensive line. He said interior defensive line. He said potentially a linebacker, potentially something in the secondary, potentially a running back. So Steve Sarkisian kind of laying out at least what he is thinking that Texas needs to do in the transfer portal. And I would say remove potentially from some of those positions, but I kind of like where his head's at right now, Buck.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, and of course I have a camera at the gate. Just takes too long to get the film developed.
What?
Somebody was asking me, don't you have a camera at your gate? I'm like, yeah, I do. But getting that film developed is tough.
What do you have, a disposable camera there?
And they move too quick. They don't care. You think they really care that there's a camera at the gate when they're stealing packages?
Yeah, they're not revealing their face, right? They probably got a ski mask on.
And they're moving at the speed of light, it looks like.
Well, compared to the way you walk, everybody moves at the speed of light.
They're not like George Pickens. They don't drop any packages.
No, better than the Cowboys receivers.
Yes.
No Ryan Wingo stuff going on with the Porch Pirates.
Hell no, man. They're professionals.
Now, your thoughts on those areas for Texas? That kind of fall in line with what you're thinking?
Definitely an offensive lineman with some experience, or two, or three. I'll stop at if there's three, because you're not going to get three really, really good ones. But if you can get two good ones, yes. A running back for sure, another wide receiver, and one more in the secondary would be plenty for me.
Yeah. I think the offensive line, again, as we've talked about it, is priority number one. And, you know, Sark talked about the Longhorns going out and getting 5 defensive linemen from the portal last year. And he talked about just, you know, we didn't have the numbers. Like, we didn't have a choice. We had to bring in that many defensive linemen because of everything we lost after the 2024 season. He basically said, like, it's not so much about the quantity that we get on the offensive line this year. It's more about the quality.
That's for sure.
That we get. I think it's about both, honestly. Like, yeah, quality is more important because you need some starters, right? You don't just need some backups there. You need guys who can legitimately be plug-and-play starters from game one in 2026. But, I mean, I didn't really see anything from the backups on Texas's offensive line this year that lead me to believe that.
Yeah, you can't just slot those guys in somewhere either.
Right. And the good news is it sounds like Trevor Goosby is leaning towards coming back. Until that's official, I'll be a little nervous about that. But, you know, Brandon Baker's back at right tackle. Those guys are good players, Goosby especially. So your tackles are set. Those guys are more expensive in the portal. Not having to spend on a starting tackle is great news. But your 3 guys on the inside, they might all be gone. 2 of them have to be gone. And you look at like Nick Brooks and Connor Stroh and Neto and some of the other guys who played at guard this year for Texas, Bucky, they didn't do anything to me that leads me to think that, like, oh, Texas will be just fine if those are the guys.
No, we kept asking, where are those guys during the year?
Right.
Yeah, and eventually you're going to have to start getting some depth on that line, like you say, anyway, for not just next year, but the years to come. You're going to need some depth guys. So whether they're here for 2 years or 3 years or whatever, you need more than just the quality of player. Next year, you need the quality because you're going to have this quarterback back for another year. You need the quality guys that can start and come in here and play. If the other guys aren't, that they haven't gotten any better.
Yeah,
but I don't know if they make a big jump from what they were, from what we saw, to getting really better.
Right. That's the thing. It's like guys can obviously progress and develop, but you know, you don't want to just hope that that happens, especially with your starters, right? Like you got to make sure, like you said, you have 1 year left of Arch Manning, who I think we now all believe is a very, very good quarterback. You don't want to waste that. You don't want to have him running for his life again next season, and you don't want to have no run game to speak of again next season. So getting the big uglies up front figured out, that matters. So yeah, I think you need quality and I think you need quantity. And you got guys like Daniel Cruz and Nate Kibble. But again, this might be like glass half empty by me. But if those guys weren't good enough to play this year with how bad the interior of the O-line was, I'm just assuming, what happens when you assuming, but I'm just assuming that they're not going to ever be super quality Texas level players.
They will be nice backups just for a series or two or one.
Right. So that's, again, I've said it before. I'll keep saying it. I think Texas needs to get like 4 or 5 offensive linemen in the portal this year. And again, most of them are on the interior, so that's not as expensive. I'll also mention on the outside that, you know, Andre Kojo, who was Texas's 3rd tackle, remember, he got hurt before the year even started. So he'll be back next season. That hopefully gives you some depth there as a 3rd tackle. But yeah, the inside of the offensive line, it's quality and quantity, I think, Coach.
Yeah.
That you need there. And, you know, when Sark's saying like potentially a linebacker, potentially a running back, potentially something in the secondary, I think he's like walking a tightrope like Stevie Ray, where he doesn't want to say, yeah, we need somebody from the portal, because he's still trying to like convince some of his current players to come back, you know? Like Anthony Hill, if you come back, we won't need a linebacker from the portal. Hey, Jelani McDonald.
And Anthony Hill doesn't give a rat's ass if you bring somebody. That's not going to bother him.
Right. And Anthony Hill's gone. I don't think it matters what Steve Sarkisian is doing there. You know, some of it I think is for NFL guys, like a guy like Jelani McDonald. You know, we potentially need a defensive back, but I don't want to say we do because we're trying to keep Jelani McDonald here for another season. And we're trying to keep Trey Wisner here for another season. So part of it's that, and part of it is some of your fringe guys that you don't want to lose. You don't want to say, oh, no, we definitely need a defensive back, because then if you're a young defensive back on the Texas roster, you're like, well, shit, I guess I'm not going to be playing next year, so I'm going to leave. So I think part of it is a little gamesmanship, if you will.
Yeah, because you can't scare off your own guys. You're right. And some of those, and even the ones at this level get scared because they want it the easy way. They want to know that they're just the next guy up.
Right. Exactly. Like you don't want to tell your underclassmen that, no, we're going to bring in somebody at your position who's going to take your spot on your roster, and you're going to have to sit on the bench.
Now, the dude that came here a couple years ago from Wake Forest, did he make it in the NFL? Is he still with the team? Is he on a roster?
Gavin Holmes?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
He went somewhere as a free agent, I believe. Did he not?
Or I think so.
Yeah, I think he still may be on a team.
I just Googled his name. I wasn't expecting that ask this morning. Gavin Holmes
is working at his local HEB.
I don't know. Like it says Detroit Lions cornerback. Maybe he's on the practice squad. He has no stats to speak of in his NFL career. So yeah, it says he's on the Lions, but again, it seems like a practice squad guy, if anything. But yeah, he was undrafted coming out of the league. What makes you ask about him?
I was just saying, I mean, that was one of those guys that hung around. They went and got. He
Mm.
never really. He was just okay.
Yeah, I mean, you don't hit on all of them. And like Gavin
No.
Holmes wasn't expected to come in here and be like Manny Muhammad type where, hey, we
No.
just got ourselves a number one corner. He was just kind of a depth piece, and he rotated a couple of years ago.
And you knew he came out of that when he came from Wake Forest. They had a couple really talented wide receivers, so they threw the ball. He saw a lot of passes at him, whether it be practice games with that. They had such a throwing offense the year he came out.
Right, for
that
sure.
He may have been able to help, and he was just a guy.
Yeah, he's just a guy. And look, you don't hit on every single transfer portal
No.
pickup. That's why quantity matters too. And obviously the quality is great. You'd love to just go get, I don't know, 8, 9 guys from the portal and all of them are starters. It's like, that's a great portal haul. But no, you gotta get like double-digit guys and then hope that you could find, 6, 7, 8. 6,
Yeah,
7.
there's some guys that the other place don't want either.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, and it's hard, like I said, when you're looking to get. They have to be stars at wherever they are when you go running back and wide receiver. Wherever they came from, they can't be, oh, this guy was a nice backup. No, thank you.
Those are the two position rooms that I'm most fascinated to see what happens, right? Like we know the offensive line room is going to look vastly different next year.
Sure.
We know certain parts of the team are going to look very different next year, but every running back and every wide receiver on scholarship at the University of Texas can return next year.
Right.
There are no seniors. So everybody who played those positions can come back next year. Now, they won't all come back next year. The question is who stays, who goes, and who does Texas say, maybe you should go? And who does Texas say, we got to pony up a pretty big NIL offer to make sure that you don't go?
Yeah, well, in the running back room, the guy who starts is the only one that I'd be going, I need you to stick around. If you're not thinking about NFL, stick around for another year. I think we can help you out, and I think you can help us out. From that point on, see ya. Maybe the freshmen I still would like to be able to work with, but the rest of those guys, it would be like, I'll wherever they come from, I could help them to become better than what I saw.
Yeah, and our own Chip Brown reported earlier this week that Trey Wisner is seriously contemplating going pro, which
I could see that.
I don't think that's a great decision. I think he could use another year of college football. I think he could improve his draft stock with another year of college football.
Sure.
But the ultimate equalizer is the position that he plays and just the amount of snaps that a running back can take. We know that position wears out earlier than any other. So I think I would love Trey Wisner to learn from Jaden Blue, honestly. Like I know Jaden Blue got drafted, but Jaden Blue does not play at all for the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, he's a healthy scratch every single week. So do you want that? Is that better than?
No, it's better to go out having 1,000. It's better to go out having 1,000-yard rushing season than a 500-yard rushing season.
Yeah, that's my thought too. It's like if Trey Wisner had another 1,000-yard season in 25, I'd be like, dude, thank you for everything. We'd love to have you back, but you probably should go. I think Wisner probably should return, don't you?
Yeah, well, yeah, they're going to check out what kind of injury is this little hamstring thing that keeps popping up. Is this because you can't have that in the NFL with your running backs? Those guys spend more time in the tub than with the club, So that's one that they're going to really investigate with him. And if that's just a one-time deal where he's had a little hamstring pull or a little knee issue without surgery, they're going to say, okay. But if that's something that seems to be chronic and they check it out and he's had it a couple of times during his career, they're really going to be skeptical of what they should do with him. That's so fair. It'd be nice to have a full healthy season. It's hard to do, but sure would be nice for him.
Yeah, I agree. And, Wisner's been healthy for the most part of his Texas career, but yeah, that hamstring injury early in the season, not good. And, I'm thinking like
Sark can really help him with his pass catching skills, I believe.
Yeah.
I mean, if he goes in and says, I really want to work at this, coach, I want to really be a part of the passing game. And he shows, springtime that he's gotten a little bit better. And then into the fall, he can really help himself out in the NFL if he can catch the ball even better.
It's interesting. Last year, Trey Wisner had 44 receptions out of the backfield, which is like very high number. Yeah. This year, half of that, 22. So again,
half the yardage and half the catches.
Missed a few games with the injury. Yeah, last year 311 receiving yards. This year 146 receiving yards. So yeah, half the yards and half the catches out of the backfield.
That's not a good way to go out. That's not smart.
No, exactly.
I mean, if that's what you want to make your career in, that's not leaving on a good note.
Right. I'm with you. Yeah, I think it would behoove Trey Wisner to come back for one more year. But again, like, don't shoot the messenger here. The reporting is that he is seriously contemplating going pro. Despite he knows the year he just had. Despite all of that, he is very much weighing his options right now. Outside of him at running back, yeah, like the only running back, Buck, that I think is guaranteed to be on the Longhorns roster next year, besides the two freshmen who just signed, is James Simon, the freshman from this year. Like, we know Jared Gibson's gone. Ricky Stewart apparently hasn't been with the team for the last month or two. He was the other signee from last year's class. I think he's definitely gone. And then CJ Baxter. Like, I don't know what CJ Baxter's going to do, man. Because I fully expect, regardless of if Trey Wisner goes, that Texas is going to bring in a running back from the portal. Yes. If Wisner comes back, you'll have portal guy, Wisner. So at best, CJ Baxter is your number 3. At best, maybe James Simon and Derek Cooper are ahead of him.
Yeah, one of the incoming freshmen and one of the freshmen that were here last year would be my backup behind Trey Wisner. CJ Baxter, I would already be saying, hey, if you have a place that you'd like to go to, you can go ahead.
Yeah.
You know, we're not trying to throw you out or tell you to leave, but if there's a place that you really feel more comfortable and they want you, wish we could make a trade, but that's all right. Well, I mean, I'd have a true freshman or Simon ready to play by next year. By next football season,
yeah.
What the hell are you recruiting here if you don't have them? Especially the freshman, it's time for that guy. He didn't get any run as it was, and he's the one that had, you know, when you watched him, had the most juice that we really never saw.
Right.
Never got a chance to see. I still don't understand that, unless he couldn't protect the passer.
Yeah, those were the rumors about James Simon. And
if he couldn't protect the passer, then the guy who coached him ought to be at North Texas this week.
Well, here's the deal. I mean, we've seen it from Sark. He doesn't trust young guys on offense as much as Pete Kwiatkowski trusts young guys on defense.
Better start trusting the ones that can win the game against Georgia and Ohio State.
Right. Well, that'd be nice. I don't know if James Simon is the difference in either of those games, but I would have liked to see more of him than what CJ Baxter turned into. Because, I mean, he's just, love the kid, well respected in the locker room, but that's not your goal. You're rolling your eyes like you're trying to win a national championship. You need players who can help win you that. And I don't
think give him a bouquet. You can send him a bouquet of flowers wherever he is if you like to once a week.
Right.
If that's what you're trying to do. That's nice.
Right.
That's not what we're trying to do here. We're trying to get you need a star running back at Texas. And you should have one. It's Texas. It doesn't make any sense.
Right. Well, look, go look at what Missouri did this year. Go getting Ahmad Hardy. Right. I mean, you could find running backs from lower levels who make a big impact for you.
I think they're doing more than we say they're doing in their minds mentally when it comes to this. And,
I'm saying they're doing a lot. I think they're doing a lot.
Number one is they have to keep Trey Wisner here.
That's not number one. Number one is they have to bring in a transfer. To me, that is more important than keeping Trey Wisner here. Love Trey Wisner, but I don't think he's a difference maker. I think he's very good in rivalry games. I mean, he turns into freaking Barry Sanders out there. But priority number one is getting somebody better than Trey Wisner if that guy is out there.
Yeah, that will. Yeah, I mean, it'd have to be an exceptional, really runner. I mean, it couldn't be just, he did nice at Pittsburgh or he did nice at, Bowling Green or something. But that's not to jump up to this level. He's got to be really exceptional, especially with what we see from the offensive line. And it can take you a little bit of time.
Right. Yeah, you never know. You never know. I keep bringing up Ahmad Hardy. That guy had 1,300 yards at ULM his freshman year. Right. It's okay, he's going to the SEC now. Is he going to be good? We'd like for him to be good, but he's going from the Fun Belt to the SEC.
Yeah.
What did he do this year? 1,560 yards and 16 touchdowns.
Yeah, and I'd like to know that your evaluation of the ones that are here are that in the following year, whether it's the freshman or Clark, that you truly, understand that those guys are either good or they're not, and quit jacking around with them.
Right.
They got to be good. If you bring them out of high school, that's a hit or miss as a freshman anyway. But by their sophomore year, dude, if they're just kind of hanging around and are the third string running back, you then need to start moving along there. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And I think there are a few guys in the Texas running back room. I mean, that's what happened with Jarrett Gibson in the middle of the season. It's like he had been there it was year 2 for him.
Yes.
But he saw that there wasn't really a clear path to getting a lot of playing time. So he dipped. And that might be what CJ Baxter does. That might be what Christian Clark does. I don't know. I just don't know. But again, there's like one running back that I am confidently saying will be back from 2025, and that's James Simon. The other guys could be back. They could all be back. I don't think they will all be back. But there could be a lot of turnover.
If they're all back, there's no help there. If besides the starter, all the rest of them are back. That's kind of scary, and not the freshmen. The in-between guys.
If they're all back, and you add a transfer, then I'll
okay.
live.
Then yeah. If you had a nice transfer, and they all decided I'm going to compete, well, good luck to you.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I don't know how many of them are going.
But like I said, Sarg knows what good running backs look like, and
for sure,
Jared Gibson, the fullback, and all that other stuff. That was time. It was time for him to go. And as much as they love CJ Baxter, if that guy if he's an ambassador, or then put a banner on his shoulder or something and say, this is an ambassador for the football team, that's great. But if he can't help your football team out, and you're still waiting. But once again, I would say, BK, you'll know by the spring with him. You should have known already.
Yeah.
But by the spring, you don't have anything past the spring for him. Because if he shows nothing in the spring, he's not showing anything in the summertime that's going to tell you he's ready to get back to the way he was.
Right. Exactly. Well, I think they got rid of the spring portal window. Don't forget that. So
yes.
there's one portal window in January, and it's not going to be like last year where, guys.
Oh yeah. Up until the last day. Yes.
You won't have spring ball to like the side. And that's why these exit interviews going on right now. Like the decisions have to be made right now by the coaching staff. Do we tell this guy we really want him back? Do we pay this guy what we need to keep him back? Or is it, hey, man?
Yeah, that's one of the things when you get guys like CJ Baxter that you paid some good coin as a freshman and played well, and then they want him back. They love that guy. There's certain things about certain people that you just want them in your program, and that's nice if they didn't take up room in your program,
Yeah, and I think with Baxter, look, it's a two-way street. Like, he might love Texas. His girlfriend is at Texas. He might love the university, want to get his degree here and be a Longhorn for life. But he also might want to go play.
And I would think most of them would like to go play somewhere.
Yeah. And if that's his number one goal, then it's probably best to do that elsewhere.
Yeah, and in the day of NIL, your money one year isn't the same as you get the next year possibly too.
Exactly. So we'll take your thoughts. We can get to the wide receiver room too, because that's another group where I'm just kind of curious what happens, because I don't think everybody who was here this year is going to be here next year. So we'll talk more about
think in that, BK, you just go find a difference maker, period. You don't need a backup. You don't need a number 3. You need somebody to compete with the number 1. And if you have to pay outrageous money to, that's a position I think in this offense with this particular quarterback that you have to do.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's talk about that a little bit more in a moment. But before we dive back into the horns, how about another round of sponsor shout outs?
Folks, Woods Comfort Systems, close to 70 years in Central Texas. They have been getting it done. It's a cold morning this morning, and hopefully your heater popped on the way it was supposed to be. No soot coming out, no mess coming out of the basement or upstairs. Folks, it's what you want. And Woods Comfort Systems is exactly what you need when it comes to heating. They do a fantastic job with air conditioning systems, making sure that the filters are clean and ready to go. And as I said, for close to 70 years in Central Texas, I saw a couple of Woods Comfort Systems. I saw a couple of trucks out on the road yesterday. If you're having problems, they are the ones you want to call for sure. And when it comes to plumbing, they are involved in plumbing also. For, as I said, close to 70 years in Central Texas, Woods Comfort Systems, nobody does it better.
No, they do not. woodscomfortsystems.com, or you can give them a call, 512-842-5066. Now, a word from our great friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Folks, heal and recover, work smarter, sleep reimagined, and live pain-free with Relax the Back. In BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods in the North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
You know, today is National Back Friday.
Oh, boy.
Last week was Black Friday. Congrats. This week is National Back Friday. So take care of your back.
That's for sure.
Let's relax the back.
Be careful out here with this weather and make sure you're nice and warmed up before you go outside, start doing some yard work, thinking, oh, it's a great time. It's just that right temperature that I can get out there with my hoodie on and do it. No, make sure that you're loose and ready to go. Don't start picking up a bunch of stuff that you shouldn't be doing. And for all you ones that have these, like I have a system that you have to have these salt pellets, BK, these 45-pound bags that you pick up. Dude, be careful picking those up. Those things are heavy. I go in there like I'm getting 7 bags of salt, and I go to wherever I pick them up, put them in my car, thinking that not a big deal. If there's a young dude around, say, hey, you over there, here's a 5 spot. Come over here and help me with this. And they'll do it. Kids are incredible. Some kids will, you work at Home Depot, Lowe's or whatever. I don't know if people tip those. I tip those guys. I said, if you come over to my car, unload these bags in there, here's $5, $10. Go get yourself lunch. And I generally give them a $10 spot. Those kids get excited because they're not used to that stuff. And it's worth it, boy. It's worth it for your back every time.
And they're like, what is this? What is this?
Why are there what's flying out of that?
Why is there a president on this like white and green piece of paper?
I give it to them, yeah.
I'm surprised they know what cash is. I figured they'd be like, yeah, I take Venmo.
I've tried to do that at Costco, but at Costco, they said we can't take money from you. I'm like,
they don't do cash at Costco?
Well, if somebody goes out within they'll always ask you, do you need a little help? They won't, you try to give them money, they won't take money from you.
You're trying to shove another Costco bagger in the back of your car.
Oh, that's HEB. I only work at HEB for that.
You're right. You only kidnap HEB employees. My fault.
Yeah, I don't do baggers from Costco.
Oh, God. Well, hey, if you are doing some yard work outside today, it's a little chilly. You could grab a jacket, or you could put on an Altstadt Beer jacket.
There you go.
Now we're talking. Love the Altstadt Beer. I will be drinking some Altstadt this weekend for sure. Conference championship weekend. I'll be drinking my sorrows away with the fact that Texas is not participating. But also, look, watching football all weekend long. There's no better beer to pair with your football watching than Altstadt. As the Buck mentioned, it should be a gorgeous weekend. A little chilly today, but tomorrow and Sunday will be really nice. If you're looking for something to do, no Longhorn game, how about a trip down to the Altstadt Brewery in Fredericksburg? It's a gorgeous drive to get down there, right in the heart of the Central Texas Hill Country. They've got so much to do. Outdoor beer garden, indoor area, live music, German-style restaurant whipping up all sorts of European-style cuisine from a former Michelin star chef. And most importantly, you get all of the samples of Altstadt beer that your heart desires. Go to their website, altstadtbeer.com, for more information and to plan your next trip. And if you can't make it out there, hey, make sure you enjoy your Altstadt beer all weekend long. And please remember to enjoy it responsibly. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Yes, indeed.
All right, talking more about Texas and their transfer portal needs following what Steve Sarkisian told us at his National Signing Day presser on Wednesday. We talked about the running back room, Buck, the wide receiver room. And this is a fascinating one because this is another area where everybody who is on Texas's roster this year could be on Texas's roster next year. No seniors, nobody out of eligibility in that room. But it's another playing time debate. Right? I mean, this year you kind of had a core 4, if you will, with Wingo, Moore, Mosley, and Livingston. Those were your guys who played. All of those guys could come back. But you also have a bunch of talented players, at least guys I think are talented players. We didn't see much of them this year.
Yeah, well, all the reports are it was the best receiving group in high school football that came out that Texas ended up with last year. Yeah, you think one of those guys would pop up next year.
Exactly. Like we didn't see much of them this year, but Texas brought in four or five-star receivers in the class of 2025. And I think Dalen McCutcheon is the only guy who played in enough games to not redshirt.
Now, that's the group you have to worry about, BK, saying, I'm out of here.
Right. So I wonder, I think a lot of what happens in the Texas wide receiver room is going to determine how much money is spent on certain guys. Right. So, but going back to your point, I wonder how aggressive Texas will be in pursuit of a wide receiver because of everything. Like those freshmen, just because they're freshmen and they're not transfer guys, they're not free. You had to pay a lot to bring those guys in here. So you've got a lot invested in that room already. And you just say, yeah, we're good. We've got enough guys coming back. We've got enough guys coming up. We'd rather spend our resources somewhere else than at wide receiver.
But once again, I will trust that the coaches understand that no matter what stars they are listed under, if they truly are good enough at this level in their sophomore year, that we need them all to stick around. I don't care what we paid them. We'll have to pay them again. But these are quality guys. We just, they're just young and they'll be back. You don't have time to be waiting for them to become juniors and seniors. They got some of those guys, one or two of those guys have to hit the field for you. That if they were five-star guys should be ready to go play, like we see all over the nation with these young freshmen that show up on Saturdays at other schools that are dynamic wide receivers. Are they not dynamic guys? Are they going to take another year? Because they can't take 2 more years.
Right. Yeah. I could see maybe somebody in that class transferring. I could see a guy like Aaron Butler, who's about to be going into year 3, who hasn't played much. Yeah. I could see him potentially wanting out. And I kind of agree with
those guys want to go play somewhere. And they probably made enough NIL money that can hold them over to whatever, Tulane, Texas State, something like that. If they want to just play the game, they want to get in there and play, and somebody else will love to have them on their squad. It's just that Texas you can't love them all. Now you can recruit them all, but you can't love them all. And especially with this group, they're not very trusting of more than about 4 of you anyway.
Right. Yeah. And those schools have money too. It's not like you go from making money at Texas to getting absolutely nothing somewhere else.
They need somebody too.
Right. Yeah. That'd be a good get for those schools that you just mentioned. And I kind of agree with Rex here. He's like, if there's a Casey Concepcion out there.
Oh, hell yeah.
And he's interested in coming to your place, then I would be very interested. But if it's just, okay, this guy might start for us at wide receiver next year.
No, they have to. Somebody, if you go get somebody, that somebody has to be like Matthew Golden was. He has to be ready to play and ready to be a star.
Right. Yeah. Like offensive line, running back, defensive line, secondary, like all of those positions are a higher priority for me for what Texas needs to spend on in the portal than wide receiver.
Sure.
Again, if you could get an elite difference maker, I sure as hell will not be complaining on the show. Most of it's not my money, so, it's okay with me. But, yeah, there are other areas of need that I think are more pressing. I also wonder, though, Buck, like that core 4 with Wingo, Mosley, Moore, and Livingston, are all of them guaranteed to come back?
I mean, do you want them back, or are you thinking? Are they thinking of going somewhere else? Now, with this quarterback, they all want to come back. They want to be a part of.
Again, it's money. It's money. So all of these guys are like meeting with Steve Sarkisian, and now part of these like end of year meetings are, hey, what are you going to do for me from an NIL standpoint next year? And Texas they could sort of dictate what they want by saying, here's your offer. And if they offer not a whole lot to somebody, look, these guys, the tampering happens everywhere. So like DeAndre Moore doesn't have to send feelers out. There are people reaching out to him and his agent right now saying, man, if you hit the portal and you come here, we'll give you this much.
You know what I'd say? Okay, bye.
Well, that happens to everybody. So
he would be one of those guys. I'd say, okay, if you think here's what we have to offer you. If you can't accept this, you should move along because now I got to get another guy ready. And for what he did this year, I think you can find somebody to do what he did.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I use Demo as an example, but of those four, I think he might be the guy who's most likely to leave. I mean, he could go pro too. Another guy like Trey Wisner, where like he'd probably get drafted, but I think he could improve his draft stock if he stayed in college for another season. But yeah, you wonder if all four of those guys are 100% set on coming back. And I don't know. It'll be fascinating to see. So,
the West Coast dude needs to come back and play with the quarterback again for another year because I think he will be sought after when it's time for him to leave. I think he'll be a really solid wide receiver in the NFL.
Mosley?
Yes.
Yeah, I do too. And this was only his true sophomore season. Sucked that he missed the first month of it. Kind of took him a while to get him ingratiated in the offense.
Yeah, I got to believe. I'll believe that he will work out so hard. He will be a physical specimen and a big enough kid that, with his hands and his ability to run nice routes will be really good.
Right.
From the beginning.
Yeah,
right from the beginning will be fantastic.
I think Texas is like, again, you're talking about prioritizing your spending. I think Texas is going to prioritize Mosley more than Moore. Wingo, we know how much they love him. And then we got a couple people commenting, like Livingston is Arch Manning's roommate and like best friend on the team.
Well, you don't have to prioritize him. He likes what he gets. He's going to be.
Oh, the Whiteys don't want the money.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying he will be happy he's playing with Arch Manning, and what they've done for him is plenty, probably.
I don't know what they've done for him, so I don't know how.
Well, I'm pretty sure he's got a nice deal. If Arch has got some, there's somebody that's involved with Arch that's taking care of him pretty well.
I guess when you live with Arch, you get free Viore, you get free Warby Parker glasses, you get free Uber rides, you get free. What else does he have?
There's a lot of perks to being around that kid.
Yeah, being his roommate, I'm sure makes it even better. So there you go. Yeah, I don't know. Those two rooms, again, running back and wide receiver, there's no obvious departures there, but I think obviously there will be some departures there. And what that attrition looks like is interesting to me.
Yeah, if Moore's gone, I'm thinking, okay, if he goes and you guys recruited all these 5-star guys, one of them needs to be good enough to get on the field and play pretty well next year. Yep. That's the one that when you start looking at all these 4 and 5 stars that you get so enamored by what the stars are on the, what everybody else says they should be or what everybody thinks they should be. Then they get to you and it's like, you haven't figured out how to get one of them on the field. I mean, really?
Right. Yeah. It's they got to coach up some of those guys a little bit more too. Texas needs a little more return from its #1 recruiting class in the country.
There you go. Absolutely. And you'd expect one of those guys to come through to really shine as a sophomore.
Yeah, I did. Absolutely. Absolutely. Maybe Dale McCutcheon's the guy because he clearly earned the trust of that coaching staff before anybody else. Maybe it's Khalil Lockett, who was the highest rated of those receivers. Maybe it's Jamie French. Maybe it's Michael Terry. I don't know. Hopefully it's 2 or 3 of those guys and not just
it'd be nice if it was definitely 2 of them that jumped out at you, and then you wouldn't have to worry about this other stuff. But if there's one guy that's out there that's interested in Texas, will love to be playing in this offense with this head coach, with this system and this quarterback, and he's there and you're going to have to pay for him, got to go get him in this offense.
Agreed. All right. We'll take your thoughts on that. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. A very quick shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics.
Yes, sir.
They make our koozies. They make our hats. They make our shirts. They make all of our gear. So if you have a business that needs gear, if you have a big event coming up that needs merch, whatever, Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics can get you what you need very quickly. They're based right here in South Austin. They handle everything. All you have to do is reach out to Adam, 512-300-9641. It's Waterloo Printing.
I know what your kids do need. They need a Hat Creek burger today. It's Friday. That's right. They've been eating turkey and stuffing for a week now. Now they're looking for a burger. No better place than Hat Creek Burger Company, folks. Throughout town, they have locations that have breakfast. So they're gone. Those kids are, I don't know. I just saw Bucky go by a few minutes ago with the late class. So if Mom, you got to take them to school, maybe they want a little nice taco on the way, you can stop at some of your Hat Creek locations. and if mom and dad need to have that margarita this evening, locations have that for you too as your kids are on the playscape. Don't you get on the playscape. Let the kids get on the playscape. Get them that big hat. That's right. The Buck is into the big hats now. And I did have a strawberry shake the other day. I hadn't had one for a while. Delicious.
Back in the milkshake game, huh?
Back to the milkshake game. I had that with whipped cream and a cherry on top, dude. It was awesome. I hadn't had one of those for a while. I talked about how I was going to jump into the ice cream. It's been a slow roll for me. I haven't gone to Amy's yet. Get the butter pecan with the Mexican vanilla, mixed in it. I haven't done that yet. So I'm holding back still. I'm home alone, so I should get after it this weekend. I probably will. Yeah,
you should. You should have already gotten after it.
I know.
You're a phony, dude.
I know. I got to up my ice cream game. But I keep seeing at HEB along with the OLIPOP, I keep seeing the display of the eggnog and the creamy creations by HEB. Yeah, I think, you know what? I'm getting a gallon this morning and putting it in the refrigerator. I don't have to worry until next week when the boss comes back. I'm going gallon, BK, and I'm going a couple times a day making my own little milkshake with eggnog, with the eggnog mix in there with vanilla. Yes.
Well, don't put it in the refrigerator. Otherwise, it's not going to last very long. Make sure you I know your wife doesn't let you in the freezer. Yes. I know you're not allowed in the kitchen, but let me give you that tip right there.
It won't work in the refrigerator.
Ice cream goes in the freezer. So
yes.
I like that plan. Get you some eggnog ice cream. That's perfect.
I don't actually eat straight up eggnog. I go vanilla and use eggnog to put the milk in there.
Okay.
To make it like a shake. Yeah, that's what I'm doing today. It's on.
I like that. Yeah, I'm okay with the eggnog. I like the alcoholic eggnog. That's pretty good stuff. But that will make your stomach.
Oh my goodness, that would tear me apart.
All sorts of ways. Yeah.
What do you put in there? Is that a bourbon that goes in there? That's not does vodka go in there, or anything goes with eggnog when you're making a drink?
Well, they have the pre-made eggnog.
No, you can't. You got to make your own. You got to make your own concoction there.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually better when you make it yourself, but sometimes it's nice when it's already made for you. You just crack open the bottle and start taking pulls.
Yeah, you get a little Blanton's bourbon in there. Yeah, I know you people probably never heard of Blanton's. You're not used to going up there with Buffalo Trace and Blanton's. You're used to going Old Crow or whatever the hell you're putting in there to mix it in when you're eggnog. I'm going Blanton's, maybe a little Buffalo Trace in there.
There you go.
Well, I wouldn't do that now, or I never did that before because I couldn't afford to do those liquors. Plus, I never liked liquor and eggnog. It never mixed. Like I said, that's a stomach disaster for me.
You just like liquor by itself.
All by itself. I like the liquor by herself. Yes.
Nicely done. Yeah. The only thing I need with this liquor is a glass, please. Everything else, leave it behind the bar.
Ice, keep all that stuff to yourself. Don't waste the ice.
Very random here before we get to some Sark sound. Today is National Bartender Day. So if you're going out, take care of your bartenders tonight.
Absolutely.
Shout out to you bartenders out there. All right. Buck, we talked about this yesterday, but you were not here yesterday. So I want to get your thoughts on something you and I discussed a lot in the early portions of this week. Texas is keeping their non-conference games against Ohio State and Michigan on the schedule. Now, Steve Sarkisian did say anything beyond that is up for discussion. We'll let you hear from the coach. It's kind of a long answer. We played it early yesterday. We'll play it right now so you can hear it. Here was Steve Sarkisian on Wednesday talking about Texas's future non-conference slate.
First of all, we're going to honor Ohio State and Michigan. We went there. We went to Ann Arbor. We went to Columbus. We're going to honor those return trips. So for the next 2 years, we know what our non-conference schedule is going to look like, and that's the right thing to do. We made the commitment to play them. Now we'll honor that commitment for them to come play us here. I think anything beyond that is up for discussion. We need to, in CDC and I have already had that discussion, we need to take a good hard look at what our non-conference schedule looks like beyond the next 2 years. Because you got to remember, so much of the non-conference scheduling was when we were in the Big 12, and these schedules were made when we were in the Big 12. Well, there's a little bit of a different shift now that we're in the Southeastern Conference, and another shift now that we're going to 9 conference games. And so we've got to be mindful of one, putting our players in the best position to have success and to have growth. 2, we got to be mindful of how the committee is going to evaluate to put the best teams into the college football playoff. Now, the goal is to go win the Southeastern Conference every year. And when you do that, you don't have to worry about what the record looked like. And you probably have a good record if you're in that game and winning it. But I also need to look at what the committee has shown me over the last 2 years since we've expanded to 12 games. They care about your record. And so we've got to be mindful of that as we go, and we'll see what that looks like. Again, we're going to honor Ohio State and Michigan, and we're excited to play those games. They're going to be great environments in DKR. I know our players are looking forward to it. Our coaches are looking forward to those games. It should be highly competitive ball games with great teams, great players, great coaches. But beyond that is where we got to have some real discussions of what our non-conference schedule looks like after that.
Yeah, I mean, he talks about confidence and having some success and confidence. You know, your fans have all the confidence in the world. Not once did he mention his fans and all of that.
Well, he talked about great atmospheres at DKR at the very end of that.
Well, he talk about your fans and how they like those games. There are enough fans that still want you playing that game, and I understand to play. I never thought they were going to bag those games, but they're talking. That sounds like they have Notre Dame in their future, also, correct?
Right. And that's, Sark sort of hinted towards maybe pulling the plug on the home and home with Notre Dame. Like that one's a little easier to do, number one, because it's the furthest.
And they're not truly in a conference themselves, and they play chicken every year.
Yeah.
So why don't you go play chicken along with them? So that's fine. I don't know. I mean, I guess you're going to find out a little bit more after this year, and what the committee's going to always think about wins and losses. I can try to play that out as, oh, no, you're in the SEC, you can do it with 3 losses. That's not true. As of now, the more teams they put in, maybe you'll get the chance to have one more loss, but we'll see how that plays out after this year, if that's necessarily true. If they go to 16, 20-some teams, and then will it be about losses, or will it be about the conference and the strength of schedule? But as of now, that's good. I'm fine with it. You sound kind of soft to me, but that's okay, because you need the confidence and the success, I guess.
Sounds soft to you that they're keeping those games on the schedule?
No, if they have scheduling with Notre Dame, that you think about backing out of that.
Right. Well, I think you have to always try to do what's best for your program, don't you?
Sure.
So I don't think Sark and CDC are going to back out of that right now. I think they'll maybe wait to see what happens.
What I'm saying. After next year, they'll wait another year. But if this thing rolls around again to where it's all about wins and losses, yeah, we need more Texas States on the schedule.
Right. Yeah, I think you'd be foolish to not cancel that series against Notre Dame. And, Notre Dame's one of the teams keeping Texas out of the playoff right now. So I don't know.
Well, they don't have anything to worry about. They had no conference. They just play independent. They play Navy and the Merchant Marine and whoever they want to.
I don't think Sark is super keen on helping those guys out. It's like we don't want to give them their one half decent game that they play this year when they don't have to do what anybody else in the country does. So that's part of it, I think, too. And look, I mean, I do wonder if
Texas, within that time, maybe Sark will be able to beat Georgia.
We're not talking about Georgia here, are we?
I mean, just
you can't pick Georgia. Georgia's in your conference. Like that, you can't change.
Well, I'm going to say within that, maybe if you meet them in a conference final or whatever, you can actually beat them, or you'll have a chance to beat Ohio State next year.
Sure, maybe they'll beat Ohio State next year. Maybe they won't, because Ohio State's probably going to be preseason number 1 next year, even if they don't win it all this year, because they've got Julian Sayin, Jeremiah Smith, and Bo Jackson all coming back.
Yeah, and you can't cancel that game. Is it too late to cancel that one?
Well, they said they're not going to, which I think you were in favor of that, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I do wonder. We'll never know for sure. But if Texas had already played the home games against Michigan and Ohio State, would they be like, we don't need to go play the road games? They're just, there's a lot of money to be made here with those games in Austin. So we're going to make sure we keep those on the schedule. I wonder if that's a part of it, but look,
I just wonder what the fans think. What is it when you buy your season tickets, and there's a Notre Dame that could have been on your schedule, and you end up with a Louisiana Monroe on it instead.
Well, I think if that's the difference between making the playoff and not making the playoff, then I think you take it. It's not everybody. Like, I'm not speaking for all Longhorn Nation when I say that, but I would rather have a home playoff game at the end of the year than have a home game against Notre Dame at the beginning of the year. That's just me. And it's not only like, Texas would be in this year if it was a 16-team field, right? But
Yes.
just brace yourself. And this is not a Texas-only conversation. It's just Texas's turn this year. It's going to happen to another SEC team or Big Ten team next year, 2 years, 3 years, every year probably. It's not just going to be about did we get in or did we get left out? It's going to be, why are we traveling and playing a game on the road instead of playing at home when we played a much tougher schedule than that team did? So that's also a part of this too, right? Like, yeah, Texas would be in the playoff if it was 16 this year. So, hey, don't change anything for next year because you'll be in. But it's also like you're going to have to be playing a road game in this situation versus you're going to be feeling like, no, we should have this game at DKR. But because our schedule was harder and we lost another game, then we've got to travel. So that's just brace yourselves, major conference school fan. That's also going to be coming down the pike at some point.
Yeah, I mean, and your players like these games too, by the way.
Sure.
People would be surprised how much the players like to play teams like Notre Dame, Michigan, Ohio State, and they don't care. I mean, they're not like the coaches. Coaches want the wins. The players don't mind playing these big time schools and if they came in and they have a great schedule with the SEC as it is, and out of conference, they don't care.
I think most people want these games to happen. I think just about everybody wants these games to happen. It's just they can't punish you. Like the rules need to change. I don't think Texas needs to change anything with the way it schedules teams. The rules are the college football playoff selection criteria says the number one thing that matters to them is strength of schedule. They're not honoring that. So until that changes and they start honoring those kinds of things, then you have to choose. You wish you didn't have to choose. You want to keep these games on the schedule and you don't want them to punish you.
Yeah, I guess if there's any game that I would say screw them, it would be Notre Dame. Screw you.
You hate Notre Dame. We all hate Notre Dame.
Well, yeah, you're not playing any, you got no conference. You can just pick and choose who you want to play anyway.
Yeah.
Well, we don't need to honor that. You can go ahead and pick up, if you want to play South Carolina, go ahead, or somebody like that. Go play. You got Wake Forest and the rest of the group that you play anyway in the ACC. Continue on in that.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we'll see what happens. Again, those games are scheduled for 28 and 29, so towards the end of the decade. But we do know that, the Ohio State game will be played next September, and then the Michigan return trip will happen in 2027. And, those are going to be fun games, fun crowds, fun atmosphere.
Let's not forget, they do have Texas State on the schedule, so look out.
Oh, no, you're already saying to be worried about the season opener against the Bobcats next year?
Dude, and then they're moving to the Pac-12, so things will change. That's going to change. The atmosphere will change then once they're in the Pac-2 or Pac-4.
So you're saying we should claim that as a power conference win?
Why not? We need confidence and success. The head coach says we need to have confidence and success. Let's go ahead and claim that.
Get a power conference win right there, playing against Texas State out of the Pac-12. I like it.
Dude, like 2 weeks ago when it was it Oregon State that played like Washington State for the second time during the course of the season? That was the weirdest thing. I'm like, you two playing again?
When you have a 2-team conference, I don't know what else you do.
My goodness.
Yeah, and I think they split their 2 games this year. So who wins? Who wins the league? Wazoo had the better record, so I guess they probably win the league.
Do you get a ring for that?
That would be very funny if they gave conference championship rings to a 6-6 Washington State team who won a 2-team conference. I'm all about the bits. That's an all-time bit right there. If you do
Great bit.
I hope they
got to have that. Got to have a banner and the whole works.
Oh my gosh, that would be fantastic. All right, so we'll take your thoughts. Again, it continues to be a hot button debate, but the question about whether or not the Buckeyes and Wolverines would be playing here, that question is dead. It's been confirmed that they will be playing. But obviously, look, go win those games. That's the easiest thing to do. You win those games, you don't have to worry about any of this conversation. But of course, the mitigation of risk, some teams are mitigating it more than Texas, I feel like is the best way to say it, right?
I just don't know how Notre Dame continues to get away with this. without being. They should just say, play who you want, but here's what's going to happen to you when we come to playoff time. You're not in the playoffs.
Well,
Sorry.
they might miss it this year. Like if BYU beats Texas Tech tomorrow, big if, and we'll get your Gold Star locks and preview these conference championship games here in a few. But if BYU beats Texas Tech, Notre Dame's out because they're the last team in right now. And I don't think Tech's going to drop out. They're number 4. They're not going to fall all the way.
No, they're staying.
So there is a way where the Irish don't get in. And, boy, the celebration around the country is going to be.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I mean, I'm rooting for BYU for a million different reasons tomorrow. That's on the list for sure.
They're going to get hammered like they always do, like they did earlier in the season.
I know. Yeah, Tech is a 12.5-point favorite at Jerry World tomorrow morning.
Yeah, with like 90% of the fans from – well, I don't know if they have that many fans that fill up that place, but this place will be packed.
It'll be packed. Now, they're expecting like a record crowd tomorrow.
Are they?
And don't sleep on the Mormons, man. Like you think, oh, it's Provo, Utah. There are BYU fans everywhere. Like when I was in high school, there were a bunch of kids at my high school in Dallas who were like BYU families. Obviously, they were Mormons, but they were like big BYU people. So they're all over the place. It'll definitely be pro Texas Tech. I'm not trying to make it seem like it's going to be a home game for BYU, but there will be a lot of blue in Jerry World.
Nah, there'll be so much red and black from Middle Earth there. Are you kidding me? Wow.
Earth. It'll be a jam-packed crowd there tomorrow, I think.
How juiced up with the Tech fans? Isn't that like a noon game?
11 a.m.?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, how juiced up will they be? Yeah, it doesn't matter what time of day, what day of the week, anything a Texas Tech game is being played. They are going to be ready to go.
Wow.
Yeah, they're probably tailgating today to get ready for tomorrow at 11. All right, we'll get the Bucks Gold Star locks. We'll give our thoughts on conference championship weekend. Obviously, a lot to be decided in terms of the playoff. Unfortunately, none of it feels like it will impact Texas, but we'll preview the games of the weekend here in a moment. But before we do that, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Some of our friends over at, of course, the Moonshine Patio Bar and Grill. I want to thank those guys, BK, for what they did for us this season and being a part of what we do. It's been a wonderful group over there. Chuck and Larry and the whole gang over there are doing our preseason broadcast. They are fantastic people. They've got fantastic locations downtown, and of course, out near Avery Ranch. And the food there is superb. Of course, we know all about Sunday brunch. Everybody knows about the Moonshine Patio Bar and Grill Sunday brunch. But each and every day there, they have wonderful drink specials. And as I said, they've been very supportive of us, and I love to go support them. I go out to Avery Ranch. I don't get downtown like you do. You're a downtown man, uptown guy. You know what I'm saying? That would be you, but I don't get to go downtown or uptown as much as you do. So I go to one out at Avery Ranch. But the food there is absolutely magnificent, and I do appreciate them being a part of what we have done for the last couple of years.
Love the Moonshine, and also
once again, tell them don't worry about the construction, because there is some construction down that area. They've got a nice parking spots available for you in their own private parking. So you're thinking about where the hell am I going to park down there? If you're just cruising around down there, you can think that. But if you're going to dinner or going to lunch there or brunch, they've got plenty of parking just for you at the Moonshine Patio Bar and Grill.
Yes, indeed. Love them. Love audio-visual consultations as well. Speaking of great supporters and guys who have been with us for a long time, Tom McKay and his crew, they're day ones, they're OGs, and, man, we love them. I mean, they are the best in the business. My life is so much better because of audio-visual consultations. They hooked me up with the 4TV setup that I have in my living room. I absolutely love it. It's literally the best thing that's ever happened to me. They can do the same for you. If you want that man cave or woman cave, if you want the home theater room, if you want the giant 85-inch screen like the Buck has, you see a bunch of our setups on camera every single day. We've all been hooked up by AV Consultations. They've hooked up thousands of Central Texans since 1988. They could do the same for you. TVs, surround sound speakers, they do whole home lighting, they do surveillance cameras, and you can control everything from your phone. They show you how to do everything. They're always there for you, too. If something breaks or stops working or you want to change something, their customer service is top-notch. That's why they've been around for nearly 4 decades. All you have to do is give them a call, and Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. 512-255-8678, or you can find them online, avconsultations.com.
Now, good friends over at At Tony C's Pizza, 2 for Tuesdays. Love that. Austin's original coal-fired pizza, serving that New York-style pizza and Italian food straight from the family recipes of the Ciola family. Love the Ciolas. Love you, Mr. C. And this month's special is that chicken pesto pizza. I've never had one of those before, BK. I've never had a chicken on my pizza. I need to try that out. You've had them all. You've done everything. I think you've done everything but probably sardines on your pizza.
I have not done sardines on my pizza.
But I love Tony C's. Love the pizza. I love of course, all the different meals that they have. The Italian food over at Tony C's. They've got Highway 79 in Round Rock, right beside the Del Diamond. They've got, of course, Anderson Lane and Bee Caves. They've been a part of the Bee Caves area for over 15 years. Tony C's Pizza.
Yes, indeed. You've never had chicken on a pizza?
I've never had chicken on a pizza, no.
Wow, like not a barbecue chicken pizza? You've never had one of those?
No, I've never had one of the. What is it? Is it good? Has it got a good taste to it? Is a barbecue taste to it?
Yeah, it's got barbecue sauce instead of like tomato sauce, pizza sauce.
Well, for me, my European, me being part Italian too,
Yeah.
I don't like to mix my Southern barbecue with my regular Italian, my right from Sicily.
Right, of course. No, that is fair. You are Italian. People have always said that about you.
Thank you very much.
So, yeah, I don't know if barbecue chicken pizza is a thing over in Italy. I've never been. Maybe it is a thing, but that does feel pretty Americanized, doesn't it?
Anchovies.
Is that what you're putting on your pies?
I do put that with some mushrooms. I like a little bit of it. I like anchovies.
Anchovies. Come on, man. Get barbecue chicken pizza. Like it's way better than anchovy pizza. What are we doing?
I'm going to try that pesto, that chicken pesto.
Pesto is probably good too. Yeah, I bet that's really good at Tony C's. Love it. All right, real quick shout out McCall Custom Homes, Mike McCall, his team, awesome people. More importantly to you, they do an awesome job. If you want to upgrade your home, new bathroom, new kitchen, maybe you want to build a new home from scratch, McCall Custom Homes, they are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas. It's a father-son team with 4 decades of experience, so they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly special. So let them handle everything. All you have to do is reach out to them. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. They're offering free estimates to TSU listeners. We trust our homes to them. You should too. They're also A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Yes.
All right, Buck, we need your gold star locks, and we'll also talk about these conference championship games. We've got 2 tonight, and both of them matter a lot. Potentially 2 playoff spots on the line this evening, and then obviously a few big ones throughout the day tomorrow. I don't think we mentioned this week, and I owe you an apology, but I'm also a little surprised that you didn't bring this up. You actually made 200,000 units last weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like to be braggadocious about things like that.
You're the most humble guy you know.
Yes, I'm not like that when it comes to making the people money.
You were only 3-2, still a winning record, but you got your 250,000 unit plays right.
But I also doped a bet on Pittsburgh beating Miami.
You did.
Oh,
I think it was Pittsburgh plus 6.5, so you at least bet that.
Yeah,
they did not cover. You also had
covered the Narduzzi trick.
Yeah, I don't know why you would ever bet on that guy.
I mean, really. Well, he told me that the Notre Dame, what was that Notre Dame that they played? That didn't really matter.
Yeah. And then they did beat Georgia Tech the week after that. But, Miami curb stomped them last week.
Yes, they did.
But you did go 3-2. You did go up 200,000 units. So you're back in the green going into conference championship Saturday in college. Obviously, another big NFL slate coming up as well. You were up 175,000 units for the season. So we got college.
125,000 units on Georgia beating Alabama.
I don't think we've ever had a 125K play.
125, Georgia beating Alabama. I didn't like what I saw from Roll Tide last week.
You do know that it's Georgia and Alabama, right?
Yeah, they beat them during the regular season. But when it matters, you know how it matters right now?
I know that Alabama has won 3 in a row, and I think 8 of their last 9 against Georgia.
Not this week.
All right, so Georgia is favored. The game's in Atlanta. Georgia minus 2.5.
It's in Atlanta again?
Yeah. Believe it or not, it's still in Atlanta. What an advantage that must be for the team that plays an hour away from Atlanta.
Yeah.
Crazy. All right, what else you got?
I got also 50,000 unit play on Virginia beating Duke.
I think, are we rooting for that?
We don't care. Nothing's happening with that.
Like, what would you rather see? Would you rather see Virginia in the playoff? So, hey, you get an ACC team in there, or would you rather see the ultimate chaos and 2 G5 teams in there?
I don't want to. You know what? George Mason is going to beat Troy. I don't think they're going to. That's too many points to be given up in that game. But I don't want to see James Dolly Madison play football. I really don't.
Did you call him George Mason there?
Yeah, I don't want to see Georgie Mason. I don't want to see Dolly Madison. I don't want to see those teams.
Okay, well,
but I'm going to take that 50,000 unit play on Virginia.
-4.
Boy, Texas Tech, that's a lot of points.
Yeah, I mean, you only have a couple other games you could bet on. There's only 6 games this weekend, so you've got 2 of them so far.
I'm going to go right to the NFL then.
Wow, nothing on the Big Ten? Number 1 versus number 2, you're shying away from that?
All right, I'll take 50,000 units on Ohio State.
There we go. Ohio State -4, by the way, in that title game. All right, what's on Sunday?
On Sunday, I'm going to take Tampa Bay over the Saints. That's a 50,000 unit play.
Bucks -8.5 at home there.
I'll take Buffalo over the Bengals. Now that they think since their quarterbacks come back that they're going to make a big play. That's it. Is that in Buffalo?
It's in Buffalo, and the Bills are 5.5.
Yeah, I'll take 50,000 to play on the Bills.
Okay.
I'll also take the Ravens because the Pittsburgh just flat out suck. Both of those teams suck. Somebody's going to have to win that division, but they both suck. So I'll pay 25,000 to play on the Ravens.
All right. Baltimore also a 5.5-point home fave.
I'm not, as the Texans off, do they get a week off now?
No, Sunday night in Kansas City. Chiefs -3.5. The Chiefs really need this one, don't they?
Yeah.
We said that before they played the Cowboys on Turkey Day. They didn't get it. Now they get the other Texas team. The Houston Texans have won 4 in a row, playing their best ball of the year.
Yeah, their defense is so good, though.
It's
I don't want to touch that game. I don't want to mess with that. I want to just watch. I think I'll watch. It's all I got.
All right. The holidays are coming up. You'd think you'd be trying to make the people some more money, but
I've made them enough money. I gave them that big win last week.
Couple big wins last week.
Yeah. But I'm sorry about the Pittsburgh one. I got so when they did that to Georgia Tech, I thought they're really going to be in. I should have known better. Narduzzi, really?
I know. Yeah, I mean, Pitt's just bad right there. And you got Miami running fade routes up 31-7 in the last minute to try to impress the committee a little bit more.
When does Tulane play?
That's tonight. So your 2 games tonight. You get the Fun Belt Conference title game first. That's at 6 o'clock on ESPN. That's Dolly Madison taking on the Trojans of Troy. JMU is a 23.5-point favorite.
Boy, has Troy been bad this year? That's just like that's such a lot of points, though.
That's a home game, by the way, for JMU. They don't neutral site the Fun Belt. So, yeah, James Madison ranked at number 25. I mean, look, for JMU, it's easy. If they win and Duke beats Virginia tomorrow, then JMU, with their coach who's leaving for UCLA, will be in the playoff.
Wow.
The Dukes of Dolly Madison. And then your other game tonight is the AC Championship. Number 24, North Texas. Number 20, Tulane. It's also an on-campus game, so it's in New Orleans. The Mean Green are 2.5-point road favorites.
All right, I'll take 50,000 units on North Texas.
There we go.
There you go, Mean Green.
Hey, if the Horns aren't going to be in,
yes,
I'm a Mean Green guy the rest of the way.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go Mean Green.
That rest of the way might end tonight.
Now, last time I think I did some with Mean Green, it was we were going up for the OU weekend, and they got hammered. Remember all the excitement up there? Didn't they get beat by somebody up there on a Friday night?
That's their only loss. They got smoked by South Florida.
Oh, yeah, South Florida beat them in a submission. They were so – I've never seen a group so excited up in that area since Tom Herman was at Houston. That was the kind of excitement that was around the Metroplex that leading up to that game.
Very different areas, Houston and Dallas.
But it was just kind of that kind of atmosphere, you know?
Yeah, they were excited.
Everybody was so excited. And then South Florida beat their ass.
They did. Yeah, I think that was like the largest crowd for a UNT game ever, and didn't quite work for them. And road game tonight at Tulane. But we'll see if Drew Mestamaker and company. Man, I mean, you watch this game tonight. And by the way, we're talking about like Texas going to the portal.
Yeah, look for some players in here. Look for some players.
Well, I think the quarterback is probably going to follow the head coach to Oklahoma State.
Yes.
And maybe a bunch of guys follow Eric Morris to Stillwater after this year's over. But, we're looking for running backs. Caleb Hawkins, freshman at North Texas.
Yes.
1,200 yards, 23 touchdowns on 6.3 yards a carry this season.
Now he can go.
It's the American, of course. I get it. But like that guy's probably portaling somewhere. And maybe Texas will kick the tires.
Yeah, and Tulane's got to have a couple kids too.
Yeah, Tulane. They're losing their coach too. John Summerall's going to Florida. So yeah, I'm sure a couple of those players will be looking for new schools. I'm sure a few of them will follow.
I'm wondering what guys are bagging out of Florida.
You know who Tulane's quarterback is, real quick, while we talk about them.
Who is he?
It's the BYU Jew.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, he got kicked out of BYU for having sex. Sorry, I couldn't say that without laughing. And he transferred to Tulane, and he's their guy.
And he's having a lot of sex down there in the New Orleans area.
Oh, yeah, but what a total. Is there two more different cities in the country than Provo, Utah, and New Orleans,
Louisiana?
Yeah, I don't
even go around just peeing on the floor in Provo.
I mean, the culture shock that somebody moving from one of those places to the other must experience is it's got to be next level right there. So that's gonna be a fun game, man. I'm excited. I mean, it's for a playoff spot, so it's kind of a playoff game. And look, whether you think either of those teams should be in, that's another debate. But one of them will be in. So
yes,
it should be a fun one tonight, 7:00 on ABC. You asked about Florida. Sorry to cut you off there. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with Florida.
Any of those young freshmen deciding, let's get the wide receiver deciding, let's get the hell out of here.
I'm sure they told Summerall, they brought in a new GM too, that like, we're going to invest a lot in you guys because we really would like to be good again. It's been a while. So I think Florida is going to be able to pony up the cash to keep some of those guys around. Now, maybe some of them leave, new coach, and they can get money elsewhere. But I don't think Florida's, going to lowball any of those dudes. They are going to try like hell to keep whatever guys that they think can help them turn it around.
Yeah, that wide receiver core wasn't bad.
Yeah. And of course, Texas had to see all of them. All of those guys were hurt in every other game, it felt like. And
will Florida State have a team available next year to play football?
I don't know. Their coach is coming back, but they are poor. I don't know how Florida State is so poor. Like it's a borderline blue blood program.
That Florida man suck all the money out of the place somehow.
I don't know. I mean, Florida's got money. Miami's got money. You would think Florida State also had money, but they're poor, clearly. Keeping Norvell around.
Man.
Yeah. So I don't. Florida State, they're going to be bad next year. They do play Bama again to open up the season.
Oh man.
I can't imagine Lightning's going to strike twice.
No.
In that matchup, but
and so we got the Kalen DeBoer deal. He's not going to that Penn State deal was quick, but now I see Penn State's now turning their attention to Matt Campbell.
Yeah, we can hit the carousel real quick.
If I was Matt Campbell, I'd be packed and gone.
Yeah, it sounds like there's mutual interest there, and I don't think Matt Campbell's going to care that he was their 37th choice. I think that's a job that you have to take, right? I mean, Campbell's been offered a lot of other jobs, including some in the NFL, and he's always turned them down. But if he's serious, like, look, if he wants to stay in Ames and get a statue built, then that's great.
And get some lights for the stadium, yeah.
Get some lights for the stadium. He might already be getting a statue built, even if he does leave for Penn State.
That's true.
The best coach that school has had by a long shot. But if he wants to advance his career, if he wants to be able to compete for national championships, then he heads to Happy Valley as soon as he can.
I'm going to ask a silly question, and is Kirk Ferentz still coaching at Iowa?
Still is, yeah.
That is so incredible that I know he's been the greatest coach they've had, and I still can't believe he's still there after all these years.
He
I
is
can't believe that they haven't tried to talk Matt Campbell into taking the Iowa job.
longest tenured coach in FBS.
Wow.
He announced earlier this week he is returning for a 28th season with the Hawkeyes.
Shit.
Buck, how old are you?
70.
Kirk Ferentz is 70.
My God.
Yeah.
28 years there.
And like the Iowa, they were 8-4. Like they're always kind of good. And I think Iowa fans know what they are. Some people are like 8-4. We got to do better than this. Iowa's like, nah, like eight wins. We'll probably be okay with that.
Yeah. Anytime they get to the close to 9 or 10 wins, those people go crazy.
And he had them in the Big Ten championship a couple of times. He's won. It's been a while, but he won a couple of Big Tens like early in
Lots
his
of guys in the NFL come from there.
Yeah. I mean, they're always like since 2018, 9-4, 10-3, 6-2 in the COVID year, 10-4, 8-5, 10-4, 8-5, 8-4. Like they're always kind of good. Not great, kind of good. So
people be bitching about the 8-4, 10-2s, a couple of those.
I'm telling you, man. I don't know. I mean, Ferentz also said like he doesn't see himself leaving anytime soon.
Wow.
So Ferentz is still there at Iowa. Matt Campbell, we'll see if that happens today. I think it'd be like the Penn State search has become a national embarrassment. But if Penn State hired Matt Campbell 2 weeks ago, I feel like people would be saying that's not a bad hire for them. But
Dude,
now because it's like the 37th choice, to use the number I just used, it looks like they totally failed. I don't think that's that bad of a get if he's the guy that they bring in.
No, I would agree. That would have been one of the smart choices from the beginning to let him know that they were interested. When James Franklin got fired, to let that dude know immediately he's on the list. Not at this late point of all that. They're going to end up with anybody if they don't get this guy. They would end up to me because because I'm from Bethlehem.
Well, I would be mad at you if you didn't take that gig, by the way.
Let me just say this. That's just nuts for a place like Penn State. All the alums they have, all the NFL players that have come out of there, they can't find a coach there.
I know. And they were like the first school to fire their coach. It's been 50 days. I think 51 days now since they axed.
I've been there. I've been on that campus. I've been in that area. It ain't that bad. It ain't that great, but it ain't that bad.
Yeah, it's a mess. Bad year, I guess, to need a coach with all of the other schools that fired coaches.
It's at least a step and a half better than College Station.
Ooh, it's like that close though.
Yeah. It's that close. Oh yeah, it's that close.
Yeesh. All right. That's tough, and it's cold. Give me College Station because it's not cold.
Oh yeah, it's cold there.
Oh man. By the way, other coach at Carousel News, speaking of A&M and College Station, the Aggies are going to need a new offensive coordinator because Colin Klein is taking over at Kansas State. Earlier this week, Chris Kleiman surprised a lot of folks, announced that he's stepping down as the head coach at K-State.
Is that personal deal? Is somebody sick? Or is he just done with coaching?
I think he's just done with coaching. I haven't looked into it enough to know if there's something else going on.
Get your people on that. Get your people on that.
I don't care very much. He's 58, so he's not like super old guy. K-State had a very disappointing season. Some Wildcat fans were like hoping for a change anyways. And that's really nice, dude. Like K-State, this is not a Texas thought here, but I know there are a lot of fan bases around the country who are jealous of Kansas State fans because there are a lot of Clemson fans. You know how jealous Clemson is of Kansas State right now? You got a coach who's like, hey, we're not going to fire you. You know what? I'll just walk away. For the betterment of the program, I will leave right now. I don't even need you to pay me all this buyout money. I will just leave so y'all can hire somebody else who might be better than me. That's so rare, and that's what's happening with Chris Kleiman at Kansas State. So
he's heard the whispers. He's heard the whispers, huh?
Yeah, but I don't think they would have fired him. And look, if you do get fired, you get the buyout.
No, dude, he's like Matt Campbell. They're not ever. I mean, they would have never gotten rid of him ever there. He'd be a lifer there.
Maybe. I mean, look, he did a great job considering who he replaced. Speaking of lifers with Bill Snyder. But yeah, like I'm telling you, a lot of fan bases around the country saw that and were like, damn, why can my coach not do something like that? That'd be fun. By the way, Sunbelt Billy Napier is going back to the Sunbelt. He's taking over at James Madison after their coach leaves for UCLA. So no surprise there.
They'll never be the same.
No. All right. I got to show you this, Buck.
Okay.
I witnessed greatness in person earlier this week.
You videoed this.
I videoed it. We've got a couple of videos for you and the people right now.
Okay.
And I think I know why you took off work yesterday. I don't think you wanted to hear me talk about this for 2 hours.
Okay.
But you can't get out of it because we're going to have to talk about it today. I was at the Texas men's basketball game at Moody Center on Wednesday night.
Okay.
And boy, I hope you didn't watch because we sucked. We got steamrolled by Virginia. But I didn't go to the game for the game. I went to the game for something else. To watch a legend at her craft. Yes, I said her. Because the halftime performer at Moody Center.
No way.
Red Panda. Look at this, Buck. Got to see this in person. Look at that. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4 bowls on her foot. She's rocking the unicycle. Watch this flip right here, going straight to the dome. Boom. Just like that. Crowd going wild.
Oh, the magnets were working, huh?
No, ain't no magnets. There was a drop in there. Maybe she throws in a drop every once in a while on purpose, so there's no magnets going on. Here's another video here. It's a little earlier in the routine. Just a couple of bowls, light work. Just 2 on the right foot. Boom, boom. Bang, bang.
She's back.
She's back.
The queen of fraud.
Queen of fraud.
Come on, man. We're not falling for that Red Panda stuff.
Look at what she's doing. She's balancing herself on a unicycle with one leg. She's balancing bowls on her head. She's flipping other bowls on her head with her right leg.
That's incredible. She could really put up some Christmas decorations on a ladder, I bet.
I bet she could. Look at that. She also performed last night. She did the women's game last night at Moody Center, too.
These are just warm-ups. These are warm-ups of big NBA deals, aren't they?
She's back. She obviously hurt herself last season.
She hurt her wrist, I believe.
Yeah, fell down, hurt her wrist, but she's back in action. It was her return trip to Austin, first time since the injury. And, I mean, this is just stuff of legend, dude. You know how good Red Panda was?
How good?
Steve Sarkisian was at the game sitting courtside. He left early like a lot of other people did. He gave her a standing O at the end of her routine. A standing ovation from the head coach of the Texas.
He didn't want to play Notre Dame, but he'd rather give standing O's to Red Panda.
That guy has seen, he wants to get his team in the playoff. That guy has seen a lot of greatness, a lot of great athletes and performers over the years.
Yes.
And he's given Red Panda a standing ovation. You talk about great athletes? She's one of the best to ever do it.
Wow.
Yeah. I can't believe how. We'll bring on Double R. We got
I still want to see the trampoline guys jamming the ball, probably.
I'm sure you'll see some of that. You'll see the dog jumping through the hoops. Whoop-de-freaking-do. Plenty of dogs can jump through hoops. Plenty of people can jump on a trampoline. Ain't nobody else in the world who can do what the Red Panda do.
Yeah, well, she's got a magnet head, so
she has magnet head. What, she had surgery to install a magnet in her head?
Rodney, you see how easy those bowls jumped on her head?
Yeah, it's rigged. Did you have to pay extra for that?
I would have paid $100 extra for that, but no, I did not. So
WWE SmackDown is at the Moody Center tonight. I wonder if she could do that in the middle of the wrestling ring.
Oh, now you're talking.
They got the padding. It's not hard. It's padded.
The rubber match,
like an inch or two. But hey, do the unicycle in the middle of the ring.
Now you're talking, dude. There you go.
We got wrestling at the Mood tonight.
SmackDown tonight at the Moody Center.
Oh,
on USA Network.
Are you going, Stu?
I am not going. No, I don't. Man. I don't go to WWE TV. It's too boring. They do have a big match. It's the finals of the Last Time Is Now tournament. LA Knight and Gunther. The winner will face John Cena in his final match next Saturday at Saturday Night's Main Event in Washington, D.C.
Whoa.
6-7.
So it's kind of a big deal tonight. That's probably the big highlight. But yeah, SmackDown live in
Man.
the ATX.
So it's going to be SmackDown 2 weeks or 2 days this week. Once on Wednesday night and then tonight.
That's good. Yeah, with the Texas men's basketball team getting smacked down.
Yeah,
we'll say three times.
I wonder what the crowd reaction, the bigger crowd reaction Wednesday night or tonight. We'll see.
All right. Yeah. Well, it was a good crowd in terms of attendance on Wednesday, but man, it was crazy. Like, I don't know if y'all heard Sean Miller's post game or the players post game. They all apologize. Like Jordan Pope basically apologized. He's like, "Yeah, I'm sorry, fans. Like, we let y'all down." And Sean Miller basically said the same thing. Like, y'all brought it. Y'all gave us a great crowd, and we just no-showed for you, and we got to make sure that doesn't happen again. So,
did Jordan Pope said he would show up the next game or just not even be in uniform?
He just apologized.
Just take the night off.
He did not promise a 30-point performance.
Take the night off.
So did Panda Express, did she come out on the unicycle or did they have to like wheel her out?
They put her in a wheelchair and then they put her up on that.
You call her Panda Express? Come on, man. No, she walked out there, a couple of waves to the crowd, and then boom, she gets right back up or right up on the side.
She's extremely talented. She's got great balance. That's a great thing right there.
Whoa, you've come around.
I come around, but I wouldn't pay anything to go see that.
Well, I was given free tickets to this basketball game.
I mean, if you get a free ticket, I mean, if you told me she was going to be on the bridge there over the river, I wouldn't show up to see it.
Are you trying to get her to jump off the bridge?
No.
The town lake sniper's going to get her. Or whatever that person's called.
Oh, the rainy street rambler or whatever he is.
Killer? No, he's only looking for guys like BK. He's looking for the youngsters like BK.
Thank you. I'll take that. That's a compliment right there.
Stu, how are you, my friend?
I am good, Bucky. It's good to see you, my friend. You ready for tonight? Like Travis and was it San Antonio Johnson, right?
Yep.
At Bobcat Stadium.
Yep, and then the winner of North Shore and was it Hendricks? Is that the name of it?
I forget. Yeah, but God, if Lake Travis wins tonight and North Shore, good God, another.
I know.
mean, Lake Travis can never get past North Shore. You and I have sat through a lot of those games.
Yes, and no telling where that could be. That could be in College Station too.
Yeah.
Oh dear Lord, watch out! Mark Honig, the voice of the Lake Travis Cavaliers. He will get – so the first time we did a playoff game, I think you were with us, in fact, at Kyle Field. He walked up to the glass because it is – that press box is so far up at Kyle Field.
Yeah.
And he got a little queasy.
Yeah.
Scared of heights, Stu? Is he scared of heights?
I don't know if it's scared of heights or it's just like
he was getting up close because he wanted to open up the window. He likes to have
atmosphere up windows at Kyle. Not to mention that slope. The stands are sloped so steep.
Yeah.
So I think he got a little vertigo there. It was, and it was high up. It really was. I remember that vividly.
Well, it'd be nice to be at Texas State because that's not that high, and he'll try to open up the windows there.
Well, and a close drive for you from Dripping, right?
Absolutely.
And it's a Pac-12 school. You're getting to call a game at a Pac-12 school, Buck.
Look at that. In a badass stadium. There you go.
Oh, wow. That's right.
Yeah.
So do we have a home and away? We got a home and home with them?
With Texas State? No, I don't think we're going to be playing at Bobcat Stadium anytime soon.
That's not fair.
We do that in baseball. We'll play at Bobcat Ballpark every year in baseball, and that's –
Well, doesn't Sark want it easy? So, I mean, you got to go at least go play at their place. You don't want to play Notre Dame, so shouldn't you just play Texas State home and home?
That makes sense. Why not?
State.
That'd be better to make make the playoff, I guess.
St. Ed's.
Stephen F. Austin. No, we don't want.
The Toppers. Justin the Smash Simmons. He's my former co-host. He's like the voice of their basketball team. I think he does the PA or something.
They've been doing pretty good in basketball.
Maybe get Justin help call that game or something.
I like that.
All right, boys, I have to go prepare. You guys be good. Have a
All right,
safe.
Buck. Good to see you, man. BK, good to see you.
Y'all too. Enjoy the weekend, guys. I'll be listening.
All right.
You bet. Welcome in, friends. It is Chaos Theory, 9 a.m. Suplex Stu Myrick sitting in today for Adam Wagner. All the best to Wags as they've got some procedures they're working on. But Stu and I are going to handle the fort here this morning. Talk some Dallas Cowboys. Talk some conference championships, NFL matchups coming up. If Stu is here, you know we're going off the top rope. We are going off the top rope with Stu Myrick. Might even get some Formula One. I haven't had anyone to talk Formula One with, Stu. So it's like, let's
do that.
Let's talk some Max Verstappen here at some point. See if he wins him another championship. Again, you guys can join us on the free chats right there on YouTube, Twitch, X. Just jump in on the conversation. Hit us on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. We would love to hear from you and make you a part of the show this morning. Is it cold there? I'm in McAllen. This morning. And
you're in McAllen, man.
I'm in McAllen.
It's let's see. It is, as I check the little weather app, currently 44 degrees, cloudy here in Northwest Austin. It's supposed to get up to 52, 55.
Oh, nice. Okay.
58.
Yeah, good
so
day.
And then like tomorrow and Sunday is supposed to be really nice, like in the 70s.
Love it.
It's supposed to be like the what we expect from December in Austin.
That's the whole thing. Like when you see the holiday lights and all that come up, it's like I want it to be cool. Thanksgiving it was what, 79?
Yeah.
Come on, man. That just doesn't feel right. Does not feel right at all. Stu, the Cowboys. Got to dive into the Cowboys. Last night taking on Detroit. Hell of a run the Cowboys are on in the playoff scenarios. I happen to think they're still there. I think that they could lose a game. I always thought when this thing started formulating that you could lose to Kansas City or Detroit and somehow still get yourself in the mix right here. But that last night, Detroit 14-0 was 14-0 coming off of losses. Now 15-0. Detroit handled the business last night, it seemed like to me.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you had back-to-back wins with Eagles and Chiefs. Kind of emotional wins.
Yep.
You're beating the top team in the NFC East and then beat the Chiefs at home on Thanksgiving. So I think you had to probably expect a little bit of a letdown. And they fought. Now, Dak getting sacked 5 times, that didn't help things.
Yeah.
And then losing CD Lamb in the third quarter to a concussion, that didn't help things. So, they were kind of coming from behind, and they did a couple times. I think they got within 3 a couple times. I applaud your positivity as far as playoffs. December has not been kind to the Cowboys in history. I've sat through quite a few of those games at AT&T Stadium, and you think maybe they got a shot, and I think they're 2.5 games back from Philly in the NFC. I'm not going to hold my breath. Let's just say that they could surprise me, but I just don't know. I'm not feeling it.
And I think for the Cowboys, it definitely is at this point that you have to win the East. I mean, you can't. The wild card is just so convoluted right now, and with the win last night, Detroit has really solidified themselves there because the North is just. And you want to talk about big matchups that we'll hit to in a little bit. Green Bay and Chicago in the North, that's going to be massive this week. But for the Cowboys, last night, this felt kind of like the Cowboys were accustomed to where it's like you're going to spot a team 10, 17 points, whatever, and then you're going to chase, get close, make mistakes, and not be able to finish the job. But the big question that I had coming out of this was it just me or was George Pickens taking plays off? The one pass, Stu, I'm like, dude, put your arms out to catch that thing. I mean, try. It's there. I don't know what that was all about.
I don't know either. And I don't know. It felt, I don't know. I don't know if he was taking plays off or maybe he just wasn't feeling it that night. And I mean, every player goes through kind of a, just a lull, I guess. And maybe, Pickens has been hot, pretty much the entire season. So I don't know. I don't know if it was taking plays off or it was just a bad night or, maybe he wasn't feeling, maybe he wasn't like 100%, I don't know. I mean, let's see what happens. They've got, who they got on the 14th. And I think it's a Sunday night game. I forget against who, but let's see what he does then.
Yeah,
and then we'll kind of pass judgment.
And that's what we'll figure out with CD Lamb, because when he went down, I mean, when he hit the turf, I mean, it's pretty obvious right there what was going on there, because that dude went into that mode. I mean, he was just, he flailed and was on the ground, and that's not a good it's not a good look when he's sitting there and his arms are at his side. You're thinking, man, let's just hope this dude gets up. But yeah, and I would have thought, and here's Daryl G's got something right here to where working on the contract, because I've talked about that. I think that if you're the Cowboys, to where maybe even have traded George Pickens at the trade deadline, because to me at the trade deadline, the season was a loss because the defense was horrific, but the moves were made that seemed to help it for 2 games. But again, those games were at home. The Cowboys are really good at AT&T Stadium, at Dallas Stadium, as they're going to call it in the Gold Cup.
Yeah.
Dallas Stadium. Come on, man. It's not even in Dallas.
That's FIFA for you.
Yeah. But yes, absolutely. But maybe that's part of it right there, to where that's factoring in. But that's a move to be made. I think it's still there for them. I think they have there's still the Chargers left, the Giants, the Commanders. I don't remember who the other one was. It's still right there in front of them, but like we were talking about, Philadelphia's kind of stepping on themselves. You need Philadelphia to completely step on themselves. They have a big one on Monday night, so it could be an opportunity to keep it even. But this is where, for both the Cowboys and the Eagles, the balance of their season, they're taking on the 2 spoilers in the NFC East, and you know damn good and well that both of those teams are going to want to spoil it for one of those 2, for Dallas or Philadelphia.
You're absolutely right. So it's Vikings next Sunday night on NBC at home. You got the Chargers coming in. By the way, congratulations, Cameron Dicker, lifetime Longhorn and a Lake Travis Cavalier. He is the Chargers Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year nominee. So congratulations, Dicker, to the kicker. Chargers Cowboys. That's another home game, and then they got 2 road games to finish the season against Commanders and against the Giants. We'll see. The Giants, that's all that you can usually count that as a win. Cowboys have pretty good success against New York. Let's see what happens with the rest of the game. I'm not going to hold my breath on the Chargers. I think Chargers are tough. Justin Herbert, a good quarterback. They've got something going there. On paper, they could go 3-1 the rest of the season.
Yeah.
Then we'll see. Let's see what happens with Philly the rest of their season. Again, like I said, December has not been kind to the Cowboys in years past, so I'm not going to hold my breath.
Yeah, when I saw Herbert last week, because he had the hand surgery on Monday, and he is supposed to be playing Monday against the Eagles, ironically. So he is supposed to be in. So when I saw that, I'm looking long range to think, okay, maybe that dude's not going to be able to go, but he is treating this as something where he'll be playing this week. So that'll be something to watch, because I think at this point you really have, with the loss last night, you've put this more in the hands of Philadelphia, Detroit, everybody else in that wild card race, where you're leaning on them, like we've been talking about with Texas, to get in the college football playoff, where you need all of the help from somebody else, and that's not a good position to be in when you're counting on somebody else. Kind of like life in general, when you're counting on somebody else, you're screwed. No, I'm just kidding. Not like
but definitely in football, yeah. You want your destiny to be in your hands.
Yeah.
And that's, if you have to rely on this team losing or this team losing, that's never a good thing. Yeah, by the way, Eagles Chargers Monday night. Now that is in LA. That'll be at SoFi. So Chargers home field advantage. Let's see right now. Eagles, the spread right now, Eagles 2.5. So, I think it's a possibility, because we'll see. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a fun 4 weeks to watch. Yep. See what shakes out as far as who ends up, wild card and all that good stuff, and who ends up in the playoffs, and then we'll see who makes it to Levi Stadium in San Francisco for the Super Bowl.
That's it. And with Philadelphia, we've seen it in the last 3 years. To one of 2 things happens when they start taking this dip. It's either they're going to go straight in the shitter, or they're going to figure it out. It's one of the two. It's no in between. So we'll see what happens with Philadelphia. I think there's some disconnect in the locker room and players questioning each other, questioning the coaching staff yet again. So we'll see which route it goes. Hopefully, if you're a Cowboys fan, you hope that it goes the first route, which is straight down. But back to last night, Jahmyr Gibbs, excellent. Jameson Williams, excellent. Amon-Ra St. Brown, is the dude going to play? Yeah, he played. He played really well. He played really well. Detroit answered the bell when they needed to.
It's as simple as that. Obviously it was nice to be there in Ford Field. But yeah, it was, like you said, Detroit did what they were supposed to do. And, credit to them.
Yep, absolutely. Talk some conference championships coming up. We'll get Stu's thoughts on conference championship Saturday. What is it? What does it mean? We'll talk about that. But first, a word from our friends at Covert BK.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
That's right. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Before we dive into that, Stu, I do have to ask you, because it's been obviously the most popular and scrutinized topic on this network for the last week and a half. A 3-loss Texas team with the resume that Texas has and the resumes of others, and quality losses versus all of this that the College Football Playoff Committee, I continually say that when you have the human element that are sitting here when it's not an automated thing like the NFL where the standings shake themselves out like Major League Baseball, you play, you beat each other up, and boom, here's what you're ending up with. When you have people that are sitting there trying to rank and figure this in and figure in that, Texas's plight and Texas's thought on being in the college football playoff as a 3-loss team, with one of those losses being to Florida.
You know what? I get the argument, and I love Sarkisian's passion. I get what he was saying. If I'm sitting in that room, I think they usually it's Grapevine or Dallas, something like that.
Yep.
If I'm sitting in that room, that Florida loss does it for me. I mean, you're talking about a 4-8 team who fired their coach, and you were picked. The spread was Texas by 3 scores or something like that. That's the problem. I mean, if they win that game, they're in. They're in. I think, because then you're talking 10-2. Your 2 losses are to Georgia and Ohio State, who's number 1, by the way, right now. So yeah, you're in. But that Florida loss, I think they're going to be on the outside looking in.
Yeah, you didn't have enough. You didn't have enough of these top echelon teams that had 3 losses, and that kind of brings up the question as we get set for championship weekend coming up, to where you have Georgia taking on Alabama again. If Alabama loses, that's going to be a 3-loss team. I mean, they will have lost 3 games, 2 of them to Georgia. I keep seeing a lot of back and forth on if Alabama loses, the manner that they lose, which I thought that a lot of Texas's college football championship hopes were going to hinge on how they lost to Georgia, because I said they're going to lose to Georgia.
Yeah,
and they lost horribly. They lost. I know it was 14-10, but that's not the way it ended up. Alabama, if they're 10-3, you got to leave them out, don't you? I mean, because this is the committee. I mean, this is why a lot of these teams are not a part of this. This right here could get real damn interesting if you get let's say it's a field goal game. Let's say it's 20-17 or what you name the score. If you get that and Alabama gets in with 3 losses, holy shit, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Bama, Georgia, and that's, in Georgia, historically, Alabama's been their Achilles heel.
Yep.
Georgia is set up to once again rule the SEC. They've got to beat Alabama. That's at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta on Saturday. That'll be a game that everybody looks at. I think the Big Ten championship with Ohio State and Indiana.
Yeah.
That's a bit because that's the two top teams in the CFP rankings. So that's going to be a big one to look at. If Bama loses, you're talking about a 3-loss Bama team. Again, 2 of them were Georgia. 1 of them is in the conference championship. I think they'll probably be on the outside looking in, kind of like Texas. I would say that's probably they've got a little bit better argument than Texas because one of the losses would be the conference championship.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm with you. I think Bama's got to win this if they want to be in the playoff. I mean Georgia's in. We know Georgia's going to be in. But I think Bama's got to pull off the win.
Yeah. And I really think that we're at the point, like a while ago when I said, what does this mean this weekend or whatever? Yeah, I know that you have to, or that you should crown a conference champion, but honestly to me, Stu, and this may be an unpopular take and it may be something that I'm totally off base on, these conference championship games, to me, they're pointless with this system. I mean, I think that you can, I know that a lot of these conferences are broken up into, different tiers or whatever. That's stupid. Forget about all that. It's like talking about this NASCAR schedule that's in court right now, trying to figure all that stuff out. Forget all of this and don't even do this right here, because this weekend, goddamn, Stu, if BYU wins, if BYU somehow can beat Texas Tech in the Big 12 championship, you want to talk about the wheels coming off when Notre Dame gets left out, when maybe Miami gets left out. This is ultimately going to be 16 teams. I think we know what's happening. But I told Wags the other day, Stu, and you know damn good as well as I do, when we go to 16 teams, 17 and 18 probably should have got in and are going to be left out.
That's the argument. It's the argument every March.
Yeah.
When you come out for March Madness, and now they do 68 teams. Well, now they're going to say 69 and 70 should have been in. I mean, it doesn't matter how big the field is going to be. There's always going to be those first, they kind of like they say the first 4 out. Those are the teams that are going to say, but. Well,
yep.
Yeah, and I'm with you. Look, we know the conference championship games are for revenue and for TV. That's the only reason they're there. I'm like you. I think it should just be whatever the standing is, whatever
it shakes out.
Yeah, however it shakes out. Do declare the conference champion by virtue of record during the regular season. But like I said, we know it's for television, it's for revenue. It's been that way since the conference title games began. I mean, my God, I think almost 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Dear Lord, we're old.
But I know.
That's the thing. And it's wonky that a CFP berth, hinges on this game. But that's the way it is. That's the game they got to play, so to speak.
Yeah, that's a system, and God forbid you get something where Duke beats Virginia, and you could possibly have a James Madison and the winner of North Texas Tulane into this thing.
Yeah,
and that's where, I mean, I personally love that for any of those 4 school or 3 schools that would be factored in that. But at the same time, they're the sacrificial lamb that's going to get just boat raced, but they're going to get paid. That's the good part. But the system is just, I don't. You were talking about age. I was telling Wags about this the other day. Do you remember when you had the AP poll and you had the UPI poll, and you'd play all these games? Usually the Orange Bowl, the Cotton Bowl, the Sugar Bowl. All of those games were on January 1st. Mm-hmm. You were done by then. And you'd have a split champion.
Yeah.
So it's been a mess forever.
That was the way they just ran it, because they didn't want to do a playoff. They didn't want to do that. They didn't want to be like the NFL.
Yep.
And okay, well, look at it now. Now it's the playoff. But yeah, way back in the day, yeah, you had your national championship as determined by the AP, national championship determined by UPI. Yeah, and more often than you'd think, it was split.
Yep.
But I guess there's a little bit of charm, and I totally get it's better now because at least now you're determining on the field. There's never going to be a perfect way to determine a national champion in college football. It just is.
Nope.
The tournament is the best thing, and you're right. A James Madison, North Texas, that's going to be the 16 seed, facing up against the 1 seed in March Madness. I've almost never won. I think we had one a couple years ago, but usually they don't win. It's it's there for, again, content for TV or whatever. But that's the hand we're dealt. The hand that these schools are dealt, they've got to play it that way. Yes, you're right. It's probably going to be 16, and I would be shocked if it's not next year. Or at the very least, I guess that'd be 26, 27, so it'd be 27, 28. But yeah, it's it'll be fun to watch on Saturday. See the conference championship games, and then see how everything shakes out on Sunday.
Yeah, and the system doesn't get. I mean, because it's like this time of year all the time. We're sitting here talking about, well, there's an easy system to do this. Do it like you do it in the lower categories of where there's actually a true playoff system. You know why it doesn't change? Because it just drives revenue, and I think that, and I think at this point it's even harder, Stu, because the NCAA is like complete. Now with NIL and all that, they've just said, you do whatever the hell you want to do. I mean, they're not going to sit here and try to regulate. They're not going to sit here and try to have any ideas. It's like, you people wanted this. You people wanted mayhem. You want to pay players. You want to do all this stuff. Go ahead. Hey, do it. Do it.
I mean, they basically put it into the hands of the state legislatures.
They did.
I mean, which is so crazy, especially when every state, their legislature is so different. Like Texas, it's every 2 years. But there are states that do every year. There are states that do it every 6 months. There are states, it's so just convoluted and depending on what state you're in, whatever. NCAA has been kind of powerless for at least the last decade anyway.
Yep.
And now there's even less power. You're basically looking at them for FBS, Division II, Division III. Those, because they've had playoffs for a long time now, so they're used to it. But as far as FBS schools, they've been pretty much powerless.
Yeah. The NCAA has pretty much just thrown up their hands and say, you guys do whatever you think is best. And I personally think when you start reaching out and you want the federal government involved in this, that's probably not the way to go. It's probably not the way to go, but we won't have that conversation. That's a sitting down drinking beer at the bar conversation if you want to start talking about that.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. AV Consultations, friends, if you're looking for that holiday setup, you want to have that amazing home theater system, the Sonos surround system, you want to have, hey man, the Christmas stuff, the Christmas movies, the Christmas songs, all of that. AV Consultations, friends.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street, hold the door for people behind us, tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
There you go. AV Consultations, 255-8678. Also have to tell you about our man, Ryan Hurricane Hecht. If you're injured in a personal injury situation, whether it's a car crash, whether you're hurt on the job, random dog bite, you're out and about, and something happens where you're going to need a personal injury attorney, I cannot recommend anyone better than our man, Ryan Hurricane Hecht, right in the Austin area. This guy been doing it for over a decade. He's a good friend of BK's, and this guy's going to fight for your justice. And let me tell you, he's not going to be like those folks that you see on TV where it's like, I've told you guys, I was in jury duty about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, whatever it was. There was one of those high-profile attorney firms that was representing the situation that was going on there. Was that person there with 3 initials? No, that person wasn't there. It was somebody else. It was an intern. It was an associate. That's not what happens with Ryan Hurricane Hecht. You're dealing with the hurricane. He is a fighter for the people. Insurance companies, he's going to handle all of that. When the insurance company wants to settle, you say, no, sir, no, ma'am. You call the hurricane. He's handling this for me. 512-938-8929. Check him out right now. Put that number in your phone. Put that number in your phone because you never know when you might need that. Ryan at HechtLawFirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your personal injury go-to attorney in the Austin area. Be sure and tell them that you heard about it right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Stu, before we go off the top rope, I have to ask you. So we got some intriguing NFL matchups this week. You got Packers Bears. You've got all of that's coming up. I mean, when you want to talk about, last night was just kind of the first surge in everything. The Eagles Chargers, we talked about that one. Bengals Bills is suddenly now a huge game with everything happening there. Colts Jaguars, Steelers Ravens. But the one that, are we ready to say, because you've got the Chiefs and the Texans, and this is suddenly a Houston team that, with the defense just playing at a level that is just unbelievable right now. And you've got your quarterback back. C.J. Stroud looked a little rusty last week, but it looks like, you're going to get Stroud going once again. Still kind of struggling with the running game. You don't have that solidified running game. But is this the time? I have a hard time. I've said it since the beginning of the year. I can't put the dirt on the Chiefs until it's time to drop them into the hole. Is this the time? Because both teams need to win. If Houston knocks him off, I think we may be able to finally say KC is not going to make the playoffs. That's weird to say.
It is weird to say, but I think you're absolutely right. I think it's very possible. And you just mentioned it. Texans defense has been coming on. That's been the thing to beat the Chiefs. Yep. We know Mahomes cannot play under pressure. That's been chronicled very well. So if the Texans can keep that defensive pressure on Mahomes, force him to do things he's not comfortable with, yeah, it's at KC, it's at Arrowhead, or whatever they call it now. I think if the Texans, can come out of there with a win, then yeah, I think we're going to start talking about the Chiefs not being in the playoffs, which has been, that hasn't happened in a while. But yeah, I think it's very possible, and I think the Texans can beat the Chiefs. They've got to play their A game. I won't even say A+, but definitely an A game. If they play their A game, they're walking out of KC with a win.
I think that really is the thing to where Kansas City this year, it seems, well, let me kind of backtrack on that. I think the last couple of years, Kansas City has gotten very susceptible in different forms. And a lot of this is, I mean, these dudes are getting longer in the tooth. I mean, that's a thing where we see, I mean, I remember as a Cowboy fan and an Oiler fan growing up, I thought that Roger Staubach, Tony Dorsett, Earl Campbell, that these dudes would be around forever, that they never went away. But I think that's the thing with Kansas City, to where even last year, susceptible to loss, but they were able to win those games. And it seems like this year that's not what's happening for them. And they're a 500 team right now, and they're not consistent. I mean, they're obviously, I think it's Herm Edwards that says, you are what your record is. You're average. You're 6-6. And it's really starting to show, in that kink in the armor for Kansas City is really there. And I really do think, Stu, I'm finally ready to say it. If Houston knocks him off at their place, they're not going to get in. They're not going to get in.
I think you're right, and I think at the same time it bolsters the Texans, playoff hopes.
Absolutely.
Now, yes, Kansas City 6-6. However, they are 5-1 at home this year.
Yep.
So obviously, beating them in KC is tough to do.
Yeah.
But again, I think if CJ Stroud has shaken off the rust, if he can do what he does, and that defense is clicking, I think they may hand KC their second home loss.
And this is where, to me, it's like we sit and we project at the beginning of the season, and we sat here, and I'm saying, with the AFC South, it was going to be Houston and everybody else, because it was like, who saw this coming with the Colts? I can tell you, sure shit wasn't me, even though it seems like they're going in the opposite direction now, and the schedule is not in their favor, I think, at this point. But even with Jacksonville, I really didn't think that it was going to be time for the Jags yet, kind of like with Carolina in the NFC. But where with the West, I thought that the West was going to be such a logjam there with the Broncos on the move and the Chargers, and man, not really the Ravens, but if you look at it right now, Denver's 10-2, the Chargers are 8-4, the Chiefs are 6-6 in the West. They have totally flipped the script on me on what I thought was going to happen, because the Jags are 8-4, the Colts are 8-4, and the Texans are 7-5. And that's a cluster right there of teams that are going to be battling to try to win that division. And hell, you want to win the division, it's much beneficial going into the playoffs.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Who would have thought the Jags would be atop the AFC South right now?
I know.
I mean, shout out Tony Khan, who's a friend, of course, the owner of All Elite Wrestling. He and his father Shad Khan run the Jaguars. My God, I mean, it's like there could be a playoff team.
Yeah,
and then anything can happen in the playoffs. So hey, way to go, Khan family. And we'll see. That three-way, like you said, Jags, Colts, and Texans. That's gonna be a battle to watch over the next few weeks.
And then with the North, when the season started, it's like it's Baltimore and everybody else, and you have the injuries to Lamar Jackson and everything that's going on there, and what do you get with Aaron Rodgers and Joe Burrow, you want to talk about convoluted. Ravens 6-6, Steelers 6-6, the Bengals. Is it Bengals or Bengals? I'm going to ask you the same thing that I asked the other day.
I say Bengals.
I say Bengals too, but I hear a lot of people say Bengals. The Bengals to me, wasn't
that an '80s pop group?
That's all them good-looking girls that used to sing. Yeah, led by the great Susanna Hoffs.
Yes,
of the Bengals with the curly hair. But there's a lot of folks even with the Bengals 2 games back, the return of Joe Burrow, that are thinking that the Bengals are going to win this, and Pittsburgh and the Ravens this week. And you want to get. You've covered this sport for the longest time. Fire Mike Tomlin chants in Pittsburgh. That's. Man, Stu, you want to talk about being old? We are old.
Oh yeah.
When you start hearing that.
And Pittsburgh, historically, they do not change coaches very often. I still think Mike Tomlin's a good coach. By the way, after the last couple of years, who would have thought the Patriots are 11-2? They got the best record in the AFC. Yeah. It's like what Belichick, found his way back to Gillette Stadium. So it's going to be, like I said, the next few weeks you're going to see a lot of battling and a lot of shaking out, and it's going to be fun to watch for NFL fans.
The Patriots, to me, Stu, are just very much kind of like what happened with Detroit in the NFC a few years back, where you go in, you get the football coach you want. Again, the parallel there is obviously Vrabel wasn't the problem in Tennessee, like we talk about on here, because he seems to have gone and figured that out. But you get a player's coach in there, and you get the front office that's totally buying into what you do. They were amazing in the offseason. You look at the offseason moves, and some of those moves that the Patriots made, it was like, okay, what is that really for? But those people are contributing right now, and they've gone in and they have built this once again to make themselves a viable contender, just like what Detroit did. Pretty much had to clean house. I mean, you had to wipe the slate clean. You go in there, and they right now, the thing is with the Patriots, Stu, it's like this isn't. We see it every year in the NFL, where it's like one team kind of becomes like like a fly-by-night team, to where it's like this year they're exceptional, but you bet your ass next year, they're going to be the opposite record, 2-11. That's not the case here. These guys are built for the long run.
Yeah, I think you're right, and it'll be fun to watch them. I mean, like I said, I think. You look at the AFC East, they could probably clinch that division. They clinch it this week, I think. Because you look at the rest of the season. I mean, the Bills are 8-4. I mean, that's good play, good far way down. So it's kudos to the Patriots.
And that's where the Patriots have kind of been one of those teams where the Colts ended up being that way for me too, to where it's like, okay, you get off to this great start. And I think the Jaguars are kind of there for me too, to where the Jaguars are very quietly 8-4. I don't know why I thought that they had more losses than that. But for me with the Patriots, it's been, okay, I'm kind of waiting for them to fall off the cliff. But they're winning these games and they're getting continually better. And when you think that they're going to hit that dip, they just don't hit it. Same thing with the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Bears this week, another huge matchup for Chicago. It's like, God, it's that's the beauty of this. You never know what you're going to get. And right now, literally on every Sunday, you don't know who's going to beat anybody at this point.
That's why I've got Red Zone. I love Red Zone for things like that. Just to see the chaos ensue and then sit back with the popcorn.
That's it. That's the beauty of it. Yeah, Bears-Packers, huge game in the NFC North coming up this weekend. All right, Stu, yesterday we were texting. We got to go off the top rope. It's off the top rope with Stu Myrick. Every time that you were on here, by the way, thank you once again for hopping in here.
My pleasure, as always.
Give us, you said there's at least two things. There's at least two big things that are going on right now.
So I want to talk, before I talk about that. So I mentioned during our crossover of BK and Bucky, WWE SmackDown is in town tonight. They're at the Moody Center. For me, a lot of the fun when they come, when they're in Austin or at least in Texas. So let me pull the curtain back a little bit. Whenever WWE or AEW come to town, a lot of their extras, their quote security or whatever, are independent wrestlers. Yeah. And a lot of those are wrestlers that I know they're friends. I've called matches for them. So that's part of the fun of watching these shows, is seeing who gets the call. Someone that comes to mind, Jimmy House, who is, I mean, good God, he is like bodybuilder. I mean, he is stacked. Came out of the Road Wrestling Academy, has been Road Wrestling Association champion. He's been on the last couple SmackDowns last.
So they're like on the road. Sorry, Stu. So they're like on the road crew, and they're like, you're in the show.
They're extras. They're extras.
Awesome, dude.
Yeah, they're fantastic. So it's always fun to watch that. So you got SmackDown here in Austin tonight. AEW is going to spend most of January in Texas. They've been doing these, what they call residencies. And one of their favorite places to be in a residency is the Esports Stadium in Arlington. It used to be the Arlington Convention Center. Sure enough, in January, they're going to do 4 weeks of AEW Collision, their Saturday show, at Esports Stadium in Arlington. So good way to, if you want to venture up I-35, go up there, check them out there. It's always fun, and that's a cool venue. They've really turned that into a really cool venue. Smaller venue, but it's a cool one. On top of that, they will be here in the Austin area. They're going to be at the HEB Center at Cedar Park on Wednesday, January 28th for Dynamite. So it's always fun to watch them there. Check them out, AEWTIX.com. I always say, if you want to get your tickets. So in the next 30 days, there are two major retirements happening in the world of pro wrestling. I'm going to start with the one that comes first, the one I mentioned. John Cena has been a WWE, he's been the man for 20 plus years. He has said next Saturday night's main event in Washington, D.C., he'll be on NBC. It is his final match in WWE. Who he will face will be determined tonight here in Austin. LA Knight and Gunther They started this Last Time Is Now tournament. That is the finals tonight. The winner of that match, he will face John Cena next Saturday in Washington D.C. for Cena's final match. And you just got to give up John Cena. He has been the face of WWE for so long. Of course, now finding his success as an actor, Peacemaker on HBO Max and other venues.
Is
So
that
shout out John
no
Cena.
belts, no championships on the line? Will there be a championship?
He just lost. So he won the Intercontinental title, beating Dominic Mysterio. He just lost it back to Dominic at Survivor Series about a week or so ago. But the big part about that is the Intercontinental title that completed his Grand Slam. So he has now held every championship that WWE has.
Nice.
So that's what they call the Grand Slam. So kudos to John Cena. Another one that you may not have heard of, but it is still a big one. So the top promotion in Japan, New Japan Pro Wrestling, they've done some shows in the United States. They do most notably, they have a big tournament in the summer called the G1 Climax. They started their G1 Climax in 2018 in Dallas at the American Airlines Center. It was a great show. I was there. Fantastic. The man that they affectionately called the ace of New Japan, Hiroshi Tanahashi, someone that I have met.
Oh, yeah. I know who that is. Yeah.
He will have his final match on January 4th. So New Japan Pro Wrestling, their biggest show of the year is Wrestle Kingdom. It is always on January 4th. It is at the Tokyo Dome in Tokyo, Japan. Hiroshi Tanahashi will wrestle his final match in the Tokyo Dome on January 4th. It will be against a rival that has been one of his rivals for a long time, Kazuchika Okada, who is currently the AEW Unified Champion, of course, former multiple-time IWGP Heavyweight Champion. If you mention Okada and Tanahashi, you're talking about basically two of the biggest stars in New Japan Pro Wrestling, and now they get to face off each other in Tanahashi's final match.
Nice.
So that's a big one. And again, Tanahashi, kind of like with John Cena in WWE, Tanahashi has been the stalwart in New Japan. He's got multiple IWGP heavyweight title wins, and he's just been one of those guys that you marvel at. Like I said, I got to meet him in 2018, and it was an absolute honor to meet him. He's got that charisma, and you see it even if it is Japanese and the commentaries in Japanese. Although they do an English commentary on what's called NJPW World, which is their streaming service, and they do have English commentary. Walker Stewart, who's a friend of mine, he and I have worked together on a couple of cards here in Austin. He does the English commentary for him, so that'll be something to watch. Now, because it's in Japan, January 4th, you will have to be up at like 2 a.m. here in the United States, but it is going to be a huge deal. And so kudos to Hiroshi Tanahashi, he's currently the president of New Japan Pro Wrestling. So he is he's starting to transition to the office. But yeah, so Cena, Tanahashi, two of the biggest stars in pro wrestling, they're going to hang up their boots, by shortly after New Year's Day.
Changing of the guard right there, man. And that's, we talk about it all the time to where these folks, because I've seen a lot of the conversation with Cena to where it's like, well, he was only doing X amount of shows on this retirement tour. And, there was the face change and all of that. But, man, I'm here to tell you, because obviously I've followed professional wrestling for a lot of years, and just the wear and tear and the physical, the travel. I mean, it's so much, and taking those bumps and say what you want to say about it. I mean, when you get a little older, man, it's probably a little hard to get out of bed every morning and want to go do that shit.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I've been lucky enough to go to. There's an organization called the Cauliflower Alley Club. They do a reunion every year. It's usually in August in Las Vegas. I've been fortunate enough to go to a few of those, and you'll see a lot of those legends show up. And it's, you love to see them, but at the same time, it's sad because they're not moving around like they used to. They may need assistance, whether it's a cane, a walker, or even a wheelchair. Lex Luger, who was a stalwart in WCW back in the day, he's been in a wheelchair, although there's been some move as far. He's been under the tutelage of Diamond Dallas Page, and he's actually taken some steps, without the assistance of a wheelchair. So
Excellent.
that's great to hear. But yeah, this business takes a toll on the body. It really does. And you see that, and you have much more respect for what they do in the ring.
And the other part of that, Stu, really is like with John Cena and Dwayne Johnson. I mean, these guys have taken professional wrestling. They've taken that and catapulted themselves into like real Hollywood stars.
Yeah.
I mean, to the A-list people. And it's like, I see a lot of people that are bitter about that, but it's like, look, if you're constantly wanting to improve yourself, and when these guys are doing that and starring in major motion pictures and TV series and making tons of money, how can you be pissed off at this person, right?
Well, and you're starting to see it. You're seeing it with other wrestlers. Maxwell Jacob Friedman, who's a star in AEW, I call him a friend. He was in Iron Claw in a bit part, but he was in Happy Gilmore too, and he's starting to do a little bit of Hollywood work. Becky Lynch, I think she just started taping, or she just finished wrapping up, I think, a new Star Trek series. So you're seeing Mercedes Moné was in The Mandalorian. I mean, you see these people, and that's part of the business. You've got to do some acting, and so it kind of prepares you for possibly getting on a screen somewhere and filling a role.
That's a great point. Because so much of it is, I mean, say call it what you want to call it. It's entertainment. You do have to. You do have to, and they do a really great job. I mean, so many of these folks on one of these things, when you get those guys on the mic, I mean, they may lack a little bit of that physical ability in the ring, but this right here really seems to kind of put some guys over the top.
Absolutely. Look at Dusty Rhodes.
Yeah, there you go.
The legendary.
American Dream doesn't roll. Friends, McCall Custom Homes, if you're looking for that home renovation project or a new home, but as I always say, you're sitting on equity in the house that you have right now. You want to spruce that thing up. You want to make it look modern. You need to make that phone call or that text to my man, Mike McCall, and get that free holiday estimate for Texas Sports Unfiltered listeners. 512-633-9580. 512-633-9580. Check out the gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Indoor, like me, primary bathroom. That thing is stunning. That thing is looking like it's right out of 2025 because that's when I got it done. You got that living space. You have the kitchen. You want to do something outdoors. You've got an outdoor patio that's looking pretty messed up. You want to build an outdoor patio. My friends at McCall Custom Homes would gladly take care of that for you with a free estimate. Also going to take your ideas, envision them with their ideas, give you some input, and then you do what you want to do. And I'm here to tell you the workmanship, the craftsmanship, the trades are unbelievable. 512-633-9580. Make that call today and get that project started. Get that project started. It is McCall Custom Homes. For over 40 years, a father-son team doing it in the Central Texas area. They've done it for me. They've done it for Bucky Godbolt. They've done it for Central Texans, hundreds of Central Texans. They're ready to make you a satisfied customer as well. McCall CustomHomesATX.com, 512-633-9580. Also, Humbug Holiday Lighting, looking for that outdoor space. I'll tell you, the wife sent me some pictures last night, as a matter of fact. She's like, I'm so glad that you finally went the extra mile and put lights up. I'm like, I didn't put them up. You know I didn't put them up. I made the call to Humbug Holiday Lighting. Let me tell you, friends, this is a full-service holiday lighting company specializing in custom design, installation, maintenance, takedown, and storage. That's the best part. They do it all. They store it. You're not sticking them in the attic. And these are commercial-grade LED lights. These things are not going to fall apart. They're not going to, as we say, peter away during the off season when you have to throw them up in your attic, because one thing, they're going to store them for you in a very great space right there for you. Residential, commercial services, hassle-free, elegant displays, safe installations. You're not out there on the ladder. You're not out there trying to drop a strand across the top. Colorful designs. You can do a candy cane design like I have at my house. You have a custom design, they'll take care of that for you as well. Here's how the process works. You make that call at 833-4HUMBUG or text 512-222-1820. They'll come out, they'll take a look, and then they're going to send you over a rendering. There's like, here's what we're thinking. What do you think? same thing. Then you add your input. Check out that gallery of designs at humbuglights.com. Hey, man, this is the cool part. All the magic without the hassle. The holiday season is here. Enjoy them and enjoy those lights, and then they'll come take them down. Humbug Holiday Lighting. Check them out today. Tell them you heard about them right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Also, Stu, from the Coda text line, Chan is asking about with Notre Dame in the strength of schedule not counting. And I personally think that in this new college football day that we're living in, and I know you can't make people do stuff, I think Notre Dame needs to be in a conference. I really do. I get and I respect the independent part of that as a college football purist. But with this system, they are almost damn well guaranteed to be in. And let's say Texas drops them off a schedule. I mean, I think eventually they're going to be forced into some kind of conference when it happens. But if you expand to 16, I guess that kind of counters my point, because why the hell do they need to join a conference?
That's been the argument for a long time, though. I mean, it was, they were talking about that back in the BCS era, and even before that. If they expanded to 16, which we totally expect they will, probably in the next year, then yeah, I think Notre Dame sits tight. I think they're in the Big Ten conference for other sports, but if they don't have to be, and like you said, strength of schedule no longer is a deciding factor, then it's like, why bother? Just stick with what they got. It works for them, and they've carved out their own little caveat there for the college football playoffs. So why bother? Plus, they don't have to, that means they don't have to play in one of these conference championships.
That's it. I mean, that's the other point about it. And so, I mean, maybe this year, if they get left out, I mean, and again, I mean, that possibility is there. I don't think it's going to happen, but if they get left out, and I mean, and just the whole Notre Dame Miami thing that we're going back to, I still, for the life of me, cannot figure out how Miami is behind Notre Dame. For one thing, they beat them head-to-head. You look at some of the common opponents that are in there, Miami with much more convincing, if you want to call it, wins over those. Again, a very soft schedule. But this is just fast-tracking everything to move to the next point. And, for Notre Dame, you mentioned the strength of schedule. The bad thing is it's supposed to count. Mm-hmm. It's supposed to count in there. It's one of the criteria in the matrix or whatever the hell you want to call this thing that's supposed to be used. But it just goes back to when you have people sitting in a circle trying to decide this stuff, you're always going to have somebody's going to get the shit. Somebody's going to get left out. But they don't change it on purpose. They don't change it on purpose.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's, that's been preached. That's why you had Texas schedule Ohio State and Notre Dame and Michigan, because strength of schedule mattered. Well, you've heard the calls. Take them off the schedule. Schedule a Texas State. Schedule a Tarleton or whatever.
Yeah.
Because like you said, it feels like it matters less and less.
Yeah, and I think that's where you're an SEC school, and I think more in the SEC. If you're an SEC school, your conference schedule kind of will take care of the strength of schedule, unless you're A&M, because that's where that conversation has started. To where, well, who did A&M really beat other than Notre Dame? Because the conference schedule was a little bit softer, and then you played a better SEC team and you got beat, in the finale. So there's that part as well. So we're having this conversation every year. I mean, the thing about it is, you mentioned the BCS thing. I have constantly said we complained a lot about the BCS, but typically they got that shit right. It played itself
usually
out
they
most
did.
of the time.
They usually did. Now it was 1 and 2. We didn't worry about 12 team, 16 team, whatever. It was number 1 versus number 2. But more often than not, it was pretty spot on.
Yeah. So who knows? Who knows? Lastly, before Lone Star Playbook and the guys coming up here momentarily, Stu, while I have you, I haven't been able to haven't talked about this all week, but here we go to Abu Dhabi to wrap up Formula One.
Yeah.
It seemed a month ago that Max Verstappen, the possibilities of being a 5-time world champion were just not going to happen. And somehow McLaren gets himself thrown out of a race a couple of weeks ago, and Lando Norris is now sitting here with a 12-point advantage going into the finale with a surging Max Verstappen right on his ass. This is going to be worth. I think this will be an early morning race too.
It is 7 a.m. here in Texas. It's 7 a.m. on Sunday morning.
So
qualifying is at 8 a.m. Tomorrow morning. So
wow.
Yeah, it's a
Here we
big one.
go.
I mean, this is kind of what what fans have wanted in F1. Some
drama,
competitiveness. I mean, God bless Lewis Hamilton, but I mean, he would usually have the championship wrapped up usually by the time they got to Austin.
Yeah.
So now you got 3 drivers, all of them, and basically it's going to be if you win the race, you win the title.
Yeah.
So yeah, you've got Lance Norris and Oscar Piastri for McLaren, Max for Red Bull, who's going to, like you said, going for his 5th title. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch in Abu Dhabi. I think, qualifying will obviously go a long way towards determining who might end up with the checkered flag Sunday morning in Abu Dhabi. I'm not going to pick because anything can happen on that track, as you and I have seen many times in many races.
Yeah, I think it's pretty simple. Well, I say it's simple. It's a long race and lots of things happen. But you're right. I mean, qualifying is going to be, huge, because if you miss any of the technical stuff, I think with that, especially more if you're McLaren. Because for Lando Norris, he needs to finish on the podium. I think every scenario that I've seen is if he's 1, 2, or 3, regardless of what Max or anybody else does, that he'll win the World Driving Championship. But that's not such a given anymore. I mean, because you're seeing technical problems, you're seeing wrecks on the track, you're seeing trouble trying to pass lapped cars. I think that. That's where this is going to factor in. And for Max to win that 5th title, that's going to equal Michael Schumacher. That's uncharted territory.
It is.
So a little part of me wants Max to win it. A little part of me wants Lando to win it, just to kind of break up the monotony a little bit.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. I think I'm probably leaning a little more towards McLaren, whether it's Lando or Oscar, just to break it up. But yeah, it's 58 laps around that circuit there in Abu Dhabi, and the technical problems that's the big thing. And look, these guys are paid inordinate amounts of money to make sure these cars are right. They meet the specifications, all that good stuff. So you got to believe that they're going to check every bolt, every circuit, everything to make sure that it will come down to what happens on the track.
And that's where, Stu, it was so big in Vegas, to where when Piastri and Lando got thrown out, to where it's like, man, that was after the fact, with the bottom sides of the race car, the underside of the race car that was not to specifications. And the whole part of that to me was that I thought that there might be a little bit of conflict there, because like with the Vegas circuit, it's a street course. I mean, you had the manhole cover issues and all that shit that was going on throughout the week. I'm like, oh, okay, is this legit? And there was no, because F1 is so thorough. I love how F1 says, like, as the race is going, it's like someone is under investigation.
Yes.
I'm like, they kill somebody or what? They steal something? What? So
yes, those steward notices under investigation. That's
under investigation,
and we know they're doing the investigating. Of course, both teams are talking to them on the radio, and they're pleading their case, and you don't. But it's like with any other sport, you don't want the refs to decide the title.
That's it.
You want it to be decided on the track. So
that's it.
Let's try to run a clean race, get everything in specification, and let them fight it out.
Yeah, I think what we see on Sunday is Max will probably win the pole or get fast time, whatever they call it. And I think if you're Lando Norris, you just stay with him. Keep him within eye shot if you can. Just make sure you're right behind him and finish it out that way. So we'll see how that shakes out. A little Formula One and wrestling talk this morning on a Friday.
Beautiful.
That's what I'm talking about. Cavalcade of Sports. Nick Harris covering the game last night. We're the Hotel Brothers, my man. Good, man. Little bit of a letdown last night, man. It was, I tell you, Detroit packed their lunch, and they came playing like they were playing for their playoff lives.
Man, physical football team, and that offense, man, it was rolling. And how about Tom Kennedy? It was a white boy returner with a little bit of motion this night. 261 total return yards for the Lions. That was the fourth most in the last decade across the NFL. And that really helped set up that Lions offense that was just really high-powered last night and gashed that Cowboys defense.
Yep.
Special teams. They'll do it to you every time.
Most definitely.
There you go. Nick, any preliminary updates there on CD Lamb? I'm assuming that was when that head hit the carpet, it bounced and he went limp. So anything coming out of that yet?
Yeah, I mean, it is a concussion. But the bright side for the Cowboys, he'll have 10 days to clear protocols since they don't have to go back on the field until next Sunday. So I caught him coming out of the locker room last night, and he gave me a head nod when I asked if he was all right. But a lot of frustration in that locker room last night for sure, too.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do minimum 7. That's the protocol. But, you hope that it's one of those where he can bounce back. Concussions are such a touchy thing. You never know. Everyone's different. And you recover different. So it's one of the things he's got to listen to his athletic training staff and listen to the doctors and do what he can. And like you said, hopefully he will bounce back and be there for that Sunday night game against Minnesota.
Yeah, certainly.
Yep. So Nick, I'm sure you'll probably get into this a little bit more, but just kind of the post-game thoughts right there, because it seemed like a must-win for both teams coming into this for the playoff ramifications and so forth. I still think that maybe with Philadelphia kind of backsliding a little bit, I think you got to win the East to get in, honestly, at this point if you're Dallas. But kind of the post-game thoughts right there, post-game mood after this setback.
Yeah, I think the frustration is definitely sitting on the defensive side of the ball, and just kind of there was some stubbornness, I think, from a play calling standpoint from the defense last night. There was on the first 6 dropbacks for Jared Goff, Matt Eberflus blitzed 4 times, and they got pressure on all 4 of those blitzes. On his next 29 dropbacks, they only blitzed 5 times, and they only got 4 pressures in those entire 29 dropbacks. And it's just like if you are getting pressure like that and you're getting home early, they had that sack. James Houston had a sack on 3rd down early on. Then why not continue it? Now, I understand the threat of Jahmyr Gibbs out of the backfield, and that's you got to be able to account for that. I get that. But you also still have to get pressure on Jared Goff. I mean, they did not force a punt or turnover over the course of their last 8 defensive possessions. And you just can't have that in this kind of ball game. So a lot of frustration on the defensive side, and rightfully so. George Pickens is kind of a storyline coming out of this one. Richard Sherman had some comments about George Pickens last night that I thought were interesting. Were the effort issues there? I think so, yeah. Seeing it live, I think there was poor body language, and there was some poor effort in route running. However, this loss is not on George Pickens. I mean, he's probably number 4 or 5 on the list of things that did not go right last night. You talked about special teams, allowing Detroit to have an average starting field position of the 44-yard line. Unreal. The defense giving up 7.5 yards per play. I mean, that's probably where it starts for me.
Yep, absolutely. Good stuff. All right, man. Looking forward to the program. I'll be listening in. Stu, as always, thank you, my man. Always great conversation. Cavalcade of Sports. We covered it all today. So good
we
stuff.
Sure did.
Jordan, Nick, have a good program, guys. We're back on Monday, 9 a.m. Chaos Theory. Take care.
Take care, fellas.
You bet.
Hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook.
Nice one.
Yeah, apologies. I still have not gotten around to ordering the cord for the microphone. I left the cord in Austin Thanksgiving week, so I've been using the AirPods this week. They're currently dead in charging, so apologies if my voice or the audio isn't as good as normal. What do we want to talk from Cowboys? Pretty, bad loss, touchdown loss on the road to Detroit. The Detroit team, I'd say they're, a little bit better than their record, but still a loss. I was going to ask you about George Pickens. You kind of already said what I figured you'd said when I asked you about it, so I don't have a ton there. I'm assuming CeeDee Lamb is expected back by next game.
Yeah, we touched on it right before you hopped on. That's another one. He's just going to have to clear the protocol, but he has 10 days to do it. I think the one thing that maybe we didn't touch that is worth touching out of this game, the Cowboys' playoff chances, they certainly needed a boost with the win last night against the Lions, and it would have done so. Had they had that win, their playoff chances would have jumped to, I think, 36%. And this loss brings them down to close to 11%. However, if you're a Cowboys fan out there and you're trying to puff on that hopium a little bit more, I think I might have some hopium to sell you here in a dime bag. Are you ready, Jordan?
I'm ready.
If the Chargers beat the Eagles on Monday night in Los Angeles at SoFi Stadium, tough road trip across the country for the Eagles. If that result happens and the Cowboys win their final 4 games of the season, the Cowboys have a 51% chance of making the playoffs. So at that point, it's basically a toss-up. They would end the season at that rate at 10-6-1, and they would hope that the Eagles drop 2 more games in some place. They have to travel to Buffalo to play the Bills. They have 2 games against the Commanders, and then they have to play the Raiders. So I'm not saying it's over and dead. I think it's over and dead, but the numbers will tell you different. So, we'll see. They just put themselves way too far in a hole to start this season, and it's going to be tough to dig out of. And the last thing I'll touch on out of this game, Dak Prescott was really good again last night. It's tough when Dak and CD have a game like that, especially when the offensive line is not giving Dak any time at all. He was pressured 19 times last night. Unreal. When you're pressured 19 times, you should not be able to throw for 375 yards or however much it ended up being. And defense just gave them no help. George Pickens didn't give them any help. Ryan Flanoy really came on in the second half after CD got hurt, but it was a little too late. And then the Jake Ferguson mistakes, my goodness. Now the OPI was BS for sure, and I thought the George Pickens pick route call was BS as well. The officials were awful last night on both sides. The Lions fans almost ran onto the field and started beating them up themselves. But the refs didn't lose you this game. It was a combination of your defensive issues, your kickoff coverage team, and the offensive line not giving Dak Prescott any time and allowing this run game to really move forward. So we'll see.
Yeah. Hey, always next week, any given Sunday in the NFL. Still got a shot. Keep hopes high. I mean, I don't know what the expectations realistically were for Cowboys fans going into this year, but
playoffs. I think playoffs were the realistic expectation, and it should have been at least. I said right before the season started 10-7, and I thought they would maybe sneak into the playoffs at 10-7, but the NFC is just a lot better than I anticipated. And your San Francisco 49ers are probably going to be the 7th seed, and they're already at 9-4.
Yeah. Can you make sense of why the Niners and Bears have the same record and the Bears are number 1 in the NFC and Niners are 7? Is it just it's that close and it's tiebreakers, or?
I don't believe they have the same record. I think the Bears are at 9-3 and the Niners are at 9-4. But the top 4 seeds go to division leaders, and then from there it's just your next 3 best teams. Yeah. Chicago's 9-3. San Francisco 9-4.
Oh well, we'll see what it looks like when Ayuk maybe comes back. I don't even know if that dude will ever play a game in a Niners uniform again. Yeah, I know.
I puke.
Yeah, it's how it is. I mean, I'll be honest, from the jump, was not a fan of that draft pick. So outside of him like hurdling the Eagles as a rookie, it's been whatever. The peak with Debo was much higher than the peak ever was with Brandon Ayuk.
I was shocked when they paid him. I was really surprised when they paid him because they were trying to get out of paying him for like the last year of his rookie contract, and then they just ended up caving and giving him like $29 million. It's like, why? Like, he has not given you $29 million worth of production, and he immediately gets hurt. I'm just like, well,
yeah, yep.
Well, if you could bring up this comment from CB right quick. Pickett should have been bunched, and why does Turpin continue to fuck up the fair catch? Second week in a row with an invalid fair catch signal. That's something that, like, if you're a veteran kick returner, you maybe have happened once in your entire career, and it's off something like, you were tripping and you were maybe trying to catch yourself and you waved. But Turpin has waved back-to-back weeks. What's up, CB? And has been called for invalid fair catch. I am starting the train of the Cowboys need to move on from Turpin in the offseason. I mean, the random just dumb issues that continue to happen with Kevontae Turpin are not worth it. They're not worth it. And I think you could trade him and get, a 6th or 7th round pick out of it. You might be able to get a little bit more, but it's not worth keeping Kevontae Turpin around. I think returners and returner value is too easy to come by, and you can find it as an undrafted guy in the next rookie class and be just fine. I think it's time to move on from Kevontae Turpin. The speed is not worth all of the fuck-ups. It's just not.
Hey, I have an idea on who could replace him.
Miles Price.
Jaden Blue.
No, that's even worse.
I mean, he doesn't have to really, like, how hard is it to fair catch and run in a straight line and try to not get tackled? It's a little different than playing running back. Obviously, he can't fumble the ball, but, like, the things he has to process are dumbed down returning a kick, Yeah.
I was talking to a Cowboys player last week, just shooting the shit, and he was talking about how one of the players on the team is easy to rage bait, and I was like, who's the most easy to rage bait on this entire team? And he said, Jaden Blue, hands down. he was like Jaden gets in his feelings about everything.
Yeah, Jaden Blue was in a group chat with a bunch of Texas fans for a while.
I remember those days. I forgot about that.
So, yeah. Hey, great player, though. Great in space. I wouldn't mind seeing him get an opportunity to return kicks, but I struggle to believe that will happen. Yeah, all right. Let's talk some Texas high school football. Going to get into some recruiting and college football here in a bit, but want to talk Texas high school football. Where am I going to be tonight? I'm going to be in Denton, Texas. Oh, my God. Nick, he cursed us. Hold up. My monitor just disconnected and it's being weird. But I'm going to be in Denton, Texas tonight. The 6A Division I defending state champion North Crowley Panthers are meeting up with the Allen Eagles. The last time I saw a game at Datku Stadium, it was Apogee Stadium. And it was Southlake Carroll versus Allen. Chad Morris was coaching Allen. I was talking to his son, Chandler Morris, now quarterback of the Virginia Cavaliers, like the entire game. And that was the day after Quinn Ewers went in the transfer portal from Ohio State and repeatedly got kicked off the field because he did not have a very good ending at Southlake. It's since been reconciled, but he kept jumping the fence and getting on the field. And then Southlake staff was going, hey, security, get him off. He doesn't have a pass. It was very strange, but yeah, notable day. I saw a sophomore year, Zeno Yumio Zulu, get pushed off the line of scrimmage like 9 out of the 10 snaps he played that game. He barely played. And at the time, I didn't really know what I was looking at. So I'm like, this kid stinks. How does he have all these stars and offers? Because I didn't know how it works. DJ Hicks was also a junior on that team.
I forgot DJ Hicks was at Allen. That's just hilarious.
Hey, he Morton Ranch 2 years, Allen a year, Katy Pato a year. That Katy Pato team with like him, Alex Kilgore, all those guys, it was like the 2012 Lakers. Everyone thought they were going to do something. They didn't do shit. But It was also their first year in 6A, the year after they won state. So,
well, they also lost their head coach in like week 4 for some very bad things.
Yeah, that is true. I think he might actually still be locked up.
I think he is in prison in
He should be.
Yeah, he definitely should be.
Yeah. But, yeah, so I'm going to that game tonight. Hopefully the Panthers win. If they're going to lose, I'm going to leave early because there's no one for me to interview at Allen. But yeah, excited to get up there. Should be a good one. Colin Kennedy, Mike Roach will be there. Assume a lot of other media. You know, I mean, parking up there is a shit show. So I might be parked outside the stadium by like 3:30, 4 o'clock. It's a 7 o'clock kick.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and then tomorrow I'm going to go see Batman, Jermaine Bishop Jr., and Wildcats.
I thought that was like a new Batman movie. He's like, I'm going to go see Batman. I'm locked in at the movie theater noon.
Chill. No. I'm curious how long people will continue calling him Batman, but going to see Jermaine Bishop Jr. and his Willis Wildcats take on the DeSoto Eagles at McLean Stadium. I believe it's a 6 o'clock kick. I don't know. I need to figure that out. But Wildcats are the underdog, man. They were the underdog last week, ended up beating Forney by 6. The score was closer than the game was because Forney scored like 2 touchdowns in the final few minutes. But, you know, excited to see Bishop. Could end up being his last career game at the high school level. Hopefully not. But he's entering tomorrow's game 5th or 6th all-time in the state of Texas in receptions, receiving yards. And he is currently tied 13th all-time for career touchdown receptions. He has 53. For those curious, he needs 2 more receptions to be 5th all-time in career receptions, 15 more to be 4th all-time, 25 more to be 3rd. And then regarding yardage, he needs 140 more receiving yards to be 5th all-time, 251 more to be 4th. And then after that, it's kind of unrealistic. So, yeah, I mean, should finish top 5, though, in yards and catches. And kind of a funny, kind of cool nugget. We'll talk about Legend Bay in a sec. But I got a call yesterday from Trent Miller. He's the head football coach for Willis. And he's like, hey, I finally got the Houston Touchdown Club to recognize Willis as Houston area. Jermaine Bishop is going to be the Touchdown Club, you know, Houston area player of the year. And I was like, awesome. He's like, yeah, can you write his bio? I was like, yeah, of course. So I wrote the bio, whatever's going to be given out. But I just thought it was funny how however many years ago with Lagway, it's like, hey, sorry, buddy, we're not in the Houston area. Not much we can do. Jermaine Bishop, it's like,
where's she going? Florida? Yeah, they're not in Houston.
Jermaine Bishop, we're going to make this happen. This is Houston area, you know. I just thought that was funny. But congrats to him.
Hey, shout out to Patrick really quick. I have his Alvarado squad taking down Salina tonight. I think they get it done. I think Alvarado takes down Salina. The way they played against Springtown last week and beat up on them, and if you look at how that district played against that Salina district over the course of the first 3 rounds, I think Alvarado takes down Salina tonight. I really think they do.
Would be nuts. Where's that game at?
Patrick will probably know before I would. Hold on, I have it pulled up right here. You wanna predict some games?
Yeah, we can do it. Let's do it.
You know what? Let's do that. We'll get to 4AD1. Let's start with 6AD1. You talked about it, North Crowley, Allen. I picked Allen in this game.
I think North Crowley can get them. Those kids have more experience, good game experience. I think they have a better staff, overall better personnel. Allen can very much win, but if I was putting money on it, I'd go North Crowley.
Duncanville walks Waxahachie. Duncanville's only loss this season was to the Indians way earlier in the year. I think Duncanville gets them the second time around, though.
Yeah, I really want Texas commit Cullen Brown and his teammates to win this game, but I mean, you don't really ever beat Duncanville and beating them twice in a season. I don't think that's ever happened to Reginald Samples at Duncanville. So hard to not go with the Panthers.
You would know a little bit more about this game than I would. North Shore Dickinson.
Yeah, I mean, we were kind of talking down on Dickinson in round 1, picking Atascocita over them, but shit, Dickinson beat Atascocita. They have 1 or 2 other really good wins in the playoffs, and I mean, they can get North Shore. Going to go with North Shore, though, and whoever wins that game plays the winner of my Lake Travis Cavaliers and San Antonio Johnsons.
That's going to be a hell of a game, too.
Yeah.
Give me the Gators of Dickinson. And then
for Lake Travis, I think it's a better matchup if Dickinson wins, but I think North Shore will.
682. Didn't Guy or South Lake Carroll? Carroll, I think, rolls.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about rolls, but I think they're going to win by at least one score.
DeSoto, Willis. I don't know. It depends on what DeSoto team shows up, but DeSoto should win this game.
Yeah, DeSoto, it's so hard not to pick against them. They just have the horses. Willis doesn't. Willis has so many players that go both ways that don't come off the field. And when you've done that 14 games in a row, I mean, it really catches up. And Jermaine Bishop, I mean, he's the engine that makes the Willis car go. But with Jermaine Bishop, how much can he do? Because DeSoto is going to be double and triple teaming him all night. He's going to have to play safety or corner on top of Boobie Feaster. They have a really good running back, Sherrod Baker, who's had a tremendous playoff run. Like, it's a really rough matchup for Willis. Now, I will say, last time DeSoto played in McLean Stadium, they got their ass handed to them by Longview. But that was a game in the rain that DeSoto was not prepared for, where John King had his Lobos ready to go. I don't know what the weather looks like, but regardless, it's really hard to pick against DeSoto in this one.
This is a very, very, very fascinating one. And I honestly think the winner of this ballgame would be playing at AT&T Stadium. Summer Creek and CE King.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of split. I think CE King has more team speed than anyone in Texas high school football. They have they seriously might have 10 kids on their football roster that can go sub-11, including Dylan Mitchell, the running back receiver, who's hit like 10-1 or 10-12 or 10-08, something ridiculous. Like, that kid's on pace to run in the Olympics one day. He's picked up football offers. They have 2 running backs that'll probably end the Power 4. And then, outside of the 2 running backs, Mitchell, I mean, they probably have 5, 6, 7 other kids with Power 4 offers. So they're stronger than they usually are. They've done a good job of keeping those kids from going to North Shore like they have in years past, because CE King and North Shore border school zones. But Summer Creek, on the other hand, I mean, I think they genuinely might have the best strength and conditioning program in the state. A lot of those kids are ready to play. They play early. Look at Kelvin Banks. And they are coached tremendously well. They have Power 4 recruits as well. They have the stars and, the kids that have been waiting their turn in that system. So I'm split. If I had a gun to my head, I'd go Summer Creek. But, I mean, CE King could very well win this thing.
Dripping Springs and Vandegrift, a nice little rich white boy Austin Super Bowl.
You know where they're playing this game?
At the Alamo Dome, which is hilarious.
Yeah. Vandegrift is going to have to drive by Dripping Springs to get to the Alamo Dome. But I assume they just want to play indoors. I don't blame them. The Alamo Dome's a nice high school playoff venue, but I'm going Drip. Vandy's got a good squad. They got a quarterback committed to K-State, or he just signed to K-State. Miles Tiadecki. They're, are obviously the 6A Division II, defending 6A Division II state champs. But I like Drip. They got a quarterback. He's got some shit to him. Chase Ames, 2027 kid.
Yeah.
Bit undersized, but some good arm talent. They have a receiver who just flipped from Arizona State to TCU on signing day, Cooper Reed. And, they're another program. They're coached really well. Vandy is too. I think it'll be a tight one, probably a banger, but I got to go Drip. I like the Tigers.
Before we move on to 5A, CB with a note there saying that Chris Henry is going to announce on Pat McAfee at 12:10 Eastern. That'll be fascinating as soon as we get off this show.
It'll be
Denton, Ryan, Alito. Now, last year, Alito got them in district play and Ryan got them in the playoffs. This year, Alito had a 13-2 lead going into the fourth quarter, and Alito pulled it out.
I like Alito. Caden Finley is so strong. He's the man. He's been doing this 4 years for Alito, starting at the varsity level, being the man at receiver. They have experience across the board. Not a ton of Power 4 kids on this year's team, but they're coached well. They're fucking Alito Bearcats. They have kids on their team who the district win streak is longer than they've been alive. It's in their blood. They breathe winning. They breathe success. I would love to see Denton Ryan knock them off. They have Jatavian Sanders' younger half-brother who's balling for them, John Catlin the fifth. But I think the Bearcats get it done.
the 5th?
John Catlin the 5th, I believe.
Wow, jeez.
I'm pretty sure he's got a V at the end of his name.
Insane. Frisco Lone Star at Highland Park. It depends on what Lone Star team shows up, in my opinion. But if the right Lone Star team shows up, they should win this game. If the wrong one shows up, though, Highland Park can win this by 2 scores.
I like Lone Star. I think they got the horses. I think this is the year. I love that quarterback, Trey Wright, sophomore, undersized, but, ridiculous athlete. He's like sub 6 foot and has like 8 basketball offers, 6 football offers. It could be a legitimate dual sport kid. Like, he's kind of like, I don't want to call him a Walmart version of Kavian, but he kind of is from a size perspective, a Walmart version of Kavian Bryant, but super intriguing. And I hope Lone Star goes to state because I never get to see those kids in person because Texas doesn't recruit them and Frisco ISD doesn't let us in the game. So hoping Lone Star can get it done. You won't really ever find me rooting for the Highland Park Scots. So
Port Arthur Memorial and Barbers Hill. I think Port Arthur Memorial is a very sneaky contender to win the state championship or at least get to AT&T Stadium.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, Zay Capelot, we appreciate it. I'm going to hit on Jamarian Carlton.
Go ahead.
We get through the playoff picks first.
Okay.
We'll do it. But Barbers Hill and PA Memorial, I like PA. Brian Morgan, I mean, what a job he's done this year.
Yeah.
It's not like they got a bunch of move-ins or anything, but they just have never really been able to put it together come playoff time or even in the big games in district. They have Tank King, A&M linebacker commit, Brock King, who they're not related, by the way, TCU corner commit, and then Amonte Martin, TCU running back commit, younger brother of Cam Martin, the former Auburn running back, who's currently the Tulsa running backs coach. They got Kevin Roberts. He's a Houston receiver commit. Like, they're loaded. They got Power 4 talent. They have some young kids coming up that'll be Power 4, and it's just been an awesome year in the 409 for them. It's hard to pick against them against Barbers Hill. Barbers Hill with a really good upset kind of overtime playoff win over Weiss in the 3rd round. Really wanted to see Weiss take on Memorial, but I like PA. Who do they play if PA Memorial wins?
Next game, Smithson Valley, New Braunfels. This is probably an easy win for Smithson Valley. I like this New Braunfels team, but I don't think it's good enough to beat Smithson Valley.
Yeah, Smithson Valley has played 3 games in the playoffs this far. They shut out 2 of those teams, and the other team, I think, scored like 14. So Smithson Valley is really good. They made it to state last year and lost to Vandergrift. No, they lost to someone else at state last year. I can't remember. But, they got a quarterback, Ty Knutson. He's a junior. Texas is recruiting him. Not offered him, but firmly on the radar. Well coached. A few other, kids are going to have a shot to play college, but hard to not pick against Smithson Valley. Love the Unicorns. Would love the upset pick from New Braunfels, but I don't see it happening.
And now to the most fun division in my eyes for my money this weekend is 5A Division II. Region 1, Melissa and Argyle. I think this is going to be an absolute banger. I'm taking Melissa just because I hate Argyle. So sorry if there's any Argyle fans out there, but I'm taking Melissa.
I'll take Argyle. I think it'll be a good game. I really don't have a clear read on this, but I like Julian Caldwell a lot. Great young man, great receiver for Argyle. One of Texas's top receiver targets in the 27 class. And then, hey, Melissa has Max Wright, who flipped from Texas to SMU in the first half of the A&M game when Texas was down. Some very strange, interesting timing. And I haven't actually asked about this, but I don't know if he told the staff ahead of time and they didn't find out at halftime when they checked their phones. I don't know. But I just think that's kind of, not Bush League, but there are proper ways to do that. And the timing wasn't necessarily great. But I think Argyle's got a squad. They got a TCU tight end commit. They have a corner or safety who was committed to Oklahoma State that just got dropped by Eric Morris and the new staff. So he's figuring out where to go. He'll end up somewhere. And then Melissa, sophomore running back, Bear Tabor. He's a monster. They got some other, really good players that won't play in college, but they're great high school players. So I'm really split, but I'll go Argyle just to pick against you.
Region 2, for the 4th year in a row, South Oak Cliff and Port Neches Groves. I think Sock is just a better squad this year. PNG a little bit better, though.
Yeah. Hard to not pick against Sock. They're 2-1 in this series. I watched them play this game in Nacogdoches last year at Stephen F. Austin Stadium, and I mean, Sock got up early, and I don't think it's changed much, but P&G has always kind of been a run-first offense. If they're down a score too early, it's kind of over because they don't really throw the ball and can't really consistently do it. Now, they have a new quarterback starting in the playoffs because the other one got hurt in like the first round or second round. And that kid, according to my sources, my stepmom's family that went to P&G and still live down there, apparently the backup that's now the starter is a better thrower of the football than the starter. So we'll see what that unlocks. Obviously, he only has about 2 games of tape, but hard to not pick the Golden Bears. I like them, like that staff. Hope they get it done.
Yeah, they also don't have a racist mascot. Region 3. I was talking to Mike Roach a couple of weeks ago, and I asked him. I was like, because he's a big sock guy. He's around this program quite a bit, and I asked him. I said, "Does sock get it done again this year? Can they beat Randall?" And he was like, "I think Iowa Colony ends up in the state championship." Now that was a couple weeks ago. Randall and Iowa Colony, they play tonight in Katy. I'm taking Randall, but you think Iowa Colony has a shot? You got me?
So, yeah, you got me?
Yeah, Randall, Iowa Colony.
Yeah, I like Randall. We got Black Jesus, Brandon Williams-Gallup.
Absolutely.
This is a kid who fumbled the first possession of the game. Iowa called it regular season. I believe he actually fumbled the first 2 possessions of the game. Randall was down either 21-0 or 21-7 in the first half. They won by 2 scores. He finished with 5 touchdowns and like 350-plus yards. Landon Williams-Callis, Richmond Randall, take it to the bank. They're beating Iowa Colony.
Region 4, Bernie and Alamo Heights. I think it's an interesting game. I'm taking Alamo Heights, though.
Yeah, I honestly do not care. Bernie, I mean, I don't know. I don't know either of those teams well.
We're going to go through some of the small school games. We won't go through all of them. Alvarado, Salina, 7:30 p.m. tonight in Mansfield at Newsom Stadium, where you have to clear an FBI background check to get in as media, legitimately. Again, I'm taking Alvarado. I think they get it done tonight.
Yeah. I mean, I really don't know anything about either team besides the cat at Alvarado that Patrick is putting us on and Bo Bentley. And they also have like a tight end receiver tweener committed to Pitt. Or he just signed with Pitt. But I'll go Alvarado. Go Indians. And you brought up that stadium. I always refer to that stadium as the stadium Sock finally beat Alito in. When they finally got over the hump and made it to state in 2021, that's the game that launched them, on their state title trajectory. Because if they didn't beat Alito, they obviously were done. And if they did, I mean, they played the best team in the bracket already. So, yeah.
Region 3 in that same division, Kilgore and Fort Bend Crawford. I don't know a lot about Fort Bend Crawford. I think you do, though. Kilgore, though, I mean, I think they've just reloaded and they have a really good squad.
Yeah, I mean, Kilgore is an East Texas team. Those kids grow up, living it, breathing it, eating it. And they're all about Kilgore football, the Bulldogs. So it's hard to pick against them. I think Fort Bend Crawford has more, college talent. They have a tremendous receiver prospect, Alvin Mosley, one of Texas and Chris Jackson's top targets in 2027. He's averaging like 150 yards and three to four touchdowns a game in the playoffs. So I think he'll be great. But it's hard to pick against Kilgore. This team's trying to get back to state after they lost to Salina last year at state. So I'm going Bulldogs.
In 4A Division 2, Carthage and Athens, I think, is a East Texas banger tonight. Athens has been playing really well over the course of the last 6 weeks or so. But Carthage is Carthage.
Yeah, give me Carthage by like 20 points. I mean, Athens has had a great year, good for them, but they barely beat Gilmer in the first round of the playoffs, and this might be the worst Gilmer team since I don't know when. Like they're down this year. Gilmer is. They'll be a lot better next year.
Yeah, Gilmer surprised me the last couple of years. I feel like they've been going down, but yeah, you're right. I'm surprised by that too. And now my phone is messing up as I'm trying to get into like 3A and 2A, so I guess that's a signal of saying, hey, we're not going to get into that. But
yeah, we're good.
If you do want to be a sicko and hop on my DMs and talk about some 2A and 3A ball, I will be certainly willing to do so. But anyway, Yeah, really fun high school slate tonight. I am not in New Orleans. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm in Detroit still. I wish I was in New Orleans. Really wish I was tonight. I am going to be locked in for this UNT Tulane game. And if we could just go ahead and knock out my thoughts on that, I think UNT gets this done by 2 scores. The way they've been playing the last couple of weeks, man, the way this offense has been playing, I feel like the defense has finally found their groove after that South Florida disaster. I think UNT gets this done. I really do.
Yeah. David Keith Williams, where'd you go?
Oh, yeah, I'm very curious myself.
There's only like so many 2A schools. So
2A in Central Texas.
Hey, went from 2A in Centex to the military to living in North Carolina. How about that?
Like Martin,
I'm guessing Bartlett.
Ooh, I'm gonna go like Marlin.
Weimar.
Weimar, damn.
Hey, fun fact.
Weimar.
Fun fact. My puppy, Bevo, might have him on here later. It's Friday. He's from Weimar. We got him from a breeder in Weimar and met the lady, I guess, in Stephenville because she brought the dog up to Stephenville because her son goes to Tarleton State. So it made it a lot easier on us. So we didn't go down there. But shout out to the Weimar Wildcats. How about that? Are they still in the playoffs? Are in the playoffs?
They're not.
Got it. All right. We're going to do some recruiting, signing day talk, signing period talk. You have any questions, drop them in the chat. We'll get to them. Cameron Govon said, what are you hearing about Chris Henry? Heard he's announcing soon. Yes, he's announcing at 11:10 Central on Pat McAfee, which means Pat McAfee will probably talk way too much than he should. And around like 11:23, 11:25, he'll actually pick up the hat. Now, I very much think it's Oregon. I've heard several conflicting things regarding Texas, but the primary consensus is that they're being used for leverage. This morning, Steve Wilfong and On3 reported Texas is pretty much out of it. USC has been pretty much out of it, and LSU's trying to hop in the mix. But it's also said any new offer he gets is brought back to Oregon and Ohio State and asked to match. Like, Texas is out of this thing. This kid's going to Oregon or he's sticking with Ohio State. If anyone pulls a rabbit out of their ass, it's going to be West Virginia, which I think might be possible. Hey, McAfee, West Virginia cat. So we'll see. We had this question here on Jamarian Carlton. What's your thoughts on Jamarian Carlton and how he fits in at Texas and his comparison athlete? Yeah, so he's currently 6'4.5", about 260 to 270. He was listed at 265 by Texas during the signing day press conference on Wednesday. That's where I'm referencing that weight from. 6'4.5", 265, 82.5 wing, which is really strong. I believe he has 10-inch hands, 36.5-inch arms, like true NFL traits. When people talk about NFL traits, that's what they're referencing. There are only so many kids and humans on planet Earth and in the United States of America that have those types of measurements paired with that athletic portfolio. Like, he's not a one-of-one by any means, but there are maybe like 4 or 5 guys with the athleticism and measurements combination that he has. Great basketball player. He's been Temple's best basketball player going on 4 years. 4-year varsity starter, 3-year varsity starter on the gridiron. Run a bit of track. The fastest he's ever run in a meet is like 11.6. But when I went out to Temple in the spring, they did track practice the day before, and I was told the staff got him at 11.1 in a heat that he beat Jason Bradford in. And Jason Bradford is a 4-star safety who signed with TCU on Wednesday. So really impressive athlete. They can do a lot of things with him. I think he can be a traditional edge rusher, whether it's, the speed kind of quick feet guy or however you want to call it at Buck where Colin Simmons plays, or he can be kind of, the big strong side defender or weak side. I mean, they rotate them, but kind of the Ethan Burke one, the bigger run defender, bigger athlete, more weight on his frame, and, the primary run defender on the D-line. So I think he can grow into either of those. He can also grow into an interior D lineman. Now, do I ever think he's going to play in the A-gap? No. But could he do it one day? Yeah. I mean, like, realistically, he can do anything on the D-line. He has a frame that can hold up to like 320 pounds easily. I think it can definitely get over 300 by the time Texas kicks off versus Ohio State come, August or September of next year. And he's going to be fascinating to watch because there's so many things that he can turn into or grow into. And with him, the main concerns I have, he played through or is still playing through actually a partially torn labrum. Tough-ass kid. Happened, I believe, in the summer at some point, and he just played his whole senior year with a big brace. He's still playing basketball, and he's going to enroll at Texas in January. But the shoulder injury is a little concerning. Those can linger, and, I mean, he's a point-of-attack player where he's getting hit in the shoulder every single snap. So you don't want it to linger, and that has to get figured out because, I mean, Colton Vossick has had lingering shoulder injuries, and he's been at Texas for 3 years now, and this is the most he's really ever played because of the injury. So I'm concerned about that. The good thing is, like, the mental eval's there. He's a great young man, comes from a blue-collar background like a lot of the other kids who made it out of Temple. And, I mean, he's the first person in his family to go to college. His mom works at the post office, single child, like, truly getting it out the mud. Smart kid. He's not where Torian York was, where he's like academically top 10 in his graduating class at Temple. But, I mean, I heavily assume he's top 10%. So really good young man. And I do think the only reason he won't be successful is if the injuries linger, because he just has God-given traits that are so rare. The multi-sport background, the ability on putback dunks, the explosiveness ability on the hardwood, like, there is so much to work with there that he is a guaranteed draft pick if he shows up to practice every day, works hard, and busts his ass and stays healthy. And I expect all those things to happen. So I love the get for Texas. I really love Carlton as a kid, as a player, as a person. And regarding comparison, it's kind of hard. I haven't really thought about this, but this is going to – I don't want to comp him to Mykel Williams, but I kind of am. Mykel Williams had better body control at this point and was a more dominating prospect with a higher floor, but I think they have about equal ceilings. Mykel Williams, I think, is about 6'6", about the same length, though. But I believe by the end of his final season at Georgia, he was around 280, 290, 285, somewhere in there. So if he's going to stay at edge, I think that can be kind of a comp just from the frame perspective. But as far as, if he turns into a 300-pound, 310-pound D lineman, I mean, we'll see. It's going to be very interesting because he needs to learn a lot of the technical aspects still and get that down, on tape. 3 years on varsity, he's been doubled and triple teamed every single play in a 3-down front. But he doesn't hold, his ground super well at the line of scrimmage. He can get washed out. And isn't quite as instinctive as like some of the other D linemen ranked ahead of him in this year's cycle. So the technique and injuries are the main concern, but he's a good kid, smart kid. I think he can figure out the technique. I'm not worried about it, just injuries. So, that's what I'd say about Jamarian Carlton. Nathan, this would be pretty crazy. West Virginia flips like 3 or 4 kids on signing day after never hosting them or recruiting them like previously, and just said, hey, we'll pay you this much money. Come on. And it worked. They got them, David Keith Williams said, what is your current view of Trenton Henderson's recruitment? It seems he still is not yet officially committed. Yeah, he's committed to LSU. He's not officially signed. I assume that's what you meant. Miami, or I think it's Florida State, Auburn, and Miami are like the schools pushing. Texas was communicating with him this week, but I mean, like a source literally texted Hank, we feel like we have no chance. So he reported that, I think, Wednesday night, Hank did. So that one is a true long shot. I mean, like Chris Henry probably has a better chance than Trent Henderson does of ending up at Texas at this point, but we'll see. Definitely think LSU, Florida State, or Auburn, though. Let's see.
Our man that gave us the $5 there, Zay Capilot, his profile picture was our GOAT LeBron James. Is our GOAT LeBron James. And did you see the selfless play by the King last night? For the first time in 15 years, LeBron James has not scored 10 points in a game. He passed up the game-winning shot to Rui Hachimura, who hit it in the corner. Unselfish. That's my GOAT, and I don't want to hear anyone that thinks different.
LeBron's better than me. I would have
been driving to the lane with all 5 people, and I'm like,
yeah, please foul me. I'm trying to get to 11, but I don't know. I got an alert from ESPN at like the beginning of the fourth quarter, like the King streak is on the line. I was like, oh no. Look it up on ESPN. He had like 6 points and it was like 3 of 15 shooting. I was hoping it was like, oh, load management. He's only playing like 10 minutes tonight. No, he just couldn't fall out of a boat and hit water last night. So
the decline is happening, Jordan. I've watched the last few Lakers games.
I know. I hate it too. I might try to go see him in Houston because the tickets here in Dallas, since Luke is on the team, are going to be way over what we should actually pay. So
let's go to San Antonio.
I don't know.
Road trip it.
Shoot, I'm down. The only time I've seen LeBron play in San Antonio was a game that Kyrie sat on the bench for and had load management. It was also, I think, Kawhi's last year in San Antonio. But yeah. David Keith Williams said, I was hoping Chris Henry would commit to Oregon earlier and his commitment would affect Jalen Lott. However, that did not happen. It'll be interesting to see Oregon juggle all their receiver talent.
Yeah, no doubt.
Man, they're loaded. Like next year in their room, they have Evan Stewart in year 5. Imagine if you told anyone before he signed he'd be in college for 5 years.
Yeah.
But anyways, Evan Stewart year 5, DeCorian Moore year 2, Gatlin Bear in year 1 of college, even though it'll be his third year removed from high school. Yeah, he was on a mission. Chris Henry in year 1. And Jalen Lott in year 1. Like, that's loaded.
Or not Kenyon Steak, Kendra Harrison in year 1.
I mean, I don't know how much he'll play. They're letting that kid play basketball too, which, like, buddy, pull your head out of your ass. You're like a 6'6" post. Like, seriously, what are you doing? The money is in football, brother. So yeah, I mean, you're right. They have a loaded room. Consensus is Jabarian Carlton will evolve into a very good D tackle. Yeah, I mean, it is important, especially because a month ago, Texas had 4 interior D-line commits, and they only signed 1. So he kind of has to work on the interior. Let's see, Jordan's thoughts on the recruiting class. I like it. Could it have been better? Yeah, but they saved some money. They're going to spend some money in the portal. They need it. It's the final year of the Arch Manning era. You have to maximize it. There might not be another quarterback as good as him or like him for a long time. I know Diabell, KJ Lacey are coming up, but I mean, the things Arch Manning has done and managed with a dog shit O-line and poor pass protection, poor play calling, like, he doesn't get enough credit for how good he's been this year. So they have to maximize, and I'm cool with them saving the money on recruiting. I like that they have a fair amount of players who can help this team year 1. And I also like that, the 3 stars, the low end of the class, it's more important than it ever has been because those are the guys you're finding value in. Those are the guys that are making not 6 figures. If you can hit on one of them and one of them becomes a starter or even a draft pick, like, that is amazing. And it's tremendous value because, like, even if a 3-star from the class turns into a starter by year 2 or year 3, the number you're paying them is still under what they actually should be getting because the floor for negotiations back in the recruitment was like $50K. Because it's okay, you don't go to Texas, you're going to go to, I don't know, Minnesota. They flipped 2 Minnesota commits. Like, Texas has the leverage there. So unless they have a really good agent, if you hit on a 3-star, you get tremendous value out of it. So I really like the 3-star group of commits. I liked it more when Kosip Paulo was still a 3-star, but we bumped him up into the top 247. He deserves it. Can't complain. But I mean, hey, it's a good class, 7 or 8 class in the country. A little concerned with the offensive line and interior D-line classes, but as much as Texas might have holes there, I mean, those guys aren't seeing the field for 2 to 3 years, so they can still get recruited in the portal, and you fix it that way. Really good edge rushing group. I'm going to throw Carlton in there with Wesley as the edge rushers, even though he could end up as D lineman, D tackle. I think the linebacker, it's probably it is Johnny Nanson's best class. Last year, he basically only signed one linebacker because Jonathan Cunningham can't really put on weight. So, good group. Kosiak Pollock can factor into edge. You have Tyler Atkinson, the most ready-to-play linebacker in the entire country. He will play a lot as a freshman. And then, the latest add, Rocky Cummings, 6'4", 220 out of Carlsbad, flip from Cal. I think could end up as a backer, could end up as an edge rusher. Could end up maybe even in like the Trey Moore, Brad Spence role that Kosiak Powell is kind of projected to play in. So a lot of versatility in the secondary group. I really like the corners. Samari Matthews. I think he is so much better than people give him credit for, and it's because he's a kid committed to Texas from North Carolina. I talked to Michael Griffin, former Texas player for a long time last night, just catching up and talking about Luke Travis. His son goes there. And I mean, he watched some of the defensive backs that signed with Texas, and with Samari, he kind of reminds me of J.C. Horn from a frame perspective, build perspective, both Carolina cats too. I like that. Kind of similar to Cade Phillips. They got the dreads, long arms. Samari has wider shoulders and more weight on his bones, but I mean, I think Samari Matthews could and should be starting by year 2. And if he's starting year 2, that means your 2 other corners that are starting are Grayson Littleton and Cade Phillips in year 3. That's a tremendous group. Jonah Williams would be in year 3 then too, and you're hoping he can put it together and stay healthy. So really good corner group. I like the safeties. Miami Riley, my guy, long time coming for him. I think he's going to surprise a lot of people. He's already pretty old. He's going to be either 20 or about to turn 20 by the time Texas kicks off next year. But I think he'll surprise people. He's a kid who will die on that field for the Texas logo. He knows how much it means for people in the state of Texas. And, he'll factor in on special teams too. So I like him. Teray Davis is very interesting. The ball skills are good. He does what he's supposed to do versus really weak competition by dominating. But, he's playing kids in Boulder, Colorado that might not even start for, 2A teams in Texas. With all due respect to Weimer and David Keith Williams, he's not playing anyone. And he's not very physical. He's not a good tackler versus horrible competition. So how is this going to work in the SEC? It's not quite, you can't really coach physicality into someone. They have to want it or not. So I'm watching him. I think the corner group is better than the safeties group, but still a good secondary haul, back 7 haul. And I'd say the defensive class is stronger than the offense. On offense, I like Dia. The fact that he's arriving at Texas with less career pass attempts than any quarterback Texas has landed in the Sark era concerns me. The early success projecting it for him, I don't know what that'll look like. The running backs, Derek Cooper is great, brings a different skill set to the room that they don't have as someone who can actually take it all the way to the house and not get caught from behind. He's not a one-speed back like Baxter and Weisner kind of are. He can catch really well, played a lot of 7-on-7. And, that's important with how much Steve Sarkisian throws to running backs out of the backfield. And he also, at one point was a true athlete prospect. Schools are looking at him at safety. He was committed to Georgia to play safety for a week in the summer between his sophomore and junior year. So high football IQ kid. He's going to play early because of the different skill set he brings, and also because there's a significant investment in him. I'm going to call it what it is. Texas won that recruitment because they paid the most money. It's happened plenty of times elsewhere too. That's how college football works nowadays. So I like that. Jet Walker, late flip from Georgetown, flip from Minnesota to Texas. I think he can be a good red zone back. He's a one-cut back. I'm curious what else he can end up bringing to the table outside the red zone. Runs behind his pads well. I believe it's PR'd at 11.06 or 11.1. Is a straight line runner. Doesn't have a ton of wiggle, but that's okay. Fall forward, get some yardage, be a positive runner. I think he can do it. And I'm kind of curious too because, I think Texas, they definitely are considering going in the portal for that big body, red zone back. But, Jet Walker might be able to do that as a freshman. Now, it is the SEC, so how does that actually work? I'm not sure. But Jet Walker is going to be very interesting to watch. Doesn't have much experience catching the ball out of the backfield. So I do think, that is going to be something he has to work on. But yeah, and then receivers, Jermaine Bishop, best player in the class, hands down. It's not close. Statistically, one of the best to ever play high school football in the great state of Texas. There's not enough good things I can say about him. He can start at Texas and help them right now. The other two receivers, Chris Stewart, Cohen Brown. Stewart was an early commit, considered flipping several times, but stuck it through, signed on Wednesday. The all-time leading receiver in Shadow Creek's program history. You got to run?
I do have to run. The World Cup draw is about to ensue, and I'm going to have to write off of that.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, I forgot to say it earlier. I know some people have put it in the chat. Per Ross Dellinger, the SEC is going to 105 scholarships.
Wow.
They should have off rip, to be honest. I mean, the rest of the country or the rest of the Power Four at 105 hurts the depth for these SEC teams and what they can offer in recruiting. So, yeah. But hey, if you got to run,
the draw doesn't happen until 11:45. I can stick around.
All right. Well, I got to be off here by 11:15. But gonna finish up with Stewart. I like him a lot. Can play inside or outside. Didn't play much as a senior. Had a nagging AC joint injury in his shoulder. But in like the 3 or 4 games he did play, he had like 8 or 9 touchdowns, and I think 2 of those are punt return touchdowns. So I like him. I think he'll surprise a lot of people, and I think he's kind of been forgotten about because of how early he committed. But the other receiver, Cohen Brown, out of Waxahachie, kind of very similar to DeAndre Moore. He's good at everything. I don't know if he's great at anything. Jack of all trades. I don't know if he's a master of any trade. But he's been really productive at the high school level in the best district in the state of Texas. So that's really encouraging. I think the ceiling is somewhat limited, but the floor is really high. It would not surprise me if he somehow is starting or beat out some guys as a sophomore, as a junior. A lot of experience going 2 ways as a safety, as a defensive back. If it doesn't work out at receiver, he could get moved over there. He can provide special teams value, high IQ kid, high football IQ. And, it was a really good floor take with Chris Stewart. Like, with how much money they spent last year, they knew going into this year they were going to have to really, grind on the evals and figure out some good budget takes. Cohen Brown and Chris Stewart are that. And Jermaine Bishop, on the other hand, I mean, he wanted to be at Texas and committed early. So it wouldn't shock me if he's like a 7-figure player, but I don't really know if he is, just because he wanted to be at Texas and his recruitment was never going to be about the money. So good receiver group. At tight end, with all due respect to this kid, he's a very nice young man. He's not a horrible player. But Charlie Gillick, I really do not know what Jeff Banks in Texas were thinking. He is a kid who plays, football in Michigan. He goes to Portage Central. 2-way player, 3-phaser, linebacker, tight end, plays in like a wing tee, slot tee. Doesn't have a ton of experience catching the ball and will be an inline blocker. Now, I do think he's similar to Spencer Shannon, where he's going to be an inline blocker. And Spencer Shannon had like 6 or 7 career pass receptions in high school. That was it. Now, he did play way better competition in the Trinity League at Mater Dei than what Gillette plays in Michigan. But, the 3-phase experience is encouraging, playing both ways, a lot of blocking experience in a wing tee, slot tee offense, basketball player. But he's like 6'5", 230, and won't be able to play until he's like 250. He needs physical development. And I get it. Like, he's a budget take. They're taking a shot on the eval. But I was banging on the table for 4 years for Javian Martin, 3 years at Pflugerville, 1 year at Willis, top-ranked tight end in the state, and he signed with Houston. So we'll look up in a few years and see who was right, who was wrong. I just think that, with what Texas kind of went after with Gillick, they could have got that in the state of Texas or in the 49 other states. You did not have to go to Michigan to get that. So I'm rooting for him. Hope he proves me wrong. But those are just kind of my thoughts. Like, for Texas being cool with not taking a tight end up until like the month before signing day and getting Gillick out of nowhere, I think that tells us there are, 1 or 2 tight ends going in the portal from Texas. So we'll see. And then, I forgot the O-line group. I like John Turntine. He's going to have to put on weight. I'm not worried about it. Good kid, smart kid. He'll be all right. Now, can he hold it down at left tackle in the SEC? I think he can. But if he's not ready to start by year 2, you have problems because the other 2 probably won't be ready to start by year 2. So, I used to have conviction, hey, if it doesn't work out at tackle, he'll be a really good guard. But he's not quite as powerful in the run game, not as good of a run blocker as he had been as a sophomore, as a junior. And I think part of that is weight. So we'll see if that changes. But he's a very interesting prospect with how the last few years have gone. Nicholas Robertson is a center commit or center signee, center take. Played tackle at Klein his sophomore and junior year and moved to center as a senior to get more reps. I think he can be good. I mean, he's going to be the most powerful and best run blocker Texas has had at center since I don't know who. He's bigger and stronger than Jake Majors, Cole Hudson, or Connor Robertson, or Daniel Cruz. So I like him. I don't know if he can start by year 2. Might be a year 3 guy, but if it doesn't work out, he can also play guard because he's 6'3". And then last but not least, Caden Schur out of Georgetown, flipped from Stanford to Texas. IOL take, probably going to end up at guard, could end up at right tackle. I think he is 6'5". A late bloomer. I mean, this kid was playing tight end and D-end until he switched to O-line going into his junior year. I do think, in reality, he's a year away from being a year away. But, hey, that's okay. He kind of a budget take. You don't have to pay him that much these next few years, but you have to develop him. He has to buy in to the strength and conditioning program. And if he does, there's a lot to work with there, a lot of potential, but he has to get there and has a low floor right now. So he's the guy that you stick in the oven, not the microwave. And hopefully in 3 years he can be in the 2 deep or start. And if not by year 4, then, well, you wasted a scholarship. So they're going to have to develop him, and it's going to be up to Kyle Flood on that. So that's pretty much the class. Well, I guess the 3 specialists, long snapper, Trot O'Neill, punter, Mikey Bukowskis, kicker, Jake Collette. Collette is out of Georgia, chose Texas over UConn. And I don't think they're going to let him kick as a true freshman. I think they portal in for that. It's the final year of Archer. You are not serious about it being the final year and really making a run if you're rolling a true freshman kicker out there with him. Same goes for the punter. You tried starting a true freshman in 2024 at punter and went horribly. Do not let that happen again. Like Collette and Bukowskis should redshirt and not play this year. Trot O'Neill, the long snapper, is fine. You can start at long snapper day 1 in any conference. That's what Lance St. Louis did. 4-year starter at Texas, started every single game at Texas. So, that is the 2026 recruiting class.
Beautiful. How about that?
So, yeah. Hey, David Keith Williams, you bring up a good point. Have you seen that Ohio State room? Garrett Wilson, Olave, Emeka Egbuka, Jackson Smith, and Jigba.
Alabama had their own version with Waddle, Henry Ruggs. Who else?
Judy.
Who?
Jerry Judy.
Yeah, Jerry Judy. I feel like there was another big one in there.
Mechie.
Yeah. Yeah, that
I don't think Jameson Williams is on that team though. But
he may be.
He only did 1 year at Bama because he transferred in from Ohio State.
I tell you what, Jameson Williams last night looked like an animal. He was incredible.
Speaking of which, kind of a cool story. USF head coach Brian Hartline. When I went up, or I should say accompanied Micah Hudson on an unofficial visit to Ohio State. It was an unofficial, but it was like a 2-day long trip. They kind of treated it like an OV because they knew they'd had to crush it for him to come back. And me, Micah, the Lake Belton head coach, his wife, and the Lake Belton receivers coach sat in Brian Hartline's office or like receiver room. And he gave his recruiting presentation. It was probably 1 to 2 hours. Honestly, one of the most impressive things I've seen. I've been on several visits in the past, seen recruiting pitches. Nothing comes close to that. But one of the things he said is, hey, Jameson Williams just got selected in the first round of the draft. He is really good. We had him for 2 years and loved him. And as good as he was, he couldn't start over our other players because they were also first-round receivers. And we wished him the best. And this kid went first round after not playing at all in 2 years, went to Bama, started 1 year. And he's really good. We wanted to keep him, but we understood. Like, you know how crazy it is that Jameson Williams, that guy couldn't see the field?
That is great. That is great.
Like, And I was just like, damn, like I want to commit right now, coach. but yeah. Let's see. Tight end room looks loaded next year. Wow. Crystal Balls went back to Ohio State. That's interesting. David Keith Williams said the two Texas players that I think need to absolutely have the best offseason on the roster are Nick Brooks and Nate Kibble, regardless of what Texas does in the portal at guard. I'm with you on Nick Brooks. I don't know if Nate Kibble's around next year. We'll see. But if he is, yeah, he needs a big offseason.
That one ball on Ohio State, it was Bill Kurlick back in November of 2022. That's the only one that's submitted.
Oh, yeah, he ain't changing that either. He retired like last month. So, who do I see Texas getting in the portal? You know, to be honest, I've not heard of any names that they're tampering with or I've had communication with. And the amount of players who have posted they're going in the portal or whatnot, like that number is going to be multiplied by 20, 2 weeks from now. So ask me this in a little bit.
However, Long did change his back to Ohio State about 45 minutes ago.
Wow. Let's see. Hey, I think Hayward Howard will end up at corner, but he provides safety versatility as well, can do it there too. Devontae Davis is a really good comp. I've not heard Devontae Davis in a long time. I think he also was a Houston Lamar kid with Holton Hill. I wasn't right on 11:23, 11:25, but I was right in the delay, 5 minutes.
Take time to step back and really reevaluate everything, but just sit with my family and taking time to think about it. Ultimately, I'll be committed and staying committed to the Ohio State University. I just feel like
there you go, Chris Henry sticking with Ohio State. Fascinating.
Yeah.
They got that bag though. That leverage play.
Go get that bag, young man.
Hey, congratulations. You just retired the family.
Hey, he was always getting the bag, man. He's an athlete's first guy. So, Mulligetta and that agency, they're gonna take care of him for sure. Yeah. So all right, last question because we do gotta run. Sticky said, haven't heard a lot about Christian Clark. I like the way he played when he got a chance. Any word on if he'll be returning next season? That is a good question. I don't know how realistic it is that Baxter and Wisner are back. I think Wisner has a serious decision on leaving for the NFL. And with Baxter, I mean, if you're Texas, you can't pay him the same if he's not the same athlete. And then that's up to him if he wants to go try to make more elsewhere. So those two will be interesting. Ricky Stewart's gone. He'll be in the portal eventually. That's been reported everywhere, though. James Simon, I don't see him walking. And then Christian Clark, I mean, we'll see. The times he did play this year, he was hitting the wrong holes, taking too long to hit holes, and was hitting the wrong holes. And, I mean, he doesn't have a ton of breakaway speed. Going into college, was viewed kind of as this guy who didn't have the breakaway speed, but he had the phone booth ability, could make you miss, good jump cuts, all that. He tore his Achilles last year in fall camp and was back for this year in fall camp somehow. I don't know how he did that, but now I don't know if he's the same athlete because I never got to see him in person much before the Achilles. I just don't know where he stands. And to be honest with you, I don't know if he's going to ever start at Texas. Derek Cooper's coming in. They're going to want him to start. And also you have to remember Christian Clark and everyone else in that room, those are Tashard Choice guys. They did not sign or get recruited by Chad Scott. Derek Cooper did, and Jet Walker did. So I don't want to say that's, is part of it, but that always plays a part in any position room when there's a coaching change. So, yeah. And, of course, Jarrett Gibson, who is already off the team, is going to end up in the portal as well. But, how about that? We're going to get out of here. Y'all have a great Friday. Go North Crowley Panthers and Willis Wildcats and the North Texas Mean Green.
Go Mean Green.
Hey, real quick, we'll pick championship games. You already picked that one. Who you got? Georgia, Bama, SEC.
Give me Bama. Bama's just the Georgia killer.
Texas wants Georgia to beat the shit out of Alabama and so much that they get left out of the playoffs. So I'm going Georgia. And I think they're going to win. Big 12, Tech versus the Mormons, BYU. Who do we got?
Tech gets it done.
Yeah, easy. Who's in the ACC? It's Duke, Virginia, right?
It is. It is. Man, if
Let's
Duke,
go C4.
have some fun. Yeah, but you know what's funny about that game? The starting quarterbacks in that game went to Tulane and North Texas last year, and now they are playing in the ACC championship. Darian Minson went to Tulane. Chandler Morris was at North Texas. And what do you know? Tulane and North Texas are playing in the American Conference Championship tonight. So fascinating.
I want C4 and the Virginia Cavaliers to take it home. Hopefully they do. I won't ever root for Manny Diaz again in my life. And then what? Big Ten, Ohio State, Indiana.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun, man. I think Indiana wins. I think they're just the more physical team. I think they're just gonna slow burn them to death, and it's gonna be a gritty type game for Indiana to pull out. But we'll see.
Yeah, that game will be interesting because both teams can lose and still make it. So what is the effort level going to be like there?
Not only that, both teams could lose and still get a first round bye.
Yeah, I think Signetti's going to have his guys jacked up and ready to go no matter what. Curious what it looks like with Ryan Day.
Yeah.
I mean, there have been times in the last few years he can't even get his team up to play fucking Michigan. So what is that going to look like? But all right, we're out of here.
I will be at the MAC championship tomorrow right here in Detroit, Western Michigan, and Miami, Ohio. So let's go Broncos.
That's why you're staying?
Yeah, long story.
Is Bert Emanuel still there, or was he at Central Michigan?
He was at Central Michigan.
That's right. But all right, up next, Third and Longhorn gives a few more thoughts on the win over A&M and talks about what's next for Texas football. Lake Travis Cavaliers, hopefully by next time I see you, they're moving on to the state semifinal for the first time in I think 2 years. So how about that? And hey, y'all have a great weekend. Peace. We'll see you on Monday.